Welcome back to the Deep Dive. This is where we dig into the details, pull out the key knowledge from often pretty dense sources, and basically hand you what you need to know to be really well informed.
We try to cut through the noise for you.
Exactly. And today, we're looking at something pretty fascinating. It's where, classic car preservation meets really cutting-edge technology. We're talking paint protection film, PPF, and the tricky decisions involved when you think about putting it on a classic car.
Yeah, it's a really interesting mix, isn't it? You've got this super durable modern film, right? It's transparent, adhesive-backed,
Right.
originally made for new cars, new paint.
Right, factory fresh stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Consistent finishes, modern chemistry. But now you see classic owners, maybe they've just spent, a fortune on a Concours level paint job.
Hundreds of thousands sometimes.
Easily. And they're looking at PPF and thinking, could this be the way to actually lock in that investment, protect it for, the next generation?
And that is precisely our mission for this deep dive. We're sifting through industry advice, technical info, and, really importantly, stories from owners. The good and the, frankly, terrifying.
Yeah, there are definitely some horror stories out there.
For sure. We want to figure out what actually happens when you put this modern film on paint and panels that could be 50, 60 years old. The goal is to give you, the listener, the full picture, the risks, the rewards, what you absolutely must know before you even consider this.
And this deep dive is presented by Bluewater Auto Restoration.
That's right. Welcome back, everyone. This is week 42 of the 2025 Bluewater Auto Restoration Series. We drop new content every Saturday morning, so thanks for tuning in.
Okay, so maybe the first thing to establish, the kind of foundational point here, is that PPF looks simple. It's just a clear film, right? But it's success on a classic that depends entirely on what's underneath. The condition of that paint, the prep work, it's everything.
Preparation is key. Got it. So let's start with a story, a real-world example that really highlights the dilemma. This involves a fantastic vehicle nicknamed Rosarto.
Ah, yes, the Samba bus, a 1966 VW.
The sources say it's a 23-window model, which is, super desirable. Though, interestingly, one commenter online was adamant, based on where it was bought in California, it had to be a 21-window.
Hey, the details matter to enthusiasts.
They really do. But whether it's 21 or 23 windows, it's a high-value, iconic classic.
And the value isn't just monetary, it's deeply personal. This specific Samba, Titian red and beige gray, was bought brand new back in '66. Century Motor Sales, Alhambra, California.
And right away, it became part of the Bell family story.
Yeah, it moved them from L.A. up to Calgary, Alberta. And then pretty soon after is the car that brought newborn James Bell home from the hospital.
Wow. So you just can't replace that kind of history. Decades later, James Bell is now the caretaker. The car's back in Southern California.
And it got that nickname, Rosarito. Apparently from a high school trip James took with friends down to Baja. Sounds like one of those trips.
Huh. Probably best not to ask too many questions there. But that connection, that history, is why the restoration was so extensive. It took years, finally wrapped up in 2020.
And what's really interesting is James Bell's day job. He's actually head of PR for Kia America. So he's surrounded by brand new high-tech cars all day long.
But his heart is clearly with this vintage VW.
Absolutely. And that leads us right to why Rosarito is such a perfect case study for PPF. James refuses to just let it be a garage queen.
Right. He actually drives it, commutes in it regularly around Long Beach, California.
Think about that. Long Beach freeways, road debris, the sun. That regular use is exactly why he started thinking about serious protection.
He didn't want the restoration undone piece by piece.
Precisely. He said he was saving the Samba for the next Bell generation. And while he was obsessive about washing it, keeping it out of the sun, diligence doesn't stop a rock chip at freeway speeds.
No, it really doesn't.
He felt he needed to proactively lock in that beautiful 2020 paint job.
Okay, so that brings us to the promise of modern PPF. How tough is this stuff, really? What makes it a potential game changer for preservation?
It's incredibly durable. The high-quality urethane films they use today are engineered to take a beating for years. Sources say on a typical daily driver, a modern car, you can easily expect 10 years of protection.
10 years on a daily, that's pretty impressive.
It is. Now, think about applying that to a classic like Rosarito. Yes, it's driven, but it also gets babied, garaged, detailed meticulously.
Right, not quite the same abuse.
Exactly. So that same film, it could potentially last much longer, maybe 15, even 20 years, a full generation, like James Bell hoped.
That really changes the equation for owners, doesn't it? It lets you drive your history without that constant low-level anxiety about every little potential chip or scratch.
It absolutely does. It's about usability, meeting preservation. But,
Mhm.
and this is a big but, applying it to a classic is, as the sources say, a totally different ball game than slapping it on a new car.
Okay, so the motivation is clear, the potential benefit is huge. Let's get into why it's so much harder on older cars. First, though, maybe just quickly recap the basic benefits of PPF on any car, new or old.
Sure. The core job is protection, right?
Okay.
It's a sacrificial shield. It guards against, number one, mechanical stuff like stone chips, gravel, spray,
Yeah.
the usual road rash.
Okay.
Number two, chemical damage.
All right.
Primarily the sun's UV rays. They cause paint to fade, oxidize over time. PPF blocks a lot of that.
And number three.
Organic threats. Think bird droppings, tree sap. That stuff can be really caustic and etch right through clear coat if you don't clean it off immediately. PPF gives you a buffer.
Plus, it makes washing easier, right? That hydrophobic thing.
Exactly. Dirt and water tend to bead up and roll off, so
Mm.
cleaning is much simpler. And a key feature of good modern films is the self-healing property.
Ah, right. Explain that again quickly.
If you get a really minor scuff,
Hmm.
like from a fingernail or maybe a swirl mark from washing, the polymer structure of the film can actually flow back together when it gets warm, like
Yeah.
sitting in the sun. So those light scratches just disappear.
That's pretty neat. But it's only for light stuff, yeah. It won't stop a door ding.
Oh, absolutely not. It's about surface integrity, not dent protection.
Hmm.
Okay, so that's the baseline. Now, the huge difference for classics, the installation process itself.
The sources make a big deal about how different it is applying PCF to, say, a new Porsche 911 versus Rosarito, the 66 Samba. What's the modern way that classic owners miss out on?
Modern installation is incredibly precise, almost automated. For nearly any late model car, there's a pre-mapped digital template available.
Like a pattern.
Exactly. The installer pulls up the file for, say, the hood of a 2024 Range Rover. It accounts for every curve, every headlight washer nozzle, every sensor cutout. They feed that file to a computer-controlled plotter.
Like a big printer that cuts.
Precisely. And it cuts out a perfectly shaped piece of PPF, often designed to wrap right around the edges. It's clean, efficient, and minimizes any need for trimming the film directly on the car's paint.
Sounds relatively straightforward, almost like applying a giant, complex screen protector.
In principle, yes. Much more skill involved, but the process is standardized. Now, contrast that with Rosarito, a 1966 VW Samba, or a 57 Chevy, or a Jaguar E-Type.
No digital template exists.
Almost certainly not.
Yeah.
We saw a quote from XPEL, a major PPF maker. They boast having patterns for over 80,000 different vehicle models and trims.
80,000, that's incredible. And still no Samba?
Still no Samba and likely no pattern for the vast majority of cars made before, say, the 1990s. It just wasn't a thing back then.
So what does that mean for the installer?
It means every single PPF job on a classic car is a fully custom, bespoke piece of work. There's no plotter. The installer has to lay a large sheet of film onto the panel and then hand cut it to size right there on the vehicle.
Using, presumably, a very sharp knife.
Usually a very sharp, specialized razor blade. It demands incredible skill, a steady hand, and immense precision to trim the film perfectly along panel lines without slicing into the priceless paint underneath.
Oof. Okay, that sounds high stakes. And that's just the template issue. You mentioned another big challenge with old cars.
Yeah, it's the variability. New cars come off the assembly line with incredibly tight, consistent panel gaps. The paint thickness is measured in microns and is usually very uniform.
Robotically applied.
Right? Old cars,
Mhm.
especially ones that have been restored, maybe multiple times over decades, forget about it. Panel gaps might be uneven. Body lines might not be perfectly straight after 50 years or past repairs.
There might be subtle waves in the sheet metal.
Exactly. And the paint itself. Who knows how thick it is in different spots? What kind of paint is it? How well did the last painter prep the surface underneath? This huge variability affects how the film lies down, how it stretches, how the adhesive bonds.
So it's not just the lack of a pattern, it's that the canvas itself is unique and potentially unpredictable under the surface.
You got it. We've gone from a near-automated process on new cars to pure high-risk artistry on classics, where the installer is constantly adapting to the individual car's quirks.
Okay, so if it's a custom job demanding serious skill, finding the right person is clearly everything. This isn't something you shop around for based on the cheapest quote.
Absolutely not. James Melfi from XPEL really hammered this point in the source material. You need an installer with specific experience on classic cars. Ideally, someone who can show you a portfolio, photos of vintage vehicles they've wrapped.
They need the skills of both a detailer and almost a surgeon, right? Especially for that hand trimming.
That's a good way to put it. The advice given is really practical. You need to build a relationship with a potential installer. Go visit their shop. Ask a ton of questions. Ask for references from other classic car owners.
Don't be afraid to walk away if you don't feel comfortable.
Exactly. You might need to talk to several shops before you find someone you genuinely trust with, let's face it, an irreplaceable piece of automotive history.
And before you even hire someone, there's a diagnostic step needed, right? Assessing the paint itself.
Yes, this is crucial. You ideally want an independent assessment of the paint's condition. Some sources suggest going to a high-end restoration shop. Even if they don't do PPF themselves, they often have tools like paint depth gauges.
To measure how thick the paint is.
Exactly. And they can sometimes spot signs of potential problems, like poor adhesion between layers, that might not be obvious just by looking. Maybe they do it as a courtesy or for a small inspection fee. It's worth asking.
Because the big danger isn't really putting the film on, it's taking it off years later. That leads us to the mandatory paint stability checks.
Non-negotiable. This is the absolute linchpin. The adhesive on these films is strong, really strong. If the paint underneath isn't stable, meaning if it's already starting to lift, crack, or separate from the primer or the metal,
then the PPF basically acts like a giant piece of duct tape.
precisely. When you eventually go to remove that film years down the road, it's going to pull that unstable paint right off with it. And that's a disaster.
So stability is the key factor, not necessarily originality or the type of paint. A lot of classics have older lacquer or enamel finishes, not modern base coat, clear coat.
The type matters less than the condition. You can put PPF over original single-stage paint or over multiple repaints, but only if that top layer, whatever it is solidly bonded to what's underneath it.
What's the risk with older paints then?
Older finishes, especially lacquers, can become brittle over time. They might lose their flexibility, they might get porous. They just don't have the resilience of a modern urethane clear coat. So the installer must carefully inspect for any signs of delamination, especially around panel edges, trim pieces, or areas known to have had previous repairs.
Okay. What about underlying bodywork? It's common for classics to have some Bondo, some body filler from past repairs. Is that an automatic no?
Surprisingly, no, not necessarily. The filler itself isn't usually the issue. The concern is always the paint and clear coat on top of the filler. If those layers are sound, well-adhered, and stable, the PPF should apply and bond okay.
Got it. So stability confirmed, paint is solid. What's the final prerequisite before the film actually goes on?
Paint correction. Meticulous, thorough paint correction. The surface has to be absolutely pristine before it gets wrapped.
And this isn't just a quick wash and wax.
Oh, definitely not. It's an intensive process. First, you have to chemically strip off any existing wax, sealant, or polish. Then, decontamination, using special chemicals to dissolve embedded iron particles, par spots.
Stuff you pick up just from driving.
Exactly. Then usually a clay bar treatment to physically pull out any remaining embedded contaminants that make the paint feel rough. And then machine polishing to remove any light scratches, swirl marks, oxidation, to bring the paint up to a perfect glossy finish.
Why is getting rid of tiny things like iron specks so critical? Won't the film just cover them up?
It'll cover them, but remember, the film is optically clear. Any tiny speck or flaw underneath tends to get magnified. It'll look like a little dark spot under the film forever. Plus, any contaminant left on the surface could potentially interfere with the adhesive bond, maybe causing a tiny bubble or leading to the edge lifting prematurely later on.
You're essentially sealing the paint in time, so the time you seal needs to be perfect.
That's a great way to put it. Which leads to that interesting paradox, right?
Yeah.
The car looks its absolute, stunning, best mirror finish, deep gloss, flawless the moment right before the PPF goes on. It's simultaneously perfect and totally unprotected.
And you have to achieve that perfection first, otherwise you're just paying a lot of money to permanently highlight the flaws.
Exactly right. If you skip proper correction, you've just encased all those little scratches and bits of road grime under a very expensive sheet of plastic.
Okay, so assuming you've done the homework, found the right installer, confirmed paint stability, and completed the meticulous prep, where can this versatile film actually go, beyond just the big painted panels?
That's where it gets interesting again, because the material itself doesn't really care what it's sticking to, as long as the surface is clean and smooth. So think beyond paint.
Like chrome.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Shiny chrome bumpers, stainless steel trim, polished aluminum. PPF adheres just fine and protects them from scratches, pitting, and weathering, just like it protects paint.
And given how eye-wateringly expensive re-chroming is these days.
Right. Due to environmental regulations, fewer shops doing it, protecting original good chrome is a huge benefit. Applying PPF there could genuinely save you thousands, maybe tens of thousands down the line.
What about lights, headlights, taillights?
Yep, it can be installed right over glass or plastic lenses. Think about how hard it is to find original date-coded headlights for some classics.
Hmm.
Or how easily modern plastic headlights get pitted and hazy. PPF offers great protection there too.
Okay, interesting. The outline also mentioned windshields. And protecting the interior, how does that work?
Yeah, some manufacturers make specialized films specifically for glass. Applying it to the outside of the windshield offers two main benefits. First, impact resistance. It can help absorb the energy from small stones,
Hmm.
potentially saving that hard-to-find original windshield from getting a crack or a chip.
Which can be a lifesaver on a classic.
Definitely. But maybe even more importantly for long-term preservation, especially for cars that see sunlight, is UV protection. The film blocks a significant percentage of harmful UV rays from entering the cabin through the windshield.
Ah, so it helps protect the dashboard, the seats, the carpets.
Exactly. It dramatically slows down the fading, cracking, and general degradation of all those interior materials that are so vulnerable to sun damage. It's a double win,
Right.
protecting the glass itself and preserving the interior behind it.
That's a really strong argument, especially for cars that aren't just hidden away in dark garages.
For sure. Okay, so the material is versatile.
Mhm.
But let's talk strategy and economics. Just because you can wrap every square inch doesn't mean you necessarily should, or that it's cost-effective.
Right. Back to Rosarito. James Bell didn't wrap the whole thing.
No, he and his installer made a strategic choice. Remember those cool little skylight windows up in the roof section of the Samba?
Yeah, the ones in the top hat.
They decided not to wrap those. It's a complex area, high up, not really prone to rock chips, so instead they applied a good quality ceramic coating up there. Still protective, but simpler and less expensive than custom fitting PPF around all those small windows.
That makes sense. Prioritize the high impact zones.
Exactly. And that's what many owners do, especially if budget is a concern. They opt for a partial wrap or front clip coverage. This typically includes the most vulnerable areas: the front bumper, the full hood, the front fenders, maybe the side mirror caps.
The areas that take the brunt of the road debris.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Doing just the front end significantly reduces the total cost compared to wrapping the entire car. It's still expensive, mind you, because it's still custom handwork, but it's maybe, say, 40–60% of the cost of a full wrap, while potentially preventing 80% of the common damage. It's a strategic allocation of the budget.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Now, this is where it gets really contentious, right? We've talked about the potential, the process, the strategy, but what about the real-world experiences, the owner debate? This seems to be where things get polarized.
Oh, absolutely. The community is really divided on this. It seems to boil down to a high-stakes gamble, and the outcome depends massively on the film quality, the underlying paint, and the installer's skill. There's no single consensus. It's love it or hate it, almost.
Let's start with the fans, the proponents. What's their main message?
The people who swear by PPF, especially on cars they plan to keep long-term, have one mantra: never buy cheap product. They emphasize that using a top-tier modern film XPEL gets mentioned frequently in the sources is crucial. They describe it as great stuff, maybe the best on the market, for clarity, self-healing, and durability.
And for them, it's about peace of mind, right? Driving without fear.
Exactly. That's the big payoff. They also note that maintenance is pretty minimal. You just need to apply a special protectant or sealant from the manufacturer periodically, maybe like you'd apply wax, to keep the film slick and hydrophobic. It's apparently easy to apply and wipe off.
And we heard about successful long-term protection, like that 14-year example.
Yeah, that was a compelling story.
Yeah.
Someone had an older, clear vinyl film, kind of a precursor to modern PPF, on their car for 14 years. They said the removal was painstaking, took a lot of effort. But the paint underneath, absolutely perfect, looked brand new after cleaning. It proved the core concept works.
But that success hinges on good removal. What do proponents say about getting the film off?
They argue that high-quality modern films like XPEL are specifically engineered to be removable without damaging good paint. The adhesive is designed to release cleanly.
Yeah.
If, and this is the giant asterisk, if the underlying paint is stable and well adhered.
Back to that critical stability check we talked about.
Always back to that. If your paint is already weak or failing, even the best film with the best adhesive is likely going to pull it off during removal. It reinforces how crucial that initial assessment is.
Okay, now for the other side. The warnings, the negative experiences. These sound pretty alarming.
They really are. The critiques are often quite visceral, born from frustrating, expensive problems. We saw that one commenter who bluntly called it paint-peeling film,
Yeah, that's a strong statement.
and they claim to have seen it lift paint, even on brand-new cars. Which, if true, is deeply concerning. If it can potentially damage factory paint, what hope does a 50-year-old respray have?
That really frames the core fear, doesn't it?
It does. And that critic's conclusion was just as blunt.
Yeah.
Essentially, avoid this stuff, it's a ripoff. It's cheaper and easier to just repaint the car when needed than deal with removing this garbage. That's the fundamental conflict. Is the temporary protection worth the risk of a potential removal nightmare and a forced repaint later?
There was also frustration aimed at the manufacturers, wasn't there, about access to the product?
Yeah, when an experienced user, someone who actually liked the XPEL product itself, was really annoyed that the company apparently stopped selling pre-cut kits directly to consumers. They felt XPEL was trying to force you to an installer, maybe to control the quality, maybe to keep prices high. It frustrated this person enough that they stopped using the product altogether.
But the truly scary stories, the ones that give owners pause, are about removal, especially when the film is old or low quality.
That's where the real horror stories lie. That 2-year removal saga you mentioned earlier, can you imagine spending weekends for 2 years trying to get degraded film off?
It sounds absolutely maddening. What was involved again? It wasn't just peeling, right?
No, not at all. The old vinyl film had apparently broken down, cracked, the edges were loose and full of dirt. It wouldn't come off in sheets. The process involved chemical adhesive removers, very careful scraping, probably with plastic blades to avoid scratching the paint, then multiple aggressive polishing stages with rubbing compound, clay bars, special cleaners, wax, just to get the paint surface back to normal after the adhesive residue.
That's an insane amount of labor. The hidden cost of deprotection, as you called it.
Exactly. And the risk goes way up if the installation wasn't great to begin with, or if you try to remove it improperly. We saw another account where someone successfully removed PPF that was applied over a vinyl wrap, but they had to use an electric heat gun, like a powerful hairdryer, very carefully, plus a plastic scraper to soften the adhesive enough to peel it.
Applying that kind of heat and scraping directly to vintage paint, that's playing with fire.
Extremely risky. You could easily soften or damage the paint itself. Then there are the aesthetic issues over time. Older films, and probably cheap modern ones too, apparently didn't have great UV resistance.
They could yellow.
Yeah, they could develop a noticeable yellow tint after a few years in the sun. Or the surface might get slightly textured, almost like orange peel, losing that deep gloss compared to adjacent non-filmed panels. You trade invisible protection for visible, slightly ugly protection.
But the absolute worst-case scenario seems to be that Lotus Elise example, factory-installed film, 20 years old.
Yes, the Mylar Star Shield film. It was apparently cracked and crazed from age and UV exposure, and when they went to remove it, catastrophic failure. It lifted the paint right off the front end of the car.
Requiring a full respray.
A full, expensive respray, which completely negated the entire point of having a protective film in the first place. It proves that even on a relatively modern car with factory application, if the film degrades too much, removal can be disastrous.
It highlights the limits too, doesn't it? PPF isn't a magic force field.
Not at all. Remember the owner with the 1957 Alpha? Even with 2 layers of PPF on the headlights, a decent-sized pebble still cracked the glass. It'll stop the everyday sandblasting, the tiny chips, but it won't stop bigger impacts.
So it all comes back to this cost-benefit wrestling match. Everyone agrees a good PPF job on a classic is expensive if done right.
Undeniably. It's hours of skilled labor for the prep and the custom installation.
So you weigh that significant known upfront cost against the potential but maybe catastrophic costs of removal down the line, plus the risk of needing a respray anyway.
The critics have a valid point questioning the long-term value. If you have to pay another highly skilled professional, potentially thousands of dollars, just to safely remove the old film in 10 or 15 years, maybe that removal process takes days of careful heating and peeling.
Then the removal cost could rival the original application cost.
Easily, meaning you've essentially paid twice plus the material cost just for temporary protection. You have to ask if you wouldn't have been better off just saving that money for an eventual repaint when it actually became necessary.
It feels like the gamble isn't just on the film protecting the paint, but on the film itself, the adhesive and the underlying paint all aging gracefully together. without one failing and taking the others with it, especially on a car where originality is so prized.
That's the tightrope walk, absolutely.
Okay, what a journey through the pros, cons, and sheer anxieties of PPF on classics. It's clearly not a simple yes or no. For you, the listener, wrestling with this, let's try to boil it down. What are the absolute must-follow rules?
I think there are two non-negotiables that came through loud and clear. Rule number one, this has to be a custom job. Hand-cut, meticulous work by an installer with proven, specific experience on vintage cars. Forget DIY, forget the shop that only does new Teslas with pre-cut kits.
Find a specialist you trust implicitly. Rule number 2.
Confirm the paint's stability before anything touches the car. Get it inspected. If that paint isn't soundly bonded, PPF becomes, as you said, a potential paint-peeling time bomb. It could cause far more damage than it prevents.
But if you follow those rules, invest in the right film, the right installer, and the right prep, the payoff can be exactly what owners hope for.
Absolutely. Look at Rosarto, our case study VW bus. The PPF installation was finished successfully just before the big Motorlux car show in August 2025.
And the result? James Bell can now drive that beautiful historic bus around Long Beach, enjoying it, sharing it, without that constant worry about stone chips ruining the incredible paint job. It's preservation and usability. A true success.
It really is. So the decision boils down to your car, your paint, your budget, and crucially, how you plan to use the car. PPF offers arguably the best physical protection available against road rash. But only if the prep is perfect, the installation is flawless, and you accept that significant future removal risk.
Which leaves us with maybe one last thought, a provocative question for you to consider. Given that removal seems to get exponentially harder and riskier as the film ages and degrades, does choosing PPF mean you're also committing to a potentially expensive, scheduled removal and replacement every 10, 15 years before it becomes a problem? And is that ongoing cost cycle worth the protection you get today?
Something to definitely ponder while polishing that chrome.
Indeed. Well, that wraps up this deep dive. A huge thanks for joining us. We want to remind everyone to check out BlueWaterAutoRestoration.com. Lots of great resources there for classic car care and restoration.
And remember, we release new deep dives like this every Saturday morning.
You can find us on all the usual platforms: Spotify, Google Music, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, and SoundCloud. Subscribe so you don't miss the next one. Until then, drive safe and keep those classics looking sharp.
Welcome back to the deep dive. This deep dive is presented by Bluewater Auto Restoration, who are really dedicated to preserving the legacy, the beauty of automotive history.
And welcome to week 45 of our 2025 season. Just a reminder, we release these new in-depth analyses every Saturday morning, wherever you happen to find quality audio.
So our mission today, it's a bit specialized. We're diving into classic and vintage vehicles, but not just as passion projects, right? We're looking at them as actual strategic investment assets.
Exactly. For so many people, a classic car is just, well, it's the dream, isn't it? The sound, the smell, that nostalgia factor.
Right. But for the smart collector, maybe there's more. It could be an appreciating store of wealth that, also happens to be incredibly fun to look at and maybe even drive.
That's the key distinction we're making today. We're trying to blend that raw enthusiasm people have with some pretty strict investment logic. We've pulled together quite a bit of research here looking at current market trends, how critical rarity and authenticity are, and also the, well, surprisingly complex financial side of restoration and just keeping these things running.
So the goal for you, the listener, is pretty clear then. We want to give you the tactical knowledge you need to actually succeed in this pretty unique market.
Yeah, helping you spot those potential investment-grade classics and, just as importantly, giving you the financial literacy to avoid the expensive traps, the ones that look amazing but hide problems.
Emotionally driven traps, maybe. Buying with the heart, not the head.
That happens a lot.
So,
okay, let's unpack this properly. We're moving beyond just, enjoying cool old cars and really looking at strategic asset management. That takes diligence. It takes a long view.
Okay, part one, the market landscape. Let's ground this first. When we talk about the classic car market, this isn't some tiny niche thing, is it? What's the actual scale we're looking at globally?
No, it's huge. It often surprises people who aren't deep in the collector world. Globally, the classic car market is, conservatively speaking, somewhere between 35 and 40 billion US dollars.
35 to 40 billion.
Yeah. That number alone tells you something about how mature this asset class has become. It's not just a hobby anymore for some people, it's institutionalized.
And compared to other collectibles, art, watches, wine, how's it performing? Is it growing?
It shows really remarkable stability and growth, actually. We're consistently seeing the market expand. The rate is roughly, say, 6 to 8% annually.
Okay.
And this is tracked by specialized indices like the HAGI index, that's the Historic Automobile Group International. They track investment-grade classic car values.
Right.
And what's really fascinating is that in many recent cycles, classic cars have actually been among the top-performing collectible assets, sometimes doing better than fine art or rare wines, even watches.
Outpacing watches.
Yeah, it offers something tangible, doesn't it? Something visceral that you just don't get from paper assets.
Yeah, that makes sense. That consistent appreciation is impressive.
Hmm.
So if we narrow it down, say, the last 5 years, 2020 to 2025, where's the growth really been concentrated? What categories are moving the needle right now?
Well, the market's definitely driven by shifting demographics and, like we said, nostalgia. But some segments are just foundational. The European exotics from the 60s and 70s, they're still the blue chips.
So Ferrari, Porsche. Yeah.
Exactly. Ferraris, those early Porsche 911s, the iconic Jag E-type Aston Martin DB models like the DB5, they're universally desired, representing stable, almost generational wealth.
And back here in the States, that American power muscle cars that hasn't faded away, has it?
Oh, quite the opposite. That 60s and 70s muscle car segment, it's seeing incredible heat, especially for the really well-documented rare examples.
Like what specifically?
We're talking Shelby Mustangs, definitely, the Camaro Z28 models, Chevelle SS, especially the 396 and 454 big blocks, and, oh yeah, the Plymouth Cudas, particularly the high-horsepower Hemi versions. They're incredibly rare.
And the value there is tied to?
It's tied directly to that raw, unregulated power era. You just can't replicate it today.
Okay, but here's where, for me anyway, it gets really interesting. It shows a big shift in focus, the Japanese ascent. I mean, these are cars that maybe 10, 15 years ago, people saw as just used performance cars, not really classics.
You're absolutely right. We've seen, frankly, stratospheric growth there. Models like the Toyota 2000 GT, okay, that was always rare and valuable, but also the early Nissan Skyline TTRs.
Godzilla models.
Yep. And even pristine examples of the original Mazda RX-7s, the first gen. This whole rise is fueled by a global collector base that, well, they grew up playing these cars in video games like Gran Turismo, seeing them in movies.
Right, Fast and Furious effect maybe?
Partly, yeah.
Yeah.
And motorsports, they're literally moving from just being enthusiast cars to becoming actual investment assets almost overnight, it seems sometimes.
And that connects directly to the wider nostalgia boom, right?
Yeah.
The focus on the 80s and 90s. This seems like the entry point for a lot of younger collectors now.
Yes, definitely. As millennials and now Gen Z gain more purchasing power, they're buying the cars they grew up with, the poster cars from their bedrooms.
So what are we seeing there?
This includes things like the later Fox body Mustangs, especially the performance variants, the Toyota Supra MKIV. I mean, that's a true market darling right now, huge values. The BMW E30 M3 series, of course, and the first-generation Acura NSX.
The Japanese Ferrari.
Exactly. These cars are crossing that line from just being used performance into established classics, and it's happening fast.
Okay, just for context, though.
Yeah.
Amidst all this excitement in muscle and these modern classics, the really old stuff, the pre-war luxury cars,
Yeah.
they still hold their value, right?
Yeah.
That long-term stability is still there.
Absolutely. Think Packard, Duesenberg, the Bugatti Type 57. They might not give you those sharp spikes you see in the, say, 90s Japanese market.
Right.
But they are incredibly reliable stores of wealth. They appeal to a different kind of collector, often more established, someone who values that sheer engineering brilliance and the historical significance above all else.
So if we try and boil this all down, what are the core unchanging things that drive investment value? Whether it's a 30s Bugatti or a 90s Supra, what actually creates that value?
Okay, fundamentally, 4 factors really dominate. First, it's basic. Rarity and the original production numbers. Simple supply and demand. If they only made a few hundred and the demand is global, well, the price floor just keeps rising.
Makes sense.
Second is cultural significance. Did it dominate motorsport? Was it in an iconic movie? That adds a story, a provenance that people pay for.
Okay, the third factor. This sounds like where the big money is either made or lost. Condition and originality. And this is where we have to talk about matching numbers, right?
Yes, indeed. The market's obsession with authenticity really gets quantified here.
Yeah.
A matching numbers car, that means the VIN, the engine block number stamped at the factory, and the transmission serial number, they all line up with the original factory records.
And how much does that really matter in price?
Our research shows these cars command a premium of, get this, 25 to 40%, sometimes even more.
25 to 40%, just for having the original bits.
Exactly. Over cars that might look identical but maybe have a replacement engine or transmission, it's not a small difference. It's a massive valuation jump because it proves that history, that unassailable provenance.
Wow. Okay, that 25–40% gap, that's huge.
Yeah.
It really drives home the need for, well, documentation, which I guess is the final crucial driver.
It absolutely is. The need for complete documentation just can't be overstated. This proves the car's identity, its history, and beyond that, highly desirable cars, they need to retain their original factory specs.
What do you mean, like paint color?
Exactly. If
Huh.
the OEM color codes, the trim codes on the data plate, if they match the original factory build sheet, that significantly bumps up desirability and value. It confirms the car is exactly as it was intended when it rolled off the line.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. So moving into part 2, investment types and due diligence. We know what drives value now. Let's categorize this landscape a bit, because not all classic cars have the same risk, right, or the same holding period.
Precisely. We need to match the asset to the investor strategy, their risk tolerance, their time horizon. It's like managing any other investment portfolio.
So how do we break down the main options, the main sort of lanes for classic car investors, thinking risk versus reward?
We can probably define about 5 primary lanes. At the very top, you have the blue chip classics.
The safest bets.
Right.
Yeah.
Think of a really desirable Ferrari 250 variant, like a GTO or SWB or an early, perfect Porsche 911S. The risk here is low because demand is just inelastic. It's global, it's constant.
But you need deep pockets and patience.
Definitely. The investment horizon is long, 10 years, maybe more, and they typically deliver a solid, reliable annual ROI, averaging maybe 8 to 15%. They're seen as reliable inflation hedges.
Okay, but that high entry barrier means most newer investors are probably looking a bit lower down the risk scale, right?
Yes, exactly. Most people might start with what we call emerging classics. These are those really hot 80s and 90s sports cars. We talked about the Supra, the E30 M3, the NSX.
Medium risk, medium reward, maybe?
Kind of. Medium risk. Because, well, they're still establishing their ultimate floor value. The investment horizon is medium, too, maybe 5 to 10 years. But they do offer higher potential returns, sometimes hitting 10 to 20% annual appreciation as their market acceptance really spikes.
Then you've got the real speculators, haven't you? The ones looking for cars that haven't quite popped yet, the undervalued sleepers.
Yeah, this is definitely high-risk, high-reward territory. These might be cars like, say, an AMC Javelin AMX, or maybe certain specific, less common variants of the Datsun 240Z that just haven't hit their potential yet.
Risky bet, though?
Very. The investment horizon is medium, maybe 5–10 years, but the volatility is high. The potential ROI, theoretically higher, maybe 15 to 25%, if collector demand suddenly spikes for that model. But if that cultural moment never really arrives, you could be left holding a pretty slow-moving asset.
And what about the really specialized stuff? Things that only appeal to a tiny group of superfans.
Right, those are the niche collectibles. This category often includes things like rare homologation specials cars built in tiny numbers just to qualify for racing.
Like Group B rally cars or something.
Exactly, or things like certain Ford RS Cosworths, Lancia Delta Integrales. Their volatility is extreme. Their market value is purely driven by scarcity and the specific demands of that very small niche.
Okay, 5th category. We have to mention these because they're so popular, but maybe not the best pure investments. Custom restomods.
Ah, restomods. Like, putting an LS V8 engine into a 69 Chevelle, adding modern brakes, suspension.
Yeah, making it drive like a new car but look old.
Precisely. These are really passion projects first and foremost. Their value is highly subjective. It depends entirely on the quality of the build, the components used, and whether that specific style aligns with current trends.
So risky as an investment.
Medium risk, I'd say, but their resale value is much more volatile than a factory original car. Our advice to collectors is usually, view these as fun projects that might hold some value, but don't bank on them as guaranteed investment vehicles.
That clarifies the different paths.
Okay.
Now let's get tactical. Due diligence. This is the core, isn't it? When you're looking at a car, what's the absolute must-do checklist for verifying it's actually what it claims to be?
Authenticity. It's all about paper and physical stamps. You absolutely have to confirm the VIN, the engine block number, the transmission serial number, check them against known factory records or databases, but it goes deeper than just those 3 big numbers.
Super how. If I've got the matching VIN, engine, and trans numbers, what else do I need to worry about?
You need to check the more subtle details. We're talking about casting number and date codes.
Okay, explain those.
A casting number identifies the specific type of part, say a particular cylinder head design or an intake manifold. It has to be correct for that specific year and model of car. Then, the date codes, often cast or stamped right near the casting number, tell you when that specific part was manufactured.
And why does that matter?
Because it has to predate the car's final assembly date by an appropriate window, usually a few weeks or months. If these subtle numbers are wrong, or if the date code is after the car was built, then the car is still considered non-original in that area, even if the main VIN and component serial numbers match. It suggests a later replacement part.
Wow, okay, that's getting into the weeds. And the documentation itself, you mentioned factory records. What specific pieces of paper are like gold?
It's kind of the holy trinity of paperwork. First, the original factory build sheet, if it exists. That details every single option and component assigned to that specific VIN at the factory. Second, the original window sticker or the dealer invoice.
And third, you mentioned something for American muscle cars.
Yes, especially for GM cars from the late 60s, early 70s, the Protecto plate.
Right, I've heard that term. Explain what that actually is and why it's so valuable.
Okay, the Protecto plate. It was basically this little metal plate, almost like a credit card, that came with the car's warranty documents for the original owner. Crucially, it was embossed, stamped with the car's specific VIN, the engine assembly code, the transmission code, sometimes the rear axle code, and the build date.
So it directly links the car's ID to its original major components.
Exactly. It was used by dealers for warranty service validation. Finding an original matching Protecto plate today instantly legitimizes a car's claim to having its original factory-installed drivetrain. It boosts the value dramatically because it ties the original owner directly to that specific component data. It's hard proof.
Incredible. Okay, so we've got the mechanical checks, the casting numbers, the factory paperwork. What about the car's life story after it left the showroom? How important is the ownership history?
Oh, hugely important. Generally speaking, fewer owners means less risk and higher value. Why? Because long-term single-owner documentation often means the car's care and maintenance history is cleaner, more continuous, easier to track.
And lots of owners is a red flag.
It can be. A car that's been flipped, say, 5 times in the last 2 years, even if it looks pristine, well, it raises questions. Why was it sold so often? Were there hidden issues? Were previous owners trying to offload it after finding something nasty? It just introduces uncertainty.
Okay, let's talk condition grades.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Haggerty standard earlier. Value swings wildly between these grades. Can you define those 4 key levels for us?
Sure. It's a 4-tier system, widely used. Concours, or Grade 1, is absolute perfection. Often, these cars are restored to a standard that's actually better than when they were new. Think museum-level quality. They're almost never driven, usually trailered everywhere. They command the absolute highest prices.
Okay, top tier. What's next?
Excellent. Or Grade 2. This is show-ready. It's nearly perfect, but might have, very tiny, almost invisible flaws or maybe just slight evidence of very light use. These cars are often seen at shows and driven, but very sparingly. Still very valuable.
And for someone who actually wants to drive and enjoy their investment without being terrified of getting a stone chip?
That brings us to good,
Right.
or Grade 3. This is what people often call driver quality. The car is well-maintained, it runs great, looks good from 10 feet, but it shows normal, minor wear and tear consistent with actually being used. Most casual collectors probably target this level good balance of enjoyment and potential appreciation.
And the last one? The projects.
That's fair. Or Grade 4. Basically, it's running, maybe drivable, but it needs a full, comprehensive restoration. These are your project cars. And as we're about to discuss, they require huge commitments of time and, crucially, money.
Right, so during that physical inspection, beyond checking the paint and looking for obvious dents, where should a potential buyer focus to avoid those really catastrophic hidden costs, the nightmare scenarios?
You have to look past the shiny bits. The number one ultimate deal breaker, hands down, is chassis and frame rust.
Why is that so bad?
Because once the car's structural backbone is seriously compromised by rust, fixing it properly requires incredibly specialized metalwork. It often costs tens of thousands of dollars, sometimes more than the car is even worth. It can instantly wipe out any potential profit. You absolutely have to get the car on a lift and inspect the frame rails, floor pans, suspension mounting points meticulously.
Okay, rust is enemy number 1. What else?
Verifying those matching drivetrain components we talked about, physically checking the stampings on the engine block and transmission. Again, this usually means getting it up on a lift.
And what about inside the car? Interiors, electrics, are those often overlooked?
They can be, yes. The interior needs inspecting not just for condition, but for originality. For example, original factory leather, even if it's cracked or worn, might actually be more valuable to a purist collector than brand new, modern replacement upholstery.
Interesting. And the wiring.
Oh, definitely check the wiring condition. Old, brittle, failing original wiring is a common, often hidden financial time bomb. Rewiring a classic car properly, replacing the entire harness that snakes through the dashboard, engine bay, firewall, that can easily be a $5,000 to $10,000 job, mostly in labor because it's so meticulous and time-consuming.
Yikes. Okay, so after all this personal inspection, even if you feel confident, why is getting a professional third-party appraisal still so critical?
Good question. A professional certified appraisal does a couple of really important things. First, it establishes that agreed value for specialized insurance, which we'll get to in a minute. That's vital.
Okay.
Second, it acts as validation for your investment when you eventually go to sell. It provides an objective, documented assessment of the car's condition, its originality, its current market value. It gives a future buyer confidence in your asking price and the car's quality. It's independent proof.
Right, makes sense. Let's move into part 3. Cost management and acquisition. That detailed inspection often leads people to consider those grade 4 cars the projects. Which brings us to maybe the biggest myth in the collector car world. The financial return on restoration. If I buy a grade 4 project car for, say, $20K, and I pour $100K into restoring it perfectly to grade 1, do I now have a car worth $120K plus? Am I guaranteed that return?
That is a very, very common and often very expensive false assumption. The general rule of thumb in the classic car world is that a restoration investment typically only yields about 60 to 80% recovery on the actual dollars spent.
Only 60 to 80 cents on the dollar. Why?
Because the costs of doing it right, the high-end metal work, the perfect paint job, rebuilding the engine to original spec, the specialized labor rates are incredibly high. Often the total cost exceeds what the market is willing to pay for that finished car, unless, and this is the big, unless the vehicle is exceptionally rare to begin with, or there's just overwhelming inelastic demand for that specific model.
Okay, but what if it is something super rare? Like if I buy a rusty shell of a Ferrari 275 GTB and restore it, does that 60-80% rule still apply, or does extreme scarcity just trump everything?
That's the exception. For an ultra-rare, historically significant car like a 275 GTB, yes, scarcity can indeed trump that general recovery rule. The ultimate value of the finished, restored car is just so incredibly high that even $1 million restoration might make financial sense.
But for most cars.
But for, say, 95% of classics out there, muscle cars, emerging classics, European sports cars that aren't stratospheric blue chips, that 60-80% rule holds pretty firm. If you spend $100,000 on restoring your, say, Mustang or E-Type, you might only realistically see $60,000 to $80,000 added to its final sale price compared to its pre-restoration value. You have to view restoration primarily as a cost of ownership, or bringing the car back to life, not as a guaranteed profit-generating exercise.
And then there's the flip side, the risk of over-restoration, doing too much.
Exactly. We see this a lot. Collectors, often driven by their own passion or taste, they start installing non-original parts, maybe modern seats, a different steering wheel. They drastically alter the factory trim, or they apply, a wild metallic paint color that just wasn't available back when the car was new.
And that hurts the value.
It absolutely reduces collector value, especially for investment-grade cars. The market overwhelmingly wants authenticity. When you excessively customize or modernize like that, you actually shrink your pool of potential buyers significantly. You make the car less desirable to serious investors who prioritize originality.
Okay, but counteracting that, there's this really fascinating and potentially profitable trend happening right now that actually emphasizes authenticity, the preservation trend. Tell us about that.
Yeah, this is really interesting. The market is increasingly placing a huge premium on original, unrestored survivor cars.
What exactly is a survivor?
These are highly original examples that haven't been restored, and they wear their age honestly. They might have the original paint, maybe it's faded or has some patina, original interiors with natural wear and tear. They haven't been taken apart and made perfect.
These can be worth more than perfectly restored cars.
In many cases, yes. Especially in recent high-profile auctions, these survivors have often outperformed equivalent models that have undergone flawless nut-and-bolt restorations. There's this deep appreciation now for the car's actual history, its journey, which a perfect modern restoration can, ironically, kind of erase or sanitize. People want the story.
That's really counterintuitive, but makes sense. So this means once you do acquire the right car, cost management shifts away from restoration and towards preservation, right? What are the ongoing costs and logistical needs of just owning one of these things?
Absolutely. Proper storage and maintenance are vital for protecting that value. You're essentially fighting against time and the elements. This means things like climate-controlled storage, essential to prevent rust, and also to stop materials like leather, rubber seals, and plastics from degrading.
Especially important in humid or extreme climates.
Definitely. Then there are things like using battery tenders to keep the electrical system healthy, especially if the car isn't driven often. And using fuel stabilizer in the tank, if it's going to sit for a while, to prevent the fuel system from gumming up. Making poor storage decisions can cause the car's value to drop faster than any market downturn.
Okay, let's say you've done all that, preserved it well, and now it's time for the exit strategy. Where should an investor actually be looking to buy and sell these kinds of specialized assets? What are the main channels?
The channels are pretty varied, and each has its pros and cons. You've got the major high-profile auctions, think Barrett-Jackson, Mecum, RM Sotheby's, and increasingly the big online players like Bring a Trailer.
What are the advantages there?
They offer the highest visibility, the biggest pool of potential buyers, often attract top dollar, and the process is generally transparent. The downside, you pay significant fees both as a buyer and a seller. Commissions can really add up.
What about finding deals outside the big auctions?
For off-market deals, connecting with private collectors and joining specialty car clubs related to your marquee are excellent strategies. You can often find well-vetted, well-maintained cars, sometimes directly from long-term owners, and you bypass those hefty auction fees. Requires more networking, though.
And for those who like high risk, maybe high reward, the treasure hunters.
That would be looking at estate liquidations and the legendary barn finds. These require highly specialized knowledge to assess potential, a significant cash cushion for unexpected issues, and frankly, a high tolerance for risk because the true condition is often completely unknown until you start digging in.
Probably not for beginners then.
Definitely not. For more reliable, day-to-day transactions, online platforms like Cars and Bids or Hemmings are solid marketplaces, especially for mid-range classics. They offer good transparency and reach.
Okay, let's flip it. You're preparing to sell your investment-grade classic. How do you maximize its value when you list it? What prepares it for that successful exit?
It circles right back to documentation, but this time focusing on your period of ownership. You absolutely must maintain comprehensive records, both digital and printed.
Like what specifically?
Restoration photos, if any work was done. Invoices for all maintenance, repairs, and parts purchased during your ownership. Dyno sheets if you've had the engine tuned or tested.
Yeah.
This detailed package justifies your asking price. It validates the car's current condition and the care it's received under your stewardship. It gives the buyer confidence.
And does showing the car help? Taking it to events?
Yes, visibility plays a subtle but important role in building pedigree. Participating in shows, especially respected concours d'élégance at events, boosts the car's visibility and prestige. Even just having a documented record of attendance, let alone awards, establishes the car's recognized quality within the collector community. That translates directly into buyer confidence and often a higher valuation.
Timing matters too, presumably.
Absolutely. Timing the sale strategically can make a difference. You generally want to align your sale with market peaks. Traditionally, these often occur around tax return season in the spring and during the major summer auction cycles when buyer interest and available cash seem to be highest.
Okay, we absolutely have to cover the financial wrapper around owning these things, insurance and taxes.
Yeah.
Because it's quite different from owning stocks or even real estate, isn't it?
Hugely different, and this is often where people, especially newcomers, make expensive mistakes. Insurance for classic cars is a specialized product. You absolutely need what's called an agreed value policy.
Okay, define agreed value for us. How is that different from the regular policy on my daily driver?
Your regular car insurance typically pays out the actual cash value, ACV, at the time of a loss, which factors in depreciation. So if your 5-year-old sedan is totaled, they pay what it's worth today, which is less than you paid for it. An agreed value policy is different. You and the insurance company agree on the car's specific value up front. Let's say you agree it's worth $200,000.
Based on appraisals and market data.
Exactly. Then, if the car suffers a total loss, theft, fire, major accident, the insurance company pays you that exact agreed-upon sum of $200,000, period. It removes the risk of the insurer trying to lowball you based on depreciation or a fluctuating market. This is absolutely crucial for classics, whose value often appreciates over time.
But these policies must come with strings attached.
They usually do. Specialized carriers like Haggerty or Grundy typically mandate specific requirements, things like proof of secure, professional, indoor storage, no leaving it parked on the street. And often a limited annual mileage cap, maybe 2,500 or 5,000 miles per year. These are ownership costs and restrictions you have to factor into your decision.
Okay, insurance sorted. What about the tax man? How are profits from selling a classic car treated?
This is another key difference. Gains from the sale of classic cars are generally subject to capital gains tax, just like stocks. However, and this is critical in many places, including the US, collectibles like cars are taxed at a higher maximum rate than standard long-term capital gains on financial assets.
Higher rate. How much higher?
The maximum federal rate for long-term gains on collectibles can be up to 28% compared to the lower rates, currently 0%, 15%, or 20%, for most stocks and bonds held over a year. That higher tax bite really emphasizes why maximizing your profit margin, especially considering restoration costs, is so important.
Are there any potential tax advantages or wrinkles?
Well, one potential strategy, though complex, involves donating the car. If you document the car's fair market value through appraisals and donate it to a qualified museum or charitable organization, you may be able to claim a significant tax deduction. Also worth noting for the global market, international import and export rules are often much simpler and less restrictive for vehicles older than 25 years, which helps facilitate buying and selling across borders. Always consult a tax professional, of course.
Absolutely. Okay, part 4. Future outlook, risks, and final tips. Looking ahead, say the next 5 to 10 years, 2025 to 2030, the classic car market seems to be facing some fundamental shifts, especially driven by technology, right? If we connect this to the bigger picture, how might even the definition of authenticity change?
Yeah, it's a fascinating time. We've already talked about the demographic shift, bringing in younger buyers who value different eras, but technology is really starting to change the assets themselves and how we interact with them.
What's the biggest trend you're seeing there?
The major one is undoubtedly electrification. We're seeing a really significant surge in high-quality electric restomods and what you might call eco-compliant retrofits, EV swaps.
Putting electric motors in classic bodies.
Exactly. It blends that timeless classic style people love with modern, reliable, and potentially environmentally friendlier technology. It addresses potential future regulations about emissions, and critically, it makes these cars far more usable for regular driving.
And that ties into another trend you mentioned.
Yes, it's directly linked to this growing market preference for usable classics. People increasingly want cars they can actually drive reliably, take on trips, enjoy regularly, not just static, temperamental showpieces that sit in a garage. An EV swap can deliver that usability without sacrificing the classic look.
Interesting. What about on the pure investment and ownership side? How is tech changing things like transparency and security?
Data transparency is getting a huge boost. We're starting to see the emergence of things like blockchain VIN tracking.
Blockchain for cars.
Yeah, the idea is to create an immutable, transparent digital ledger for a specific car. It could record its entire history, ownership changes, major maintenance, modifications, accident history, maybe even confirm originality data, all stored securely on a blockchain.
That could combat fraud, presumably.
Potentially, yes. Reduce title washing, VIN cloning, undisclosed damage. And alongside that, we're seeing early moves towards digital assetization of high-value cars. Think NFT-backed titles, offering new ways to verify ownership and potentially make transactions smoother and more secure. It's early days, but it promises to reduce risks significantly in the long run.
Of course, every investment has risks. What are the big red flags, the critical factors a classic car investor needs to stay vigilant about to protect their capital?
Well, the first is just basic market volatility and the danger of chasing fleeting collector fads. What's fetching record prices today because it's hot on Instagram might cool off rapidly as tastes shift or the next generation focuses elsewhere. You need a long view.
And costs keep going up.
Oh, yeah. Restoration cost inflation is a constant, unavoidable threat. The price of specialized labor good painters, mechanics who understand old engines, metal workers, and the cost of sourcing rare, correct parts, they always seem to rise much faster than general inflation. That constantly eats away at potential profit margins.
And we keep circling back to fraud.
Because it's a major risk, especially as values climb. The increasing threat of fake documentation, forged build sheets, dodgy history reports, and sophisticated VIN cloning is paramount. This just underscores again why that meticulous, multi-layered due diligence, checking casting numbers, date codes, everything is absolutely essential. Don't trust, verify.
Any other market risks?
Investors should also be wary of overhyped social media auctions. Sometimes you see prices spike dramatically in online bidding wars driven by temporary excitement or FOMO that aren't really sustainable or reflective of long-term market fundamentals.
And finally, something newer, but increasingly important. Regulatory risks.
Yes, environmental regulations are becoming a real factor for long-term holders. Things like the expansion of ultra-low emission zones, ULEZ, in major cities worldwide can literally prevent you from legally driving your classic car where you live or want to go.
If you can't use it, its value drops.
Exactly. If you can't easily use or showcase your asset, its appeal, its usability, and therefore its overall market value can diminish significantly. It's something investors now need to consider, depending on the car and where they live.
Okay, we have covered a ton of ground here. From market size and the nitty-gritty of protecto plates all the way to blockchain VINs and that 28% capital gains tax rate. Trying to distill this down, what are the 5 absolute essential takeaway tips for you, the listener, if you're thinking about entering this market?
Right. The core advice needs to focus on managing risk and prioritizing that authenticity we keep talking about.
Okay, tip 1. Always buy the best example you could possibly afford. This is like the golden rule. Restoration costs almost always snowball and exceed expectations, so paying more upfront for a better car, maybe a grade 2 or 3 instead of a grade 4 project, is often the most financially sound decision in the long run.
Tip 2. Focus intensely on documentation and provenance. We really can't stress this enough. Paper validates everything. It proves authenticity, justifies value, and protects you against fraud. That paper trail can literally be worth tens of thousands of dollars.
Tip 3, if you do make upgrades or modifications for drivability, maybe better brakes, electronic ignition, keep all the original parts. Store them carefully. Why? Because resale buyers, especially serious investors, will often demand those original components. It gives them the option to return the car to factory spec later, preserving its potential authenticity.
Tip 4. Join specialty clubs and networks relevant to the make or model you're interested in. This isn't just for fun, it's strategic. Insider access to off-market deals, hearing about cars before they hit the open market, connecting with long-term, knowledgeable owners. That's often where the best opportunities are found, letting you potentially bypass auction premiums.
And finally, tip 5, probably the most important mindset advice. Treat this as a long-term passion investment, not a quick flip. The classic car market rewards patience, deep knowledge, meticulous care, and genuine enthusiasm. It's generally not a good place for short-term speculation or trying to time the market like day trading. Enjoy the car, preserve it, and let the market work over time.
Well said. It's a unique blend of heart and head.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So reflecting on all this, what does it all mean for the future of a classic car hobby and investment? We talked about the rise of EV swaps, the demand for usable classics, the potential security of digital ownership via blockchain. It makes you wonder, how will the very definition of originality evolve for the next generation?
That's the big question, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, could a digitally tracked, perfectly documented EV-swapped classic, one that's reliable and usable every day but retains its original body and verified history, eventually be considered more valuable than a perfectly restored, numbers-matching gasoline car that's maybe beautiful but temperamental and rarely driven?
It's a really compelling thought. Will usability and digital proof start to outweigh mechanical purity for some collectors?
It seemed possible. It's a question that collectors and investors are definitely going to be answering with their money in the coming years.
An interesting point to close on for sure. It really highlights how dynamic this market is, driven by both passion and practicality. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the complex world of classic car investment.
And a special thank you again to Bluewater Auto Restoration for presenting this discussion today. Their dedication to preserving automotive history is really commendable.
Absolutely. And you can learn more about the incredible restoration work they do by visiting their website at bluewaterautorestoration.com.
Just a reminder, our deep dives drop every Saturday morning. You can find us on Spotify, Google Music, YouTube, Apple Podcast, Amazon Music, or SoundCloud. We'll be back next week with another topic.
Until then, drive safely.
And invest wisely. Welcome back to the Deep Dive. This Deep Dive is presented by Bluewater Auto Restoration.
Glad to be here.
We are rolling into week 44 of our 2025 series, and just a reminder, we drop new content for you every Saturday morning. Thanks for tuning in.
And today, we're getting right into the dashboard,
Yeah.
the nerve center of any classic or performance car. It's about the choices builders face today.
Exactly. Our focus is dashboards, then and now. The battle of the gauges.
A classic debate.
Okay, so let's unpack this a bit. This isn't just about looks, though that's a huge part of it. It's really about function, how authentic you want to be, and honestly, that connection you feel with the car.
Yeah, the driving experience.
We're putting those classic, needle sweep analog gauges head to head with the super modern, super accurate digital clusters you see now.
Right. And our goal here really is to give you a solid shortcut to help you understand this divide in the car world because people get really passionate about it.
Oh, definitely.
We need to look at how dashboards even evolved, from these purely physical things to basically software running on screens.
And we absolutely have to get practical. We'll cover the costs, the wiring challenges, which can be significant,
Yep.
and what you actually gain in performance or data.
Yeah.
So you can make a smart choice for your own project, whether it's a full restoration or a rest-a-mod.
We'll hit on functionality, looks, accuracy, that powerful nostalgia factor, and like you said, the driver experience itself.
Okay, let's start at the beginning, the old school way. When we talk analog, we mean those mechanical or maybe electromechanical gauges.
Yeah.
Needles, dials, physical sensors sending the info.
It's a very tangible system, isn't it? You can almost picture the gears turning.
You really can. It feels connected.
And that physical presence is key. The mechanisms themselves were, honestly, quite clever bits of engineering back in the day. Simple, but effective.
So break down some common ones for us, like the speedometer.
Okay, yeah. The speedo, traditionally, was cable-driven. Literally a spinning cable running from the transmission, sometimes the front wheel hub on older cars.
A physical connection.
Exactly. That spinning motion would either, create a magnetic drag or physically turn little gears inside the gauge head. That force moves the needle. Simple as that.
So it's a direct physical translation of speed. Totally different from how we get that info now.
Completely different philosophy.
Yeah.
And the others worked on similar principles, each specific to its job.
Like the tachometer.
The Tatch usually read the ignition coil signal. It counted the pulses to figure out RPM. Or, on really old stuff, it might even have been purely mechanical, driven off the camshaft or distributor.
Wow. Okay. And what about things like temperature?
Temp gauges typically used a thermistor. That's just a resistor whose resistance changes with heat. Or, even older tech used a capillary tube filled with fluid or gas running right into the engine block. The pressure change moved the needle.
That sounds direct.
Very direct and reliable, mostly.
And the ones we stare at all the time. Oil pressure and fuel level.
Right. Oil pressure is interesting. Often it was purely mechanical, too. A tiny tube carried actual engine oil pressure right up to the gauge on the dash.
Seriously. Oil in the dash?
Yep. It pushed against something called a Borden tube, which uncoiled slightly and moved the needle. Super robust. Now, mostly we use electric senders for that, but the old way was tough.
And the fuel gauge. That familiar sweep.
That's usually a float in the tank connected to a variable resistor. Float goes up or down with the fuel, resistance changes, and the gauge reads that change. Pretty straightforward, really.
So this whole mechanical nature, these dedicated physical links for each piece of information.
Yeah.
That seems to be the core of the analog appeal, right? People talk about the dance of the needle.
It's more than just visual, though. That's the cultural note here. It represents, for many, the mechanical life and soul of the car. Well, you don't just see the speedo needle climb. Sometimes you can actually hear a faint whir from the cable, especially in older cars. You feel that instant, almost raw reaction when you hit the gas. The Tatch needle jumps right now.
Yeah, it's immediate.
It creates this undeniable connection. Your foot, the engine, the needle, it all feels linked. It's authentic, it looks right for the period, and it's simple engineering you can kind of understand just by looking at it.
Plus, they were built tough, generally.
Yeah.
Simple wiring, direct connections.
And often repairable. A good instrument tech can frequently take an old analog gauge apart, clean it, fix it, recalibrate it. Try doing that with a dead LCD screen. Usually that's a full replacement job, and it can be pricey.
And that whole aesthetic led to some truly iconic dashboard designs over the years.
Oh, absolutely. This is where the history really shines.
Yeah, let's talk examples. The '57 Chevy Bel Air. That dashboard wasn't just functional. It was this sweeping, gorgeous piece, often painted body color. Pure 50s optimism and style.
A classic. Then jump forward to the muscle car era. Think about a '69 Mustang Mach 1.
Right. Different vibe entirely.
Totally. It wasn't about flowing lines. It was all business. Big, clear, round rally gauges. Speedo, Tatch, right in your line of sight. Purpose-built for performance driving. It just screamed power.
And for just pure visual coolness,
hmm
you got to mention the '70s Pontiac Trans Am.
The engine-turned panels, yes.
That swirly machined metal pattern housing the gauges. I remember seeing one as a kid. It felt less like a car dash and more like, I don't know, a fighter plane cockpit or something.
It had serious presence. Even into the 80s, the good analog clusters still had those nice chrome rings, physical needles. They held on to that classic feel.
Okay, so we've established the appeal, the soul, the icons, but let's be honest, there have to be drawbacks, especially compared to what's possible today.
Definitely. We can romanticize it, but practically speaking, there are limitations.
What are the big ones? Where do they fall short?
Well, connecting it back to precision, they're just inherently less accurate than digital systems. There's friction in the mechanisms, maybe slight errors in the senders.
And you can get parallax error too, right? Reading the needle slightly differently depending on your viewing angle.
Exactly. Plus, those mechanical speedo cables, they wear out, they need lubrication, sometimes they break. And routing them, especially if you've done an engine swap or lots of custom work, it can be a real pain to get them snaked through without kinking.
And the basic problem of how much information you can show.
That's a big one. One function per gauge, that's a rule. Need more data. Air-fuel ratio, boost pressure, transmission temp. You start drilling holes, adding gauges all over the place, it gets cluttered fast.
Right, the classic A-pillar gauge pod look.
Yep. And finally, nighttime visibility. A lot of vintage clusters are just dim. The old incandescent bulbs didn't put out much light. Getting them bright enough to see clearly at night often means retrofitting modern LEDs, which is kind of its own little project.
Okay, so let's shift gears. Leave the spinning cables and resistors behind and jump into the digital age. This is where we move from physical things happening to, well, data streams on screens.
That's the core shift. Modern digital clusters, we're talking electronic systems. They use LED screens, LCDs, liquid crystal displays, or the higher-end TFTs, thin film transistors.
So screens instead of needles.
Right. And instead of reading varying resistance, they're typically reading precise voltage signals or getting data digitally. They use microcontrollers, little computers basically, and increasingly they tap into the car's CAN bus.
CAN bus, controller area network, right? That's the standard communication system in modern cars.
Exactly. Think of it like this. Instead of having a separate wire for almost every single piece of information, the CAN bus is like a digital highway where multiple signals travel together. The dash just listens in for the data it needs.
That sounds way more efficient.
It is, and the number one reason people, especially rest-of-mod builders, make this leap, it's the accuracy and the ability to configure what you see.
How does that accuracy make a difference when you're driving?
Well, digital systems get their info from modern sensors that are already outputting precise, calibrated data. Or even better, they connect directly to the engine's brain, the ECU, the engine control unit.
Ah, okay. So if you've done an engine swap.
Exactly. If you've put a modern computer-controlled engine like an LS, a Ford Coyote, maybe a Hellcat crate engine into your classic car, that engine's ECU is already tracking tons of data with incredible precision.
Fuel injection parameters, timing, temperatures, all that stuff.
All of it. The digital dash becomes the perfect way to see all that data accurately. It basically translates the ECU's language into something you can read easily. It's almost essential for those modern swaps to work seamlessly.
It's like the bridge between the old chassis and the new power plant.
Perfect way to put it. And the benefits just stack up from there. Visibility is usually way better day or night, often with auto-dimming features.
Custom colors too, right? Match your paint or interior lights.
Yep. Customizable themes are common. Plus, multifunction displays. You can cycle through different readings on one part of the screen, which really cleans up the cockpit, fewer separate gauges needed.
And diagnostics.
Huge advantage, easier diagnostics, data logging. You can record peak RPM, max speed, check trouble codes right on the dash, things that were just impossible with purely mechanical gauges.
Now, the sources mentioned, it's not just one size fits all. There are different types of digital setups available.
Oh yeah, the market's got options. You've got the full-on digital clusters. Big names there are like Holley EFI with their 12.3-inch Pro Dash, that's a popular one. Dakota Digital, Intellitronics, that make complete screen-based replacements.
But what if you like the idea of digital accuracy but still want that classic needle look?
That's where the hybrid systems really shine. Brands like Speedhut or Classic Instruments, their Bell Era 3 series is a great example.
How do those work?
They keep physical analog style needles for the main things, usually speed and touch, so you still get that satisfying sweep. But then maybe in the center or integrated subtly, there's an LCD or OLED screen showing precise digital readouts for other things. Temp, oil pressure, fuel level, maybe trip computer functions, warning messages.
Best of both worlds, maybe.
For a lot of builders, yeah,
Yeah.
it's a really popular compromise. Then, of course, you get into the really high-end stuff for racing.
Like data loggers.
Exactly. Companies like RacePack, AM, Motec make these sophisticated displays, often with touch screens, designed purely for motorsport. Maximum data, lap timing, configurable alarms, the works.
So if someone's starting a project, knowing those brand names helps. Decoded Digital's VHX, RTX, HDX series, those are common retrofit kits, right?
Yeah, those are specifically designed to fit into the dash openings of many popular classic cars and trucks. Makes the swap a bit easier.
Okay, advantages are clear. Accuracy, integration, features.
Yeah.
But we need the other side. What are the downsides? Why wouldn't someone go digital?
Well, the biggest one for many is subjective, but it's real. That lack of tactile, nostalgic feel. A flat screen, however crisp, just doesn't have the same physical presence as layered chrome, curved glass, and moving needles.
Right. It's harder to feel that mechanical soul we talked about if the soul is just software.
Precisely. Then there's the practical side. Digital systems need more complex wiring. They need specific electronic sensors, often called transducers, to convert things like pressure into the voltage signals the digital brain understands.
So you can't just hook up your old oil pressure sender to a new digital gauge.
Usually not. You often have to replace all the senders with compatible electronic ones. That adds cost and complexity. It's definitely a bigger hurdle for a home builder than screwing in a speedo cable.
And if your goal is pure, conquers level authenticity.
Then a modern screen is just wrong. It immediately takes the car out of contention for certain judged classes. It screams modified, which is fine for a Restomod, but not for a factory-correct restoration.
Any other pitfalls?
Yeah, quality varies. While the top-tier stuff is amazing, some of the cheaper digital kits out there can suffer from noticeable lag. The numbers update just a fraction of a second too late, which feels weird. Or they can have bad glare and sunlight, making them hard to read, ironically losing that visibility advantage they promised. So you often get what you pay for.
Which brings us right to that core conflict, the authenticity debate. This really splits the community, doesn't it? It's not just about looks. It actually affects where your car fits in, show-wise.
It's a sharp divide. You've got the purists on one side. For them, it's got to be original or period-correct replacements that look identical. They'll spend serious money restoring original gauges, getting the faces redone perfectly, matching the fonts, everything.
And for them, digital is basically forbidden.
In many high-level judged events, yes. Especially concours d'elegance or specific factory stock classes, putting a digital dash in, no matter how nicely done, can lead to major point deductions or even disqualification from that class. Authenticity is king there.
So if you're chasing that best original trophy, stick with analog.
Absolutely. But then you have the Restomod and custom builders. They've largely embraced digital, especially, like we said, if they're doing modern engine swaps.
Makes sense. The digital dash talks to the modern engine.
Right. It simplifies managing all the electronics from an LS or Coyote swap. And for this crowd, the hybrid clusters we mentioned are super popular. They bridge that gap, keep some classic needle feel, but get the modern data and reliability.
Okay, let's get super practical again. Wiring. This seems like a huge factor. You can't just unplug the old and plug in the new, right? Tell us about the inputs required.
Yeah, this is probably the trickiest part of the swap for many people. It's fundamentally different. Your classic analog gauge, like for temperature or fuel, works off a resistive sender.
Meaning the resistance changes?
Exactly. The sender's electrical resistance changes based on temp or fuel level. The gauge basically measures that resistance and moves the needle accordingly. It's simple, pretty robust, though maybe not perfectly linear or accurate due to wire length and connections sometimes.
Okay, so analog reads resistance. What does digital need?
Digital clusters need a clean, precise signal. Usually that's a specific voltage input or maybe a digital pulse signal. They're not reading resistance, they're reading voltage within a defined range, or counting pulses per second from a sensor, often called a transducer.
So the old senders just won't work.
Generally, no. You typically have to swap out all the engine senders, temp, oil pressure, for new electronic ones that output the kind of signal the digital dash expects. Or sometimes you can buy adapter modules that read the old sender's resistance and convert it into a digital signal. But that's another box to wire in.
So it's a significant rewiring job no matter what.
Oh, yeah. Often requires running new, dedicated wires, maybe shielded ones for sensitive signals, ensuring good grounds. It's definitely more involved than the original wiring.
And speaking of wiring, what about those really old classics? The ones that started life as 6-volt systems? That adds another wrinkle if you're upgrading.
Huge wrinkle and a critical safety point. If you convert an old car from 6 volts to a modern 12-volt system, which is common during restorations or engine swaps, you absolutely must use voltage reducers or regulators for any original 6-volt components you decide to keep, maybe the wiper motor, the heater fan, original radio, even some lighting.
Why? What happens if you don't?
You'll fry them instantly. Sending 12 volts into a component designed for 6 volts will burn it out and potentially cause shorts or even a fire. So stepping the voltage back down to 6V for those specific legacy parts is non-negotiable. It's a crucial fix.
Got it. Okay, shifting back to the visual appeal. That analog soul. Why does it command such loyalty, even when the car's just sitting there?
It's the visual depth, the texture. It's not flat. You've got polished chrome rings, maybe curved glass lenses that catch the light, the physical depth of the needle moving across printed numbers, the specific color of the old-style bulb illumination. It all adds up to a certain character.
It feels crafted.
Exactly. And that physical authenticity is just irreplaceable for medium-quality builds or top-tier concours cars.
So how does digital compete on aesthetics, beyond just showing data?
It competes with flexibility. That modern techie look aligns perfectly with the Restamod ethos. The killer app is customization. You can change display themes, colors, even mimic classic gauge fonts digitally.
So you can make your digital dash look kind of like the original, but with modern guts.
To some extent, yes. You can match colors, use retro-style layouts, and it allows for much cleaner minimalist dash designs because you can consolidate so much information onto one screen instead of having 6 or 7 separate dials.
Okay, the big question for anyone planning a project, the cost. Let's talk ballpark numbers for 2025. How does restoring an original cluster compare to going full digital?
All right, based on what we're seeing now, getting an original analog cluster professionally restored, cleaned, repaired, calibrated, maybe new faces, you're generally looking somewhere between, say, $400 and $1,200 for the cluster itself. Depends heavily on the rarity and complexity, of course.
Okay, $400 to $1,200 for restored original. What about a full digital retrofit kit? The range seems wider there, like $1,000 up to $3,500 or even more.
That's right. And that big price difference in digital is usually down to features, screen quality, and integration complexity.
What do you mean?
Well, a $1,000 kit might give you a decent LCD screen, but you'll probably have to use all their aftermarket senders and do a lot of custom wiring. The really high-end kits, the ones north of $3,000, often feature premium TFT screens, brighter, sharper, better refresh rate, less glare.
And easier installation.
Often, yes. Crucially, those expensive kits frequently include CAN bus interface modules designed to plug almost directly into popular modern ECUs, like from Holley or specific wiring harnesses for LS or Coyote swaps. That massively simplifies the wiring and ensures the dash and engine talk perfectly. You're paying for that plug-and-play convenience and the better display tech.
It really sounds like those hybrid systems might be the sweet spot for a lot of people right now, trying to blend that old look with the new tech.
They are definitely where a lot of innovation is happening. Manufacturers are getting really clever. They're addressing that core conflict, nostalgia versus precision.
How so? What's new there?
We're seeing systems where you have real physical needles moving, but everything else is digital. The backlighting is programmable, LED. You can set custom warning ranges.
Like make the oil pressure needle flash red if it drops too low.
Exactly. Or change the backlight color based on RPM. You get the visual sweep, but with programmable digital alerts and info integrated into the same unit, maybe on a small central screen.
And integration keeps getting easier, making the swap less scary. Let's talk about GPS speedometers. That sounds like a simple idea, but solves a big problem.
It solves a couple of big problems, actually. First, yeah, it completely gets rid of the need for that mechanical speedo cable. No more worries about routing it, lubricating it, or it breaking.
Okay, that's huge.
But second, and this is critical for Restomods, it solves the calibration nightmare. If you change your rear axle gear ratio or put on different size tires, a traditional speedo goes way off.
Right, you have to change gears inside the transmission or speedo head.
Exactly. With GPS, speed is calculated based on satellite signals. It doesn't care what gears or tires you have, it's always accurate. It's a massive win for simplicity and accuracy after modifications.
And for those modern engine swaps, CAN bus systems are becoming the standard.
Pretty much essential, yeah. CAN-based dashboards are the key to making that modern engine talk smoothly to your gauges in the classic car. All that complex data, engine temp, oil pressure, trans temp, fuel trims, boost, whatever the ECU is monitoring can travel over just 2 wires in the CAN network.
Instead of running dozens of individual sensor wires.
Exactly. It dramatically simplifies the wiring harness, makes it much cleaner, and generally more reliable because there are fewer connections to fail. Plus, we're seeing more clusters with Bluetooth built in now.
Bluetooth? For what?
So you can stream data to your phone or tablet, maybe for a passenger to monitor things, or for you to review diagnostic data or logs later off the car. Pretty handy.
We also touched on custom fabrication. It sounds like technology is letting builders get really creative with how they integrate these systems.
The level of customization is amazing now. People are using CNC machines to cut custom aluminum dash panels, using carbon fiber overlays for a modern look, and really importantly, using 3D printing.
3D printing bezels and stuff.
Bezels, yes, but also complex internal mounting brackets. Think about fitting a modern rectangular digital screen, perfectly flush, into a weirdly shaped opening in a 50-year-old dashboard.
Yeah, that sounds tricky.
3D printing lets builders create custom mounts, supports, even little ducts for cooling the electronics that fit perfectly inside the original dash structure or bezel.
So you could potentially keep the exact shape and look of the original dash opening, but have a modern screen sitting perfectly inside it.
That's the goal, and it's becoming much more achievable. It lets you bridge that gap, preserve the vintage aesthetic structure while housing the modern tech cleanly. It's a really innovative approach.
So looking down the road, based only on these trends we've discussed from the sources, what does the future dashboard look like in the custom and rest-of-mod world?
Well, the sources strongly suggest we'll see continued expansion of high-quality, really well-integrated plug-and-play digital kits designed for even more specific classic car models, making the conversion easier for more people. The manufacturers will handle more of the complexity.
And making it less daunting for the average enthusiast.
Hmm.
What about the more out there possibilities?
The really exciting stuff. Well, there's talk of integrating augmented reality, head-up displays, HUDs into rest mods.
Projecting info onto the windshield.
Yeah. Imagine your speed, maybe navigation turns, gear indicator projected subtly onto the glass in your line of sight. You wouldn't need to look down as much. That's getting feasible.
Cool. Anything else?
Further out, maybe AI-driven dashboards, systems that learn your driving style, that could potentially offer predictive maintenance alerts based on how you actually drive the car, or even suggest optimal shift points for fuel economy or performance based on your habits and the current conditions.
Wow. Okay, that's definitely looking ahead. Hashtag tag outro. Well, this has been an incredibly detailed look and was clearly a huge decision point for anyone building or restoring a car. If we boil down the key takeaways, it seems the battle isn't just analog versus digital, needle versus number.
No, it's more fundamental.
It's about the feeling you want behind the wheel, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a precision and data overload versus that tangible mechanical presence.
Exactly. The modern dash gives you certainty, incredible integration, tons of data. The classic dash offers that connection to history, that mechanical soul.
And it seems the Marcus answer, increasingly, is those hybrid systems.
Yeah.
Trying to give builders a way to have both the look and the data.
Yeah, finding that middle ground seems to be the trend. Offering ways to respect the past while embracing the present tech.
So this whole conversation leaves us with a fascinating question, something for you, the listener, to think about. If technology gets so good that it can perfectly replicate everything about a classic analog gauge cluster, the look, the needle sweep, the warm glow, the chrome reflection digitally,
But with perfect modern accuracy and reliability underneath.
right, does that soul we talked about still only exist in the actual physical gears and cables? Or can that essential feeling, that connection, eventually be programmed?
Something to definitely ponder on your next drive, regardless of what kind of gauges you're looking at.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us for this deep dive. Remember, you can find all our deep dives every Saturday morning on Spotify, Google Music, YouTube, Apple Podcast, Amazon Music, or SoundCloud.
And a big thank you to Bluewater Auto Restoration for presenting this deep dive. If you're dreaming up a classic car build or need top-notch restoration services, definitely check out their website at bluewaterautorestoration.com.
Until next time, keep those projects rolling and keep learning. This information is presented by Bluewater Auto Restoration.
Welcome back. This is week 46 of the 2025 Bluewater Auto Restoration Podcast. We release new deep dives every Saturday morning, and today, well, we're grabbing our timing light and our vacuum gauge. We're diving headfirst into the precision mechanics of classic engines. Our mission today, a deep dive into engine tuning secrets, getting the most out of a classic engine.
That sounds like a great topic. We're really looking at that pre-OBD era, aren't we? You know, back when tuning was much more of a hands-on, tactile skill. So you've got a vintage American V8 or maybe a classic British sports car, anything before computers took over. Well, this is for you.
Yeah, I think anyone who loves classic cars knows the difference. That difference between an engine that's just frustrating, always coughing or sputtering, versus one that just, fires right up, idles perfectly smooth, and pulls strong. Absolutely. And 99% of the time, that difference really boils down to the quality of the tune. And look, we're not just talking about chasing some big horsepower number here. The goal today is really about actionable insights. How do you get better reliability? How do you get much better drivability, especially around town? And yeah, even getting some decent fuel efficiency gains, it's finding that sweet spot, that balance.
Right, so it's not just throwing bigger parts at it. It's about really understanding how to get peak combustion efficiency through, well, precision adjustments. Let's figure out where that efficiency is hiding.
Okay, so first, let's define what we actually mean by engine tuning for these older cars. It's not just one single thing. It's really about optimizing several systems at once. We're talking air-fuel mixture,
Yeah.
we're talking ignition timing, and the mechanical systems themselves. The end goal is always the cleanest, most efficient burn possible inside that cylinder, reliably across the whole RPM range.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds, well, it sounds like a lot to juggle. But I guess if we break it down into the core areas, it makes more sense. Let's maybe unpack those fundamental pillars we need to focus on. Because if you miss one, you're leaving performance on the table, right?
Exactly. Think of them as maybe 5 essential systems. They all have to work together perfectly. So pillar number 1, fuel delivery. For these classic engines, that means manually controlling fuel, usually with carburetors, sometimes mechanical fuel injection. The big challenge is getting that mixture right everywhere: idle, cruising speed, and then wide open throttle.
Okay, fuel first. Then comes the spark, right?
Yeah.
The ignition system. This is delivering that spark at precisely the right moment. So here we're talking distributor advance, curves, the mechanical weights, the vacuum advance, and things like dual angle for the coil, and just making sure the spark itself is strong enough.
Perfect. Then number 3, and this one's maybe less accessible for quick weekend tuning, is valve timing. This is purely mechanical. It's the camshaft profile itself, the lifter clearance settings, and crucially, making sure that timing chain is aligned perfectly. This controls the engine's breathing when the valves open and close.
Right, the mechanical heart of it. And then compression and combustion. This gets into the engine's internal shape and condition, like piston shape, compression ratio, and how stuff like carbon buildup can actually mess things up.
Yeah, exactly. Carbon buildup is a sneaky one. It can cause all sorts of problems, especially knock. We'll get into that. And finally, number 5, exhaust and intake flow. Once you've burned the fuel, you've got to get those exhaust gases out efficiently. It's about minimizing restriction, but also creating what we call balanced scavenging, using the exhaust flow itself to help pull the next charge in. Getting all 5 of these working in harmony, that's the key.
Okay, that framework definitely helps. Makes it feel less like black magic and more like managing systems methodically. All right, let's dive into the carburetor then, because that's where a lot of owners spend time and sometimes, get pretty frustrated. What are the common units people are likely dealing with?
Sure. In the U.S. market, you see a ton of Rochester Quadrajets, the Q-Jet, famous for those small primaries for economy, and then huge secondaries for power. Very clever design. Then you've got the Holley 4150 and 4160 series, super popular for tuning because they're so modular, you can change almost anything.
Yeah, the Holleys are like Lego for engines.
Yeah.
And the Carter AFB, that became the Edelbrock Performer, right?
Yeah.
Those seem a bit simpler with the metering rods instead of jets. And for imports of sports cars, you often run into those beautiful Weber DCOE side drafts. Temperamental, but gorgeous.
Right. But the underlying principle is the same for all of them. Control fuel based on what the engine needs. Let's look at the key adjustment points. Starting at idle, you've got the idle mixture screws. These control that fuel ratio right off the line. Absolutely critical for a smooth idle. If it stumbles when you pull away, check these first.
Okay, idle screws. Then as you open the throttle more, the main jets come into play.
Exactly. These little brass orifices control your main cruising fuel mixture. If the car feels kind of flat or weak cruising at, say, 45, 50 mil per hour, your main jets might be off.
And what about when you really step on it? That's the power valve or enrichment circuit.
Precisely. The power valve senses engine load by looking at manifold vacuum. When vacuum drops low, like when you floor it, it opens up and adds extra fuel. If that valve is wrong or stuck, you could run dangerously lean under load, which is bad. Or it might dump fuel in all the time, running way too rich.
And that hesitation when you quickly jab the throttle, that's the accelerator pump.
Great. Yes. Crucial for drivability. When you snap the throttle open, air rushes in fast, leaning things out instantly. The accelerator pump gives a quick squirt of raw fuel to cover that momentary lean spot and prevent that bog or stumble. The timing and volume of that shot are adjustable.
Okay, and one more. The float level. Seems like a small detail, but you're saying it's critical.
Oh, absolutely vital. The float level sets the fuel pressure, essentially, inside the carburetor bowl feeding the jets. Too low, and you can starve the jets under hard acceleration or cornering. Fuel sloshes away. Too high, and fuel can actually slosh over into the engine, causing a rich condition even when you don't want it. It needs to be set accurately.
I've heard stories about people setting float levels just by, like, blowing into the fuel line. Is that real?
Yeah, definitely folklore. You can check if the needle and seat are sealing that way, maybe. But actually setting the level, no way. That needs a precise measurement, usually with a ruler or a sight plug, depending on the carb. It has to be accurate down to fractions of an inch. Blowing into it is just guesswork.
Okay, good to know. Let's do some rapid-fire troubleshooting then. Someone has a rough idle, mixture screws aren't fixing it. What's next?
90% of the time, that points to a vacuum leak. Unmetered air getting in after the carburetor. That makes the engine run super lean and idle. Check every single hose, gasket, the PCV valve, brake booster line. Find the leak. Twiddling screws won't fix it.
Got it. And if you see black smoke coming out the tailpipe?
That's raw, unburnt fuel. Classic sign of running way too rich. First check is the choke. Is it stuck, closed, or opening too slowly? If the choke is okay, then you need to look at reducing the size of your main jets, or maybe check if the power valve is stuck open.
Okay, and the scary one, that rattling noise under acceleration, pinging or knock.
Yeah, that's detonation or pre-ignition. The fuel mixture is exploding spontaneously, not burning smoothly from the spark plug. Very destructive, usually caused by either running too lean, which makes things too hot, or the timing being too far advanced. You need to act fast. Rich in the mixture immediately, maybe go up a jet size, and definitely pull some timing out, retard it by a few degrees right away.
You mentioned modern tools earlier. The wideband ORO sensor seems like a big one, even for old cars.
It's a game changer, honestly. You install the sensor in the exhaust, and it gives you a real-time digital readout of the actual air-fuel ratio, AFR. You simply cannot accurately tune jets and power valves, especially under load, without knowing the AFR. Trying to do it by reading spark plugs is okay, but it's nowhere near as precise. It's like tuning blind versus having night vision.
Right, and the classic vacuum gauge. Still useful.
Oh, indispensable. It plugs into manifold vacuum and tells you so much. A nice steady needle reading, ideally around 15 to 20 inches of mercury at idle on a healthy stock engine, indicates good sealing and stable operation. If that needle is bouncing wildly, it points to problems, maybe a valve not sealing, bad rings, or inconsistent ignition timing. It's a fantastic diagnostic tool. Okay, so we've covered fuel. Now let's talk about delivering the spark at the right time, the ignition system. The basic parts are familiar: points, condenser, coil, distributor, plugs, wires. It's all about creating and timing that spark precisely relative to piston position.
And that timing needs to change based on engine speed and load. Right, that's where the distributor's advanced mechanisms come in. You've got the mechanical weight spinning faster with RPM and the vacuum diaphragm sensing engine load.
Exactly. And when we talk tuning, there are two key timing numbers you absolutely have to understand: initial timing and total timing.
Okay, initial timing. That's the base setting at idle, yeah. Usually something like 8 to 12 degrees before top dead center, or BTDC. You set this with the vacuum advanced disconnected and plugged, using a timing light.
Correct. That's your starting point. But the really critical number for performance and engine health is total timing. This is your initial timing plus all the advance added by those mechanical weights inside the distributor as RPMs increase. For most classic V8s, like a small block Chevy or Ford, you're generally shooting for somewhere in the 32 to 36 degrees total advance range. And you want that all in, usually by around 3,000 RPM or so. Go much past 36 degrees and you're really risking detonation damage.
Okay, 32 to 36 total. All in by 3,000 RPM. Got it. Now, for folks still running points, what about dwell angle? Why does that matter?
Dwell is all about coil saturation time. The points act like a switch. When they're closed, current flows into the coil, building up a magnetic field. The dwell angle is simply how long, in degrees of distributor rotation, those points stay closed. Too little dwell, points gap too wide, and the coil doesn't get fully charged, especially at high RPM, leading to a weak spark. Too much dwell, points gap too narrow, and the coil might overheat or the points might arc and burn out faster. It needs to be set correctly with a dwell meter.
Makes sense. I imagine upgrading from points is a pretty common recommendation for reliability.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of the best reliability upgrades you can make. Electronic ignition conversions, like the Protronix igniter, are popular because they fit right inside the stock distributor cap, look original but eliminate the points and condenser entirely. Or you can go for a full high-energy ignition, HEI, distributor swap, or an MSD system, which gives you a much hotter, more powerful spark, too.
And you can also get adjustable vacuum advance units. How does that help for, say, a car that sees a lot of street driving?
That helps dial in your part throttle cruising. The vacuum advance adds extra timing when engine load is low, high vacuum, which boosts fuel economy and helps the engine run cooler during cruise. Factory units have a fixed amount of advance. An adjustable one lets you fine-tune exactly how much vacuum advance you get and when it comes in. It lets you optimize that light load timing for better efficiency without causing pinging.
Tools for this job. A timing light is a must. Why is a dial-back timing light better than a basic one?
A dial-back light makes checking total timing way easier. A basic light just flashes when cylinder #1 fires, so you read the timing mark against the pointer on the engine. To see total timing, you'd have to rev the engine up to 3,000 plus RPM and try to read the mark way up the scale, or you'd have to mark your balancer extensively. With the dial-back light, you rev the engine, turn the dial on the light to, say, 36 degrees. The light adjusts its flash timing. When the 0-degree mark on your balancer lines up with the pointer again, you know you've hit exactly 36 degrees total. Much more accurate and convenient. All right, so we've got fuel delivery and ignition timing sorted. The result of getting those right is the correct air-fuel ratio, or AFR. This ratio is fundamental to power, engine heat, and preventing damage. Let's clarify the key numbers.
The benchmark is always stoichiometric, right? For gasoline, that's chemically perfect combustion at 14.7 parts air to 1 part fuel, or 14.7.1 AFR.
That's the theoretical ideal, yes. But in the real world, you rarely run right at 14.7.1, especially in a performance engine. For maximum power and, crucially, for safety under heavy load, you actually want to run a bit rich. We're talking in the 12.5.1 to 13.5.1 AFR range. That extra fuel doesn't fully burn, but it evaporates in the combustion chamber, and that phase change actually absorbs heat. It acts like an internal coolant, protecting pistons and valves from excessive heat and detonation.
Ah, okay. So the richness is a safety margin as much as a power thing. And then for fuel economy during light cruising.
Then you lean it out slightly, yeah, aiming for maybe 14.1 to 15.1 AFR. Less load, less heat, so you can run leaner for better mileage without risking damage.
But the ideal mixture isn't fixed, is it? Things like altitude and temperature must change things.
Hugely. Air density is the big variable. Colder air is denser, meaning more oxygen molecules per cubic foot. Higher altitude means thinner air, less oxygen. So if you tune your carburetor perfectly at sea level on a cool day, then drive up into the mountains on a hot day, your engine will suddenly be running way too rich because the air is less dense, but the fuel flow through the jets stays the same.
So depending on where you live and drive, you might actually need to consider different jetting for summer versus winter, or at least minor tweaks.
Definitely. Or at least be aware of it. That's another reason the wideband O2 sensor is so valuable. It tells you exactly what's happening. Other factors influencing AFR include the specific fuel type. Ethanol content changes things, we'll get to that, and even intake manifold design. Some manifolds distribute fuel better than others, especially at low speeds.
Let's talk about something often overlooked. Carbon buildup inside the engine. How does that impact the tune?
It's a real performance killer, and it's sneaky. Carbon deposits build up on the piston tops and in the combustion chamber. Two bad things happen. First, carbon insulates and holds heat, creating hot spots that can trigger pre-ignition, just like a glow plug. Second, the physical buildup of carbon reduces the chamber volume. This actually, unintentionally, increases your engine's effective compression ratio.
Wow. So your carefully chosen 9.5.1 compression might creep up to 10.1 or more, just from carbon, making your tune suddenly too aggressive for the fuel you're using.
Exactly right. That's why running too rich consistently is bad. It promotes carbon buildup. Keeping the engine clean internally is important. Related to this is choosing the correct spark plug heat range. The plug needs to get hot enough to burn off deposits during normal operation that's self-cleaning. But if it runs too hot, the plug tip itself can become an ignition source, causing pre-ignition. Too cold, and it just fouls up with carbon and fuel. Getting the heat range right is a critical tuning step. Okay, let's go deeper inside the engine now to the camshaft. This is really the engine's brain controlling its breathing pattern. The key specs are duration, how long valves are open, lift, how far they open, and lobe separation angle, which affects valve overlap. These define the engine's power band and personality.
And beyond just picking the right cam, the actual cam timing, how it's installed relative to the crankshaft is critical, isn't it?
Absolutely. Even the perfect cam won't work right if it's installed a few degrees off, and you can actually use cam timing as a tuning tool. For better low-end torque, like for a streetcar or truck, you typically advance the cam slightly. This closes the intake valve a little earlier, trapping more cylinder pressure at lower RPMs.
Okay. And for more top-end power, like in a race engine.
Then you'd usually retard the cam timing a bit. This keeps the intake valve open longer, taking advantage of air inertia at high RPMs to pack more charge in. But the big takeaway is that incorrect cam timing, maybe from a stretched chain or misaligned gears, causes all sorts of issues. Rough idle, super low vacuum, poor power. It has to be right.
You mentioned degreeing the cam during an engine build. Can you quickly explain what that involves?
Sure. Degreeing is the process of verifying that the camshaft's valve events are happening exactly when the manufacturer intended, relative to the crankshaft. It requires tools like a degree wheel on the crank, a dial indicator on a lifter, and a way to find true top dead center accurately. You methodically measure when the valves actually open and close and compare it to the cam card specs. It ensures your mechanical foundation is correct before you even think about tuning fuel and spark.
Right. Get the foundation solid. Now, let's talk airflow after combustion, the exhaust system. Stock cast iron manifolds are pretty restrictive, aren't they?
Very much so. The goal is efficient scavenging, getting the exhaust out fast. Tubular headers are a huge improvement. They provide a smoother path and separate the exhaust pulses from each cylinder, reducing back pressure and creating a vacuum effect that helps pull exhaust from the next cylinder in the firing order.
And header design matters too. Shorty versus long tube?
Yeah, generally shorty headers maintain higher gas velocity, which can be good for low-end and mid-range torque on a streetcar. Long tube headers typically provide the best overall scavenging effect, especially at higher RPM, leading to better peak power. Trade-offs, as always.
And pipe diameter. Is bigger always better?
Definitely not. That's a common mistake. Too large an exhaust pipe slows down the exhaust gas velocity, which hurts scavenging and kills low-end torque. General exhaust diameter guidelines. For a typical small block V8 under 300 HP, 2.0 to 2.25 inches is usually plenty. High-performance engines over 400 HP might need 2.5 or even 3.0 inches. Size it appropriately for your power level.
Okay. And what about those X pipes or H pipes that connect the two sides of a dual exhaust? What do they actually do?
They help balance the exhaust pulses between the two banks of cylinders. As a high-pressure pulse travels down one pipe, it reaches the crossover, X or H. This creates a low-pressure area in the other pipe, which helps scavenge or pull the exhaust out of a cylinder on that opposite bank. An X pipe generally merges the flow more effectively and tends to be better for high RPM power. An H pipe is simpler, often gives a deeper sound, and can be good for mid-range torque.
And a quick one on the intake side. Getting cool air in.
Absolutely. Ditch the restrictive factory air cleaner housing if you can. Use a good quality high-flow air filter element. And if you can rig up cold air or ram air induction, drawing air from outside the hot engine bay, you'll get a denser air charge. Cooler air means more oxygen, which means potential for more power, maybe a small gain, 1 to 3%, but it's real and relatively easy. Okay, you've done your homework, set the timing, fiddled with the carb jets. How do you know if it's really right? That's where the dynamometer, the dyno, comes in. It's the ultimate tool for measuring what the engine is actually producing under load.
And there are two main types, right? The engine dyno for just the engine, and the chassis dyno where you run the whole car on rollers.
Correct. Engine dyno gives you flywheel horsepower, eliminating drivetrain losses. Chassis dyno measures power at the wheels, which is what you actually feel, but it will always read lower due to those losses through the transmission, drive shaft, and rear axle. Both are incredibly useful.
What are the key metrics you're looking at on a dyno run besides just the peak horsepower number?
Oh, peak HP is just one piece. We look at the entire torque curve, where it peaks, how flat it is. Torque is what accelerates the car. Crucially, we're also logging air-fuel ratio second by second. watching the timing advance curve as RPMs climb, and monitoring fuel pressure to make sure it's stable. Data is everything.
How do you interpret that data? What does a good dynograph look like versus one that shows problems?
A good tune shows smooth, consistent power and torque curves that climb steadily without dips or flat spots. If you see a sudden dip in torque at, say, 4,000 RPM, it might mean the secondary jets are too lean, or maybe the fuel pump can't keep up. If the power just falls off sharply at high RPM, it could be valve float, or maybe the ignition system is breaking down.
And detonation or knock, does that show up clearly?
Sometimes you hear it, but often the dyno operator uses electronic knock sensors or headphones. On the graph, severe knock usually shows up as jagged, erratic power readings at the top end, or a sudden, sharp drop in power. The AFR trace is key here too. If you see the power drop and the AFR trace suddenly go lean, that's a huge red flag for detonation. It tells you exactly where the fuel or timing problem is occurring in the RPM range.
This seems like the perfect place to talk about modern assisted tuning. Even for classic cars, technology can really help nail that perfect tune.
It's been a massive shift. EFI retrofit systems, like the self-tuning throttle body units from Holley Sniper or Phytech, are incredibly popular now. You basically replace your carburetor with this unit, hook up an O2 sensor, and the computer inside has an auto-tune function. It learns the engine's fuel requirements and constantly adjusts the mixture in real time to hit your target AFR. It compensates for everything, temperature, altitude. It's amazing.
And then you compare that with digital ignition control too, right?
Yeah.
Get rid of the old distributor curves entirely.
Exactly. Systems like the MSD6AL2 programmable or Holley's Hyperspark allow you to plug in a laptop and create a fully custom 3D timing map based on RPM and engine load or vacuum. You're not limited by springs and weights anymore. You can precisely tailor the timing curve based on what the dyno shows the engine wants.
What kind of gains can you realistically expect from this level of precision tuning? Maybe going from a decent carb tune to a dialed-in EFI and digital ignition setup.
It varies, of course, but finding an extra 5 to 15% horsepower across the board isn't uncommon, purely from the precision of the fuel and spark control. The computer can keep the AFR locked exactly where you want it, say 12.8.1 under full load, whereas a carburetor might wander around a bit. It's about consistency and accuracy. It really is blending old-school mechanics with modern precision. Okay, chasing power is fun, but we have to talk about reliability and safety too. You can't tune effectively if the foundation isn't solid. Basic stuff first. Always start your tuning process with fresh, correctly gapped spark plugs. A common gap for HEI is around 0.035 to 0.045 inches. Use a clean air filter too. Trying to tune with old, dirty parts is pointless.
Good point. And what about cooling? More power means more heat, right?
Absolutely critical. If you significantly increase the engine's power output, you must ensure your cooling system can handle it. Is the radiator core clean and flowing well? Is the fan clutch working? Is the shroud in place? Overheating will destroy your engine faster than a bad tune.
And if it's a fresh engine rebuild, break-in is vital.
Non-negotiable. You need to follow a proper engine break-in procedure immediately after the first startup. This usually involves varying the engine RPM under light to moderate load to properly seat the new piston rings against the cylinder walls. Proper ring seal is fundamental to making power and ensuring longevity. Don't just idle it for an hour.
Okay, let's tackle a huge issue for classic car owners now. The ethanol problem.
Right.
E10 fuel is everywhere, and it causes trouble, doesn't it?
It really does. Ethanol is basically alcohol, and it's much more corrosive to old fuel system components than pure gasoline was. Original rubber fuel lines, fuel pump diaphragms, carburetor gaskets, even some hot metal carb parts can degrade, crack, or dissolve when exposed to ethanol long term. This isn't just annoying, it's a serious fire hazard. You really must replace any suspect old rubber lines with modern ethanol-safe hose or, better yet, stainless steel braided lines.
And it's not just the physical damage, right? Ethanol actually changes the fuel chemistry and requires a different tune.
Yes, that's the other key point. Ethanol carries less energy per gallon than gasoline, and it requires a different stoichiometric AFR, around 9.1 for E85, closer to 14.1.1 for E10 versus 14.7.1 for pure gas. What this means in practice is, when running E10 pump gas, you need to tune your carburetor richer by about 4 to 6% compared to tuning with pure gasoline, just to achieve the same effective mixture strength. If you don't, you'll be running leaner than you think.
Wow, 4 to 6% richer. That's significant. So you need bigger jets just to compensate for the E10 fuel itself. And what about storage? Ethanol fuel doesn't store well either.
It absorbs water from the atmosphere and can phase separate over time. It also tends to leave gummy deposits. If your classic car sits for long periods, especially over winter, definitely use a quality fuel stabilizer designed for ethanol fuels to prevent fuel system gum up and starting problems later.
Okay, let's wrap up with some common mistakes to avoid when tuning. What's number one?
Probably over-advancing the ignition timing. Chasing that last bit of power by adding too much advance is the quickest way to induce damaging detonation. Stick within that safe 32-36 degree total timing range unless you have a knock sensor and really know what you're doing.
Mistake number two.
Overjetting the carburetor. Thinking richer is always safer better. Running excessively rich washes oil off cylinder walls, fouls spark plugs quickly, builds carbon deposits, wastes fuel, and actually reduces power. Tune to the correct AFR target.
Number three.
Mismatching components, especially the camshaft and compression ratio. Putting a radical high RPM race cam in a stock low compression engine will result in terrible drivability, low vacuum, and poor overall performance. The parts need to work together as a system.
And the last one.
Ignoring the basics, like vacuum leaks or a faulty PCB valve. You can spend hours fiddling with jets and timing, but if the engine is sucking in unmetered air through a leaky gasket, your tune will never be stable or correct. Fix the foundation first.
Good list. Can you give us some target numbers for a healthy street engine? Idle vacuum.
Sure. For a relatively stock or mildly modified street engine, you're looking for a nice, steady, idle vacuum reading between 15 and 20 inches of mercury, INHG. Much lower than that might indicate a vacuum leak, late timing, or maybe too much cam duration for the street.
And target idle speed.
Generally aim for 600 and 900 RPM for a manual transmission car at idle and neutral, and maybe 750 to 950 RPM for an automatic Barum. If you can get it to idle smoothly and consistently in that range with good vacuum, you're well on your way to a solid tune. #tag outro.
Well, that was quite the journey, from fiddling with tiny jets and accelerator pumps, understanding ethanol's impact, setting timing curves, all the way to analyzing dyno graphs. It really highlights that classic engine tuning is this methodical process. It's about precise adjustments, all aimed at achieving that perfect, efficient combustion.
Yeah, and I think the big takeaway, connecting it all, is that peak performance in these engines rarely comes from just bolting on the biggest part you can find. It's really about optimizing the synergy between fuel, spark, and airflow. It's about understanding how they all interact. And maybe the real secret isn't just finding one perfect setting, but being willing to listen to the engine, look at the data, and make those incremental adjustments. It's a continuous process.
Great perspective. We really hope this deep dive gives you the confidence and knowledge to get out there and fine-tune your own classic. Remember, this information has been presented by Bluewater Auto Restoration. Please do visit their website at bluewaterautorestoration.com.
And don't forget, you can find all our deep dives released every Saturday morning. We're on Spotify, Google Music, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, and SoundCloud.
So go check those vacuum lines, get that timing light out, maybe even look into a wideband sensor, and enjoy the satisfaction that comes from a perfectly tuned classic engine. Thanks for joining us today.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. This information is presented by Bluewater Auto Restoration, and this is your deep dive for week 47 of 2025.
Hard to believe we're already there.
I know, right? And just a reminder for everyone listening, we release these new deep dives every Saturday morning.
Bright and early.
Exactly. So today, we are immersing ourselves entirely in the world of composites, specifically how to repair, restore, and really properly finish those lightweight, yet, let's be honest, often temperamental body panels made of fiberglass.
That's absolutely right. I mean, fiberglass panels, you find them everywhere, right?
Yeah.
From classic Corvettes all the way to custom dune buggies. They offer incredible design freedom and weight advantages, definitely.
But they're different.
Oh, yeah. Repairing them requires a fundamentally different philosophy and a different skill set than working with, say, sheet metal. Our mission today really is to extract the essential high-value knowledge. We're talking specific techniques, the material chemistry involved, which is critical, and the crucial safety protocols, things you absolutely need to know to handle fiberglass effectively. We want to ensure not just structural integrity, but also, a truly flawless, long-lasting finish, one that won't show ghosting or cracking years down the road.
Yeah, nobody wants that. Okay, let's unpack this then. When we talk about fiberglass, or GRP, that's glass-reinforced plastic, we're talking about a composite. What exactly does that composite structure give us maybe chemically, mechanically, that traditional steel just can't.
Right. Well, mechanically, the key word is composite. You're leveraging the best properties of two very distinct materials. You've got the woven glass fibers themselves.
Okay.
These provide tremendous tensile strength, basically. They resist being pulled apart.
Right.
And then you have the matrix, which is the resin, usually polyester, vinyl ester, or sometimes epoxy.
Mm-hmm.
That binds those fibers together, transfers the load between them, and it provides, well, the compressive strength and the actual shape.
So it's the combo.
Exactly. Fiberglass uses the high tensile strength of the glass and the bonding strength of the resin together. And this creates a material that's incredibly light, yet remarkably rigid, if it's laid up correctly. That's the key.
And its history in the auto world, it's pretty deep, isn't it? I mean, you look at the 1950s, the emergence of the Corvette is kind of the defining moment, right? Carrying that torch from the C1 right through to the C7 generation.
Absolutely the icon.
But its use quickly expanded beyond just, high-volume American sports cars, didn't it?
Oh, for sure. It really became the go-to material for innovation and niche manufacturing. Think about those lightweight European sports cars like Lotus, where minimizing weight was everything.
Yeah, Chapman's philosophy.
Exactly. And TDR, known for their really aggressive styling, even the Studebaker Avanti back in the 60s showed it could be used for premium, design-forward production cars.
Right.
But where fiberglass really cemented its place was in those non-traditional applications. Things like custom truck hoods, massive spoilers, body kits.
Kit cars?
Oh yeah, definitely kit cars and recreational vehicles, like dune buggies. And the reason is pretty simple. The raw materials are accessible, and you can mold these really complex organic shapes far more affordably than, building a massive steel stamping facility.
Okay, so if it was cheaper to mold and significantly lighter, you mentioned up to 50% lighter than equivalent steel panels and completely corrosion-proof, why isn't every car body made of fiberglass today? What are the inherent disadvantages? What stopped its complete takeover?
That takes us directly to the crucial mechanical caveat: how it handles failure, how it breaks. Steel is ductile, right? It dents, it deforms, it absorbs impact energy across a pretty wide area.
And you can often push it back out.
Yeah, you can repair it by pushing the metal back into shape, hammering and dollying. Fiberglass, on the other hand, is brittle under sudden, sharp stress. When you hit its stress threshold, it fails abruptly. It cracks, it delaminates. Sometimes it just shatters.
Right, so a totally different repair mindset.
Fundamentally different. You aren't shaping. You are structurally rebuilding a specific area. You're basically gluing it back together, stronger.
Okay.
And beyond the brittleness, there are two major enemies, things that challenge its longevity if it's not properly protected. First is UV rays. Sunlight chemically degrades the resin matrix over time, causes chalking, weakening. And second is moisture infiltration, water getting in. That leads to internal structural problems like osmosis, blistering, and layer separation or delamination.
Got it.
And, crucially, achieving that maximum structural strength. It relies entirely on the precision of the layup process. You need the correct ratio of fiber to resin. Unlike steel, which is homogeneous, you can't just assume a fiberglass panel has uniform strength if the structure wasn't precisely engineered and laid up correctly in the first place.
Okay, that makes sense. So to repair fiberglass correctly, you almost need to be like a materials engineer, mixing and matching components. Let's start with the reinforcement, the actual glass fibers. Why can't we just use one type of fiber material for every single repair?
Yeah, good question. It's because every type of fiber reinforcement serves a different mechanical purpose. You have to select your material based on the load path you need to rebuild, the stresses it needs to handle.
Okay.
So the foundational material, the one most people think of, is chopped strand mat, or CSM.
Right, the messy stuff.
Yeah, it can be. It consists of random short fibers held together by a binder. When you add resin, that binder dissolves, and it allows the fibers to conform really easily to complex curves.
So it's good for shapes.
Exactly. CSM is essential for building bulk, filling voids, and creating those initial foundational layers because it wets out really easily. But it is inherently weak under tension because the fibers are short and they're not aligned in any specific direction.
Okay, so if CSM builds bulk but isn't strong in tension, what provides the actual structural muscle, the directional strength needed for, say, a panel edge or a mounting point?
Right. For real structural integrity and load-bearing applications, you must use woven cloth or woven roving. These are different. The fibers are interlaced in patterns, kind of like weaving a heavy fabric.
Okay, I can picture that.
And this provides significant, measurable directional strength. So for instance, if you're repairing a cracked frame rail, which some cars had, or a high-stress mounting point for a bumper bracket,
Yeah.
woven cloth ensures that the load is distributed across those continuous fibers, running in specific directions.
And what if the panel is really large and needs massive rigidity? Thinking like a racing hood or maybe a long, flat fender that could flex?
That's where you start combining materials,
Mm.
or you move up to more advanced stuff. You might use biaxial or triaxial fabrics. These have fibers stitched together in multiple orientations, like 0 degrees, 45 degrees, 90 degrees, for maximum multi-directional strength.
Okay.
And for sheer rigidity, without adding a ton of weight, we often use core mat, or sometimes honeycomb core. This is a bulky, low-density material that you sandwich between two layers of woven fiberglass.
Like a structural sandwich.
Exactly. It functions just like an I-beam in construction. It separates the two fiberglass skins, which dramatically increases the panel's moment of inertia, its resistance to bending. This boosts stiffness and rigidity incredibly. It's pretty much mandatory for large, flat automotive panels to stop them from flexing or drumming, from wind or vibration at speed.
Yeah, you don't want your hood fluttering. Okay, finally, on the exterior, there's that first line of defense, gel coat. We often just think of it as the color layer, but its function is way more critical than just aesthetics, isn't it?
Oh, paramount. Absolutely critical. Gel coat is a specialized pigmented resin layer. Typically, it's polyester or maybe vinyl ester based, and it forms the outermost skin. Its critical function is UV protection.
Ah, okay.
It stops the sun's rays from penetrating and degrading the structural resin layers underneath.
Mm.
It also provides the gloss and that smooth, pore-free exterior finish. And importantly, it acts as the primary barrier against moisture infiltration, which, as we just discussed, is the precursor to nasty stuff like blistering and osmosis.
Okay, so gel coat is way more than just paint. Now, here's where it gets really interesting for me. The resin chemistry. This is the glue, the binder holding it all together. Let's talk about the three main players: polyester, vinyl ester, and epoxy. Why would a restorer choose one over the others, and what are the real-world practical consequences of that choice?
Yeah, this is crucial. It really boils down to a cost versus performance calculation, and that calculation has massive long-term implications for the quality and longevity of the finished product.
Okay.
So polyester resin, this is the industry standard for general, non-critical fabrication and repair. Why? Because it's the most affordable and generally the easiest to work with. It cures relatively quickly.
But there's a catch.
There's always a catch. The practical consequence of its chemistry is its high shrinkage. Typically, polyester shrinks about 3 to 5% by volume as it cures.
3 to 5% doesn't sound like that much, but you mentioned earlier that shrinkage causes print-through, or ghosting, where you can see the fabric pattern through the paint later. So for a high-gloss finish on a critical panel, like a Corvette hood, are you basically saying polyester is almost a guaranteed route to seeing that weave pattern eventually? And maybe epoxy is the only professional solution to truly avoid that ghosting?
For a high-gloss, show-quality finish on a large critical panel,
Yeah.
yes, using polyester is a major risk for print-through. That 3–5% shrinkage, even though it sounds small, exerts internal tension within the cured laminate over months, maybe even years. It slowly pulls the resin matrix tighter around the fibers.
Ah, I see.
And eventually, this makes the woven cloth pattern subtly visible right through the paint layers. That's the ghosting effect. So, if structural integrity is secondary and cost is primary, okay, maybe polyester. But if the appearance and long-term stability are paramount, you really must upgrade the resin.
Okay, so what's the first step up?
That upgrade usually starts with vinyl ester resin. It sits in the middle. It provides improved chemical resistance compared to polyester. It's much less prone to hydrolysis, its water absorption, and it generally has better flexibility.
Flexibility. Why is that important?
Well, if a panel is subjected to continuous road vibration or minor stress, think of a front bumper. Maybe a wear flare vinyl ester handles that repeated flexing better without developing those internal micro cracks that polyester can be prone to. It's really an excellent middle ground. Better performance, still reasonably workable.
But if you're doing professional grade, really mission critical repairs, especially on older fiberglass or structural stuff, the consensus seems to point squarely toward epoxy. Why? What makes it the top tier, especially that specific adhesion to existing fiberglass you mentioned?
Epoxy is generally considered superior for restoration work for two main reasons. First, it offers the absolute lowest shrinkage, usually less than 1%, so it virtually eliminates that risk of print-through or ghosting. That's huge for finish quality.
Okay, minimal shrinkage. What's the second reason?
Second, and this is critical for restoration, it provides the best chemical adhesion to existing old cured fiberglass. When you grind down old polyester or vinyl ester, sure, you create a mechanical key for the new resin to grab onto.
Right, like roughing it up.
Exactly. But epoxy goes beyond that. It creates a much stronger chemical bond across that interface. Using epoxy dramatically reduces the chance of bond failure where the new repair meets the old panel. It makes it far less likely to fail or delaminate under stress compared to a repair using polyester, which honestly can sometimes peel away from the old substrate over time if the prep wasn't perfect.
Okay, that makes a strong case for epoxy, especially for valuable panels. Now let's talk chemistry in practice. The catalysts or hardeners. For polyester and vinyl ester, we're talking about MEKP methylethyl ketone peroxide measured in tiny percentages, like 1 or 2%.
Right, by volume usually.
But for epoxy, it's usually a specific hardener ratio, often something like 2.1 or maybe 4.1 by volume or weight. Why is precision here not just recommended, but basically a matter of success or catastrophic failure?
The precision is absolutely non-negotiable for both systems because you're kicking off a very specific chemical reaction.
Hmm.
If you mess up the MEKP percentage for polyester or vinyl ester, say, you undercatalyze it, especially if it's cool in the shop.
Yeah.
The material might stay soft, tacky, weak. It might never reach its full structural strength. It just sits there gummy.
Okay, bad. What about too much?
If you overcatalyze it, you risk a runaway reaction. An exothermic event, it gets hot. Really hot.
And that heat causes warping, right? Especially if you're rebuilding a large, relatively thin panel like a fender or a hood. That seems like a huge risk.
Absolutely. Exothermic reaction, or exotherm, is a major danger, especially for beginners. Too much catalyst generates excessive heat as the resin cures. This rapid temperature spike can cause the resin to literally steam or bubble, but most critically, it can physically pull the panel completely out of shape, warps it.
Oh, man.
Yeah. You can spend hours getting the contour perfect, only to have that runaway heat pull the panel into a distorted, unusable mess. You basically have to cut it all out and start over. It's heartbreaking.
I bet.
Now with epoxy, precision is also paramount. The ratio, say 2 parts resin to 1 part hardener, is often less forgiving if you measure it incorrectly, though the cure itself is generally slower and less violently exothermic than polyester.
So less risk of sudden warping, maybe.
Generally, yes. But you must strictly adhere to the manufacturer's specified ratio. It's best measured precisely by weight using digital scales, though volume pumps exist too. Get the ratio wrong with epoxy, and it might just never cure properly at all, or it cures weak. Again, you start over. Precision is key.
Okay, precision, precision, precision. Got it. So once you understand the building blocks, the materials, and the chemistry, the next step is becoming a kind of damage detective. Fiberglass tends to fail in predictable ways, and knowing the symptom really dictates the repair technique. Let's start with the most visible but maybe often misunderstood one, surface cracks, or that spiderwebbing effect.
Yeah, spiderwebbing is a classic signature failure. It's almost always confined just to the gel coat or maybe the thin resin layer right beneath the surface. It usually indicates some localized stress, maybe minor flexing over time, or perhaps a light impact that didn't break the structure beneath.
So the main structure is usually okay.
Usually, yes.
Yeah.
Because the structural fibers below are typically intact, the repair philosophy here is really about eliminating the stress riser, the point where the crack starts or ends, and preparing a clean, stable bed for the new surface coat, whether that's more gel coat or primer.
How do you fix it then?
The fix is to use a relatively fine grit sandpaper or maybe a small grinder to completely remove the damaged gel coat layer in the webbed area. But here's the pro tip, the crucial part. You must feather the edges widely into the surrounding healthy material. Don't just grind out the crack itself.
Why feather it so wide?
If you don't fully eliminate the stress riser, the point where the original crack initiated or stopped the crack will often just reappear shortly after painting. It seems fixed, then boom, it's back, because the surface tension wasn't sufficiently relieved across a wide enough area. So once it's properly feathered and clean, you fill it, maybe with a good marine-grade epoxy filler, or you reapply gel coat or resin primer.
Okay, feathering is key for surface cracks. Now, moving to something much more serious, delamination. That sounds like the structural integrity has totally failed, like the layers are actually peeling apart.
Delamination is a severe structural failure. It means exactly that. The layers of reinforcement, the mat and the cloth, have lost their bond and are separating. Usually this is due to sustained moisture infiltration getting between the layers, or sometimes, less commonly, it's from poor initial manufacturing where the layers weren't properly wetted out with resin in the first place.
And when those layers separate.
When layers separate, the structural load is no longer transferred efficiently through the panel. The panel becomes weak, flexible, spongy. It's compromised.
So the repair must be pretty aggressive.
Aggressive and non-negotiable. You have to grind out all the loose, soft, and compromised material. Keep grinding until you are down to solid, healthy laminate layers that ring solid when you tap them. No more thud.
Sounds like surgery.
It kind of is.
Yeah.
Then you face the moisture challenge. If water was the cause, which it often is, the ground-out area must be allowed to air out, and you have to ensure it is absolutely bone dry before proceeding. This sometimes requires placing heat lamps near the repair site for days, maybe even weeks, depending on how deep the moisture went.
Wow, weeks.
Yeah, moisture trapped deep in laminate can take a long time to migrate out. Only after it's completely dry can you thoroughly clean the substrate, wipe it down with acetone, and then relaminate with fresh resin and mat or cloth, essentially rebuilding that section's structure from scratch, layer by layer.
Okay, delamination is serious business. We also deal with just outright physical trauma. Punctures, holes, maybe edge breaks often caused by impacts, drilling mistakes, or stress near mounting points. A hole clearly means structural rebuilding is mandatory, right? You can't just fill it.
Absolutely not. You cannot simply fill a hole with putty. That creates a massive weak spot that will fail almost immediately under any stress. For any substantial hole, you must start with a backing patch applied to the inside surface of the panel.
What kind of backing?
For simple flat holes, you might get away with heavy plastic sheeting or even aluminum foil temporarily taped tightly in place. But for curved panels, you really need a semi-rigid temporary mold, maybe made of cardboard, plastic, or even another piece of fiberglass clamped or taped securely to the back to maintain the original contour.
Got it. So you have the backing, then
Okay.
what?
Then you start building up multiple layers of mat and woven cloth from the inside surface, working your way outwards until you slightly exceed the original panel thickness. And here's another key technique. You always start with a smaller patch covering the hole, and then you gradually increase the size of the subsequent layers. This process is called shingling.
Shingling, like roof shingles.
Kinda, yeah. Each layer overlaps the one below it by a bit more. This creates a smooth, tapered transition of strength and maximizes the adhesion surface area between the layers and onto the original panel. It avoids abrupt edges.
Makes sense. What about tricky edge breaks, like a corner chipped off a fender lip or a door jam?
Yeah, those edge or flange breaks are common, especially near wheel wells or door openings where things get stressed or hit. If you lose the original contour, you must create a temporary template or form. You might use cardboard, plastic, even wood, clamped or taped in place to hold the desired shape while the new cloth and resin cure. Otherwise, you'll never get the panel fitment right later on.
Okay, templates for edges. That brings us to one of the most frustrating long-term issues, especially maybe in older fiberglass or even more commonly in marine applications, blisters and osmosis. What really stands out here is the persistent nature of water infiltration causing those horrible surface bubbles.
Right. Osmosis is a tricky beast. It's a process driven by internal chemical pressure differences. Basically, moisture penetrates minute imperfections in the gel coat, tiny cracks or pores.
Oh, okay.
Once inside, it can react with soluble residual materials trapped within the resin matrix itself. These might be leftover chemicals from the original curing process, or maybe impurities. This reaction creates a solution under the gel coat that has a higher concentration of dissolved stuff than the water outside.
Like salty water inside.
Sort of, yeah. And basic physics, osmosis, means water naturally rushes towards this area of higher concentration to try and equalize it. This influx of water creates hydrostatic pressure, which physically pushes the gel coat outwards, manifesting as those characteristic hard blisters or bubbles you see on the surface.
Fascinatingly annoying. So how do you fix it long term?
The repair is exhaustive, unfortunately. You
Yeah.
have to physically grind down every single blister until the void underneath is fully exposed. Then you repeat the process we talked about for delamination, ensuring the substrate is completely, utterly dry. Again, this might require environmental control, heat lamps, and patience. Lots of patience.
And once it's finally dry.
Once dry, you fill the voids, usually with new resin or maybe a specialized epoxy blister repair putty. And then finally, you need to seal the entire affected surface area, maybe even the whole panel, with an epoxy primer or a specialized barrier coat. This barrier coat is specifically designed to be highly impermeable to water transmission, preventing moisture from getting back into the repair or the surrounding laminate. It's the only way to be reasonably sure the problem doesn't just come back again next year.
Okay, so barrier coat is key for preventing recurrence. We've diagnosed the problem, now let's actually apply the fix. This repair process, as you've stressed, isn't about artistry just yet. It's really about engineering precision. And we absolutely must stress the necessity of starting clean, like surgically clean.
Surface preparation is everything. It is the absolute foundation. If this step fails, the entire repair will fail, guaranteed. You must degrease the area thoroughly. Use acetone or better yet, a specific wax and grease remover designed for automotive use.
Why so critical?
Fiberglass panels, especially in the automotive world, are notorious for silicone and wax contamination. These come from polishes, detailing sprays, even mold release agents used decades ago. These contaminants are bond breakers, pure and simple. Any residual wax or silicone will cause the new resin to basically refuse to adhere properly. It'll just beat up or peel off. This leads to immediate delamination right at the repair edge. So clean aggressively, wipe in one direction, use clean rags, then clean again.
Got it. Aggressive cleaning. Then comes the critical grinding step. You mentioned when grinding out the damage, you're not just cleaning, you're preparing the substrate for maximum load transfer. And you have to ensure a tapered edge at a precise 12.1 ratio.
That's right, the 12-to-1 bevel.
Okay, for our listeners who might not be visualizing that ratio immediately, can you give us a concrete example? Let's say the fiberglass panel is, I don't know, a 1/4 inch thick. How far out does that taper need to extend horizontally from the edge of the damage? And why does that long, gentle slope guarantee structural integrity so much better than just grinding a sharp V-notch?
That's an excellent way to frame it. Okay, so if your panel is a 1/4 inch thick, that's about 6 millimeters. The 12.1 rule mandates that your feathered, sanded, tapered area must extend outwards 12 times that thickness. So 12 times a 1/4 inch is 3 inches. Or 12 times 6 millimeters is 72 millimeters. That's how far back from the edge of the actual hole or crack you need to grind that smooth taper.
3 inches? That seems like a lot.
It is, but it's crucial. A sharp V-cut, like you mentioned, creates what engineers call a stress concentration point or a stress riser. All the load, all the vibration, all the stress gets forced onto that single sharp edge. It practically guarantees the repair will eventually crack right there, right along that hard line.
Okay.
By creating that long, gentle 12.1 gradient, you massively increase the surface area for the new laminate layers to bond to. It allows the load to transfer gradually from the new material across the feathered edge and into the old, original material. This prevents that hard stress line and ensures the entire repaired area works together as a single, structurally sound component. And remember, while you're creating that taper, you must also grind away all the old paint and, importantly, the gel coat around the area until you hit clean, dull, healthy laminate fibers. This provides the essential mechanical key for the new resin to grab onto.
Okay, 12.1 taper, grind off all the old finish. Got it. So once the grinding is done, the substrate is prepped and clean. We need that backing support if we're filling a hole. We talked about tape or foil for small spots, but for larger repairs, you said a temporary mold is essential to maintain the panel's original curve or contour.
Yes, the backing is absolutely crucial. It's not just there to prevent the wet resin from dripping out the back. Its main job is to hold the new laminate precisely in the correct contour while the resin cures. If you don't support it correctly, it'll sag or distort.
Right.
So with the backing firmly in place, we start the chemical process, mixing the resin. For polyester or vinyl ester, that MEKP catalyst must be measured with precision. Usually, it's between 1 and 2% by volume, depending on the temperature and the specific resin. Follow the can. Too little, and it won't cure properly, especially if it's cool. Too much, and you face that exothermic heat risk we talked about, warping, bubbling.
And you are absolutely racing the clock here. You mentioned the pot life is extremely short, often only, 10 to 20 minutes before the resin starts to gel up and becomes basically unusable?
Exactly. That tight time constraint dictates the entire working rhythm. You cannot mix the resin until you are 100% ready to laminate. That means you need all your layers of mat and cloth pre-cut to the right shapes and sizes, laid out in order, tools ready, everything within reach before you add that catalyst.
Okay, prep is everything.
Once mixed, work quickly. Apply an initial coat of resin to the prepared surface with a brush or maybe a small roller. Then, place the first piece of dry fiberglass material onto the wet resin. The next step is critical, ensuring it is thoroughly saturated or wetted out.
Wetting out, what does that look like? How do you know it's right?
Wetting out means you've pushed the resin fully through the fibers until the typically white glass mat turns fully translucent. You shouldn't see any white dry spots. This is where precision and technique really comes in. You use a flexible squeegee, or ideally a specialized finned roller. These are usually metal or hard plastic rollers with deep grooves or fins.
Oh, okay, I've seen this.
Right. You use that roller to press the material down firmly and critically forcefully, roll out every single trapped air bubble. Bubbles are the enemy. If you leave an air bubble trapped between layers, that area becomes a resin-rich void with no fiber strength. It's a guaranteed weak spot that will likely fail or allow water intrusion later on.
So roll out the bubbles.
Meticulously. This rolling or sometimes stippling technique, using the brush in an up and down motion, must be firm. But you also have to be careful not to be so aggressive that you push all the resin out of the mat, creating a dry, fiber-rich patch, which is also weak. Find the balance. Then you repeat this layering process: resin, mat cloth, wet out, roll bubbles, shingling the layers slightly past one another as you go until you achieve the required automotive panel thickness. Usually that means somewhere between 3, maybe 6 layers of reinforcement, depending on the material and the panel.
Okay, layer, wet out, roll, repeat. Got it. Once it's all layered up, we enter the cure phase, and you mentioned we need patience. Polyester cures faster, maybe 4 to 6 hours before you can start sanding it, but epoxy requires significantly more time, like 12 to 24 hours for a full cure.
That's right, and that's usually under optimal conditions. We're talking temperatures around 20 to 25 degrees Celsius, which is about 68 to 77 Fahrenheit. If the shop or garage is colder than that, the cure time for polyester can easily double or triple, and epoxy might take days to reach full hardness, or in really cold temps, it might simply fail to cross-link properly and never get fully hard.
So temperature matters a lot. What about humidity?
Yes, avoid high humidity during this initial cure phase if possible. Ambient moisture in the air can interfere with the chemical cross-linking reaction, especially with certain types of epoxy hardeners. It can sometimes result in a weak, soft, or slightly tacky surface finish even after the designated cure time. Keep it warm and reasonably dry.
Okay, warm and dry for curing. Once it is fully cured, we transition to shaping. Now we're getting closer to the finish line. We're talking about sanding, probably long block sanding, using tools that span across the repair area and graduating grits. Starting maybe with an aggressive 80 grit, then moving to 180, then 320 to achieve that smooth, perfect contour before we even think about primer.
Exactly. The longboard sanding technique is absolutely essential for fiberglass repairs, especially on large curved panels like fenders, hoods, or door skins. Using a short block sander can easily create ripples or low spots that won't be visible until you get primer or paint on them, and then it's too late.
Why does the longboard prevent that?
Because the long, semi-rigid board bridges across the repaired area and the surrounding original panel. It sands down the high spots of the repair without digging into the lower areas, ensuring you achieve a smooth, fair curve that blends seamlessly. You use that coarse 80 grit initially to knock down the bulk of the excess material and get the general shape right. Then you refine it with 180, checking your progress frequently with your hand and maybe a guide coat.
Guide coat.
Yeah, a light dusting of a contrasting cutter spray paint. As you sand, the guide coat is removed from the high spots first, showing you where you still need to work. Once the shape is perfect with 180 or maybe you do 20, you switch to 320 grit to remove the coarser scratches and prepare for primer. You might then use a small amount of lightweight body filler or maybe glazing putty to fill any tiny pinholes or perfect the final surface contour.
Okay.
But only, and I really have to stress this, only after the underlying fiberglass repair is fully cured, fully shaped, and properly sanded. Filler is not for structure, only for final smoothing.
Right. Okay, structure first, filler last, and minimally. Now, before we move on to the final finishing stages, we absolutely need to take that crucial safety interlude. We've hinted at it, but fiberglass dust and uncured resin are serious hazards. This is absolutely not a hobby you should undertake without the right personal protective equipment, is it?
No, absolutely not. This is non-negotiable personal protection. When you are grinding, sanding, or cutting cured fiberglass, you are releasing microscopic glass fibers into the air. These are sharp, and they are irritants. You must use a P100 particulate respirator, or even better, a full-face cartridge mask that seals well.
P100, that's the pink cartridge filter level, right? Not just a dust mask.
Correct. A simple paper dust mask is completely inadequate. This dust isn't just irritating in the short term. Inhaling it poses a serious long-term respiratory hazard, potential lung damage. And when you're working with the uncured liquid resin, and especially the catalyst fumes, the respirator needs cartridges rated for organic vapors, OV as well, to protect against the volatile organic compounds, VOCs.
Okay, serious respirator. What about skin and eyes?
For skin protection, uncured resin, particularly polyester and vinyl ester, and the MEKP catalyst, are highly sensitizing. They can cause severe contact dermatitis, nasty rashes. Nitrile gloves are essential, not latex, nitrile, and change them frequently if they get contaminated. You should also wear full coveralls, preferably disposable ones, or at least ones that are laundered separately from your regular household clothes to prevent the itchy fiber dust and sticky resin from contacting your skin and getting embedded in your clothes. Safety goggles are a minimum. A full face shield over the respirator is even better, especially during grinding.
And ventilation. Can you just do this in a closed garage?
Definitely not ideal. Ventilation is paramount. You absolutely must work in a well-ventilated area. Open garage doors, use fans to create cross-flow away from your breathing zone. Ideally, use a professional downdraft table if you have access to one, or work outdoors if weather permits. And whenever possible, use vacuum sanding systems. Sanders hooked up to a shop vac with a good filter capture the vast majority of that hazardous dust right at the source. It's by far the safest practice for sanding. Don't skimp on safety here.
Okay, message received loud and clear. Respirator, gloves, coveralls, goggles, ventilation, vacuum sanding. Don't mess around. Assuming the structural repair is now sound, fully cured, properly shaped, and we're safe. The final phase is achieving that durable, paint-ready surface. Primer choice seems foundational here. Why do you guys strongly recommend epoxy primer as the initial coating layer directly onto the cured fiberglass repair?
Right, epoxy primer serves a dual critical function on fiberglass that standard primers, like urethane or lacquer primers, often don't do as well. Firstly, as we touched on with epoxy resin, epoxy primer provides the best possible chemical adhesion to the unique substrate of cured fiberglass, whether it's polyester, vinyl ester, or epoxy-based. This significantly reduces the risk of paint peeling or lifting later on. It just sticks better.
Okay, better adhesion. What's the second function?
Secondly, epoxy primers are incredibly dense and non-porous when cured. This makes them an excellent moisture barrier. Since we know fiberglass's Achilles heel is water intrusion leading to potential osmosis and delamination down the road, sealing the repair first with a good epoxy barrier coat helps protect your fresh structural work for the long term. It locks out moisture.
Okay, adhesion and moisture barrier, good reasons for epoxy primer. Now let's tackle the filler issue again, because let's be honest, in the real world, everyone's first instinct is often to just reach for standard polyester body filler, Bono or similar brands. If I've done a perfectly sound fiberglass layup, it's fully cured, it's shaped pretty well. What is the specific danger of using standard polyester body filler to smooth out that final contour rather than using a specialized fiberglass reinforced filler first? Why is that such a common mistake that leads to problems?
Yeah, that is probably one of the most common mistakes that separates a long-lasting repair from a failure just waiting to happen. The danger lies primarily in the difference in the modulus of elasticity between the materials. That sounds technical, but it just means how much the material flexes or stretches under stress. Fiberglass, even when fully cured, still retains a small amount of inherent flexibility. The specialized composite fillers, often called kitty hair or short strand or long strand fillers because they contain chopped glass fibers mixed in, are specifically designed to have a similar flexibility, a similar modulus, to the underlying fiberglass. Standard polyester body filler, on the other hand, is typically designed for application over rigid steel panels. It cures very hard and relatively brittle.
So different flex rates.
Exactly. If you apply a thick layer of standard rigid body filler directly onto a relatively flexible fiberglass panel, that panel will flex slightly, maybe from road vibration, maybe from temperature changes causing expansion and contraction. The flexible fiberglass underneath and the rigid standard filler on top will inevitably move at different rates.
And that causes...
That differential movement will, sooner or later, cause the rigid, non-reinforced filler to crack, lift, or separate from the underlying fiberglass surface, particularly around the edges of the fill area. You'll see a crack outline the repair. So standard filler should really only be used as a very thin, final skimming agent, like a glazing putty applied over the already structurally sound and fully cured fiberglass repair, or over a layer of fiberglass reinforced filler. Don't use it for bulk filling on fiberglass.
Got it. Reinforced filler first for strength and flex. Standard filler only for tiny imperfections, very thin. Okay. Moving to the top coat, the actual paint. We have to consider paint compatibility. What works well and what should we absolutely avoid?
Good news is most modern automotive paint systems work very well over properly prepped and primed fiberglass surfaces. We're talking modern urethane systems, base coat, clear coat systems. These adhere well to epoxy primers and offer great durability.
Okay, so modern paints are generally fine. Is there anything to avoid?
Yes. The big one, to absolutely positively avoid applying directly over fiberglass repairs, or even suspect original fiberglass, is lacquer systems. Old school acrylic lacquer or nitrocellulose lacquer.
Why not lacquer?
Lacquer paint contains very strong, aggressive solvents. These solvents have a tendency to penetrate surfaces and can chemically attack the polyester or vinyl ester resin underneath, especially if that resin hasn't achieved a perfect 100% full cure, which can sometimes take weeks or months at a molecular level. This chemical interaction between the lacquer solvents and the resin will almost certainly result in lifting, bubbling, wrinkling, or severe solvent blistering in the paint job. And the frustrating part is it often doesn't show up immediately. It might look perfect for weeks, then suddenly erupt months later. Just avoid lacquer altogether on fiberglass.
Okay, urethane's good, lacquer's bad. Got it. Now, what if a restorer is aiming for a truly authentic finish, especially on an older Corvette maybe, and chooses to reapply gel coat instead of automotive paint? Are there specifics on how thick it needs to be and how it cures properly?
Yes, gel coat application is quite different from spraying paint. It needs to be applied significantly thicker ideally, somewhere in the range of 18 to 22 mils wet film thickness. That's much thicker than paint.
Why so thick?
It needs that thickness primarily for adequate UV protection and long-term durability to resist weathering and minor scratches. Remember, it is the protective outer skin.
Yeah.
Also, because polyester resins, which most gel coats are based on, require exclusion from atmospheric oxygen to achieve a full, hard surface cure.
Right. They stay tacky otherwise.
Exactly. If you are planning for the gel coat layer to be the final exposed surface, not painted over, you must add a wax additive, sometimes called surfacing agent or sanding aid, to the final coat of gel coat that you spray.
What does the wax do?
As the gel coat begins to cure, the wax, being incompatible with the resin, rises or blooms to the very surface. It forms a thin, airtight barrier film, sealing the surface from the air and allowing that top layer to achieve a full, hard, non-tacky cure. If you forget to add the wax additive to that final coat, the surface will remain sticky and tacky indefinitely. It'll cure underneath, but the top will be gummy, requiring extensive sanding before you could ever polish it or even attempt to top coat it later.
Okay, wax additive is essential for air-cured gel coat finish. Now, if we connect all this finishing back to the bigger picture, the repair must not just look good today. It needs to stand up to potentially decades of vibration, stress, maybe even minor impacts. How do we specifically ensure long-term structural integrity in those high-stress areas?
Right, we have to actively engineer the repair based on the anticipated stress in that specific area. So for high-stress zones, think about the load-bearing surface around a door hinge mounting point or a bumper bracket attachment or even a sharp structurally important corner. You absolutely must use woven cloth as the primary reinforcement layers in that area.
Not just mat.
Definitely not just mat in those critical spots. Woven cloth provides far superior tensile strength and much better load distribution compared to random chopped strand mat. Mat builds bulk, cloth provides strength.
Okay. Any other tricks for rigidity?
Yes, if you're rebuilding a large area that needs to be very stiff, maybe bridging a large hole or reinforcing a panel prone to flexing, you can embed strips of metal mesh within the laminate layers, or use that core mat we discussed earlier sandwiched between layers of cloth to create that I-beam effect and significantly increase rigidity without adding excessive weight.
And thickness consistency.
Critically important. You must strive to maintain a uniform thickness throughout the repair area, matching the original panel as closely as possible. And this goes back to the resin application. You must meticulously roll out excess resin during the wetting out process. Why? Because you absolutely must avoid creating resin-rich weak spots.
Resin-rich is bad. Seems counterintuitive.
It does, but think about it. The strength comes from the fibers. The resin just holds them together and transfers the load. Too much resin and not enough fiber, meaning a low fiber-to-resin ratio, results in a composite that is overly heavy, yes, but also overly brittle. It's prone to cracking under stress despite feeling hard and looking smooth. A theoretically perfect structural laminate is roughly 30% resin and 70% fiber by volume or weight, though achieving that perfectly by hand is difficult. The point is, don't drown the fibers in resin. Roll the excess out.
Okay, avoid resin-rich areas. Let's wrap up this repair section by maybe quickly outlining the 5 most critical common mistakes people make that lead to outright failure beyond just poor surface prep, which we know is deadly.
Okay, 5 big ones. First, absolutely the most common, is the incorrect resin to catalyst ratio. Too little MEKP, it never cures right. Too much, it gets hot, warps, and becomes brittle. Precision is key.
Got it. Number 2.
Second, trapped air bubbles between the laminate layers. We talk about rolling them out. Each bubble is a void, a critical stress riser, and a starting point for cracks or water intrusion. They're guaranteed weak spots.
Okay, no bubbles. Third.
Third, we mentioned poor surface prep initially, but specifically, poor preparation before grinding and before lamination. Not just cleaning, but ensuring the substrate is properly abraded, the 12.1 taper, and free of any contaminants right before you apply resin. This guarantees delamination or paint lift down the line if you skip it.
Makes sense. Fourth mistake.
Fourth, applying standard body filler directly onto uncured or still wet resin fiberglass. The underlying resin will continue to cure and shrink under the filler, which will inevitably distort and crack the rigid filler layer sitting on top. Wait for a full cure first.
Patience again. And number 5.
And finally, number 5. Painting before ensuring a full cure of the underlying fiberglass repair A&D, any fillers used. Residual solvents still outgassing from the curing resin or filler can chemically react with the new paint solvents, causing severe solvent blistering, wrinkling, or mapping issues, sometimes weeks later. Again, patience is critical. Let everything fully cure and outgas.
Okay, ratio, bubbles, prep, filler timing, paint timing. Got it. Now, what's fascinating here is how far this technology has come beyond just the basic bucket of polyester resin and a cheap brush application. What are some of the modern advancements that are moving structural fiberglass repairs from maybe a craft into more high-tech manufacturing territory these days?
Yeah, the industry is definitely moving towards more efficient, stronger, and more precise applications, especially in professional settings. One big area is the increasing use of carbon fiber hybrid repairs for serious structural upgrades.
Carbon fiber mixed with fiberglass.
Exactly. When reinforcing really critical areas like maybe engine bays, suspension mounting points, roll cage attachments, integrating a few layers of high modulus carbon fiber into the laminate offers vastly superior stiffness and impact resistance with minimal weight gain compared to using only traditional glass fiber. It's expensive, but incredibly strong.
Interesting. What about recreating complex shapes?
On the restoration side, especially where originality or complex shapes are key, 3D printed molds are becoming a real game changer. For custom panels or maybe sections of rare cars that are impossible to source or shape accurately by hand,
Yeah.
fabricators can now 3D scan existing body sections, mirror them, modify them digitally, and then 3D print highly accurate molds or buttocks to lay up the fiberglass onto. This allows for rapid prototyping and lets them recreate really complex panel sections to near OEM specification much faster and more accurately than traditional methods.
Wow, that's cool. And what about speeding up the actual repair cycle in a busy professional shop setting? Waiting 24 hours for epoxy to cure isn't always feasible.
Right. That's where UV-cured polyester and vinyl ester resins are starting to make inroads. These resins contain specific photoinitiators in their chemistry. When exposed to specialized high-intensity UVA or UVB light,
Like the dentist uses.
sort of, but much more powerful, they cure dramatically faster, sometimes in just minutes, literally minutes instead of hours. This allows for incredibly rapid-fire repairs, significantly minimizing vehicle downtime. The trade-off is it requires a significant investment in specialized UV curing lamps and equipment, and the UV cure resin itself is often considerably more expensive than standard resins.
Okay, UV for speed. You also mentioned vacuum infusion and RTM as professional methods earlier. Can you simplify the principle of vacuum infusion for us and explain why it results in a superior, higher-grade panel compared to just doing a manual hand layup?
Sure. Manual hand layup, like we've been mostly discussing, is inherently difficult to perfect because it relies entirely on the technician's skill to meticulously roll out exactly the right amount of excess resin by hand. It's very easy to inadvertently create those resin-rich or fiber-rich weak spots we talked about.
Okay.
Vacuum infusion is basically a clever mechanical solution to this problem. Instead of applying wet resin to dry fabric, you do the opposite. You lay all the dry reinforcing fabric, mat, cloth, core, even carbon fiber, into the mold first. Then you place a layer of release film, distribution media, and finally, a vacuum bag is sealed airtight over the entire assembly.
So it's all dry inside the bag.
Exactly. Then you hook up a vacuum pump and pull a strong vacuum inside the bag, sucking all the air out from between the fibers. Then you open a valve connected to a bucket of mixed resin. The vacuum actively draws the liquid resin through the dry fabric stack via strategically placed tubing.
Ah, the vacuum pulls the resin in.
Precisely. The key is that the constant, even vacuum pressure ensures the resin is distributed perfectly and evenly throughout the entire laminate stack. It fully impregnates the fabric while actively eliminating all potential air voids. And crucially, it compacts the laminate, squeezing out Any excess resin beyond what's needed to saturate the fibers, it only draws in the minimum required amount,
So you get that ideal fiber to resin ratio automatically.
much closer to ideal, yes. This results in incredibly precise, structurally optimized laminates with very high fiber-to-resin ratios. This leads to panels that are significantly stronger, lighter, and virtually void-free compared to hand layup. The quality and consistency are simply not achievable with purely manual application, especially on large or complex parts. RTM, or resin transfer molding, is similar but often uses matched metal molds.
Okay, vacuum infusion sounds like the way to go for high-end results. Now let's bring it back to the owner. For the listener who owns a fiberglass vehicle, maybe it's that classic Corvette, a custom hot rod, or even a fiberglass boat hull. What is the final actionable advice for long-term maintenance? Once the repair is done, the panel is painted or gel-coated beautifully. How do you keep it looking good and structurally sound?
Long-term maintenance for fiberglass really boils down to protecting and maintaining those barrier coats, the gel coat, or the paint finish. You absolutely must keep the finished surface meticulously waxed or sealed. Use a good quality automotive wax or polymer sealant regularly,
Why is waxing so important?
because that wax layer provides critical UV protection, shielding the paint or gel coat and the underlying resin from sun degradation. And just as importantly, it helps shed water, keeping moisture from sitting on the surface and potentially finding ways to infiltrate microscopic pores or cracks over time, which, as we know, could eventually lead to osmosis or delamination issues, particularly in older panels or repairs.
Okay, wax regularly. What else?
Avoid using harsh chemical solvents or really aggressive cleaners on the surface. Stick to pH-neutral car wash soaps. And be careful with pressure washers. Don't get the nozzle too close, especially around panel edges or seams, as the high pressure could potentially lift edges or force water into places it shouldn't be.
Storage.
If you store the vehicle long-term, definitely try to keep it out of direct, prolonged sunlight and away from constant dampness or moisture. A breathable car cover in a garage or carport is ideal.
And inspections.
And critically, make it a habit to establish an annual inspection routine. Once a year, carefully look over the entire body, paying close attention to those known high-stress zones we discussed, areas near mounting points, sharp corners, hinges, places where panels meet. Look for any early signs of trouble: tiny hairline cracks, spider webbing starting, maybe small blisters. Catching these issues early, when they are small, makes the repair much easier and prevents them from turning into major structural problems that require a full rebuild down the road.
Proactive inspection. Good advice. Now, just to give the listener, a practical understanding of the resources involved, let's briefly touch on the estimated costs. If they're thinking about tackling this themselves versus hiring a professional, what should they realistically expect in terms of material investment? Ballpark.
Okay, for a small DIY repair, say, fixing a minor puncture hole or some spider cracking on a non-critical panel, a basic polyester repair kit, which usually includes a small amount of resin, hardener, and maybe some mat, might run you somewhere in the $40–$60 range at an auto parts store or marine supplier.
Pretty affordable for a small fix. What about using better materials?
If you decide to step up to a higher quality, lower shrinkage epoxy system, which as we've discussed is generally stronger, adheres better, and carries less risk of print-through, you're probably looking at $80 to $120 or maybe more just for a quart-sized kit of good marine or automotive-grade epoxy resin and its specific hardener. Plus, you have to factor in the cost of the reinforcement fabric mat or cloth separately. And remember, you'll also need tools like safety gear, respirator, gloves, goggles, specialized rollers, mixing cups, brushes, sanding blocks, sandpaper. That adds to the initial investment if you don't already have them.
Right, the consumables add up. Now, if that same minor crack or small hole goes to a professional restoration or body shop, the cost obviously jumps significantly, primarily due to the labor, expertise, and overhead involved. What's a rough estimate there?
Oh yeah, absolutely. For a quality, professionally executed, and likely warranted minor surface repair, like fixing that spider cracking properly, including the correct 12.1 feathering, maybe a couple of layers of matricin, priming, and getting it ready for paint, you're likely looking at somewhere in the range of $300 to $600, depending on the shop rates and the extent of the damage.
Okay, quite a jump. And for major structural work?
When you move into full structural rebuilding, like fixing major delamination, recreating a complex broken edge, or repairing significant impact damage that requires careful alignment, extensive layering with woven cloth, maybe core materials, and meticulous finishing of a complete panel, that cost can easily run from $800 to $1,500 or even more per panel. Sometimes it's significantly more, depending on the panel's size, complexity, and the level of finish required. The cost really reflects the significant amount of skilled labor time needed to follow all the precise steps, adhere to the strict cure times, and use the advanced materials and techniques we've discussed today to do the job right.
It definitely highlights the value of doing it correctly the first time. So, fiberglass restoration, as we've certainly seen today, really requires a trifecta: patience, especially during those long cure times, precise material knowledge right down to the chemical level of resins and catalysts, and absolutely a strict adherence to safety protocol. But the reward, when done right, is bringing a lightweight, corrosion-proof panel back to life with structural integrity that can potentially outlast many original metal counterparts.
Absolutely well said. It's challenging but very rewarding work. And maybe as we leave you, our listeners, to mull all this over, here is a final provocative thought to consider. Thinking about the impressive low shrinkage, the superior adhesion, and the high strength-to-weight ratio achieved by modern epoxy resin systems. What classic steel panel repair could you realistically, perhaps unconventionally, convert to a fiberglass construction? Maybe for significant structural weight reduction, perhaps in a performance application, without compromising daily usability or safety. Thinking about things like maybe lightweight inner fender liners, or complex non-structural brackets, or maybe even a trunk floor section. It definitely pushes the boundaries of traditional restoration technology, doesn't it?
That is a fascinating idea to consider for maybe your next custom project or performance build. Definitely food for thought. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your expertise on this deep dive into the engineering and repair of fiberglass body panels. I hope everyone listening found the techniques and the material guidance as essential and useful as I did.
My pleasure. Always happy to talk composites.
And remember, folks, please visit the Bluewater Auto Restoration website at bluewaterautorestoration.com for more information. And just a final reminder, you can find this deep dive and all our past ones available on Spotify, Google Music, YouTube, Apple Podcast, Amazon Music, or SoundCloud. We'll see you next Saturday morning for another deep dive. This deep dive is presented by Bluewater Auto Restoration.
Welcome back, everyone. This is week 43 of the 2025 Bluewater Auto Restoration podcast. We take a stack of source material, we tear it apart, and we try to extract the crucial insights you need to be well informed. Just a reminder, we release these new deep dives every Saturday morning.
And this week, well, we are embarking on a really fascinating journey, a high-octane journey into what we're calling the gasoline ghosts, these magnificent American car brands that are, long gone. But their engineering, their sheer audacity sometimes, still leaves such an indelible mark on history.
Absolutely. Our mission today is a real deep dive into gasoline ghosts, the myths and legends behind lost car brands. And we're not just, listing the failures. We want to pull apart the corporate decisions, the economic pressures, the engineering gambles that cause these incredible names to just vanish. It's a fundamental look, really, at innovation versus capitalization in American industry. Yeah, and they're often quite tragic stories, aren't they? You see this engineering brilliance meeting, just brutal financial reality. Many of these defunct brands, they represented the absolute peak of innovation at their time, sometimes with more daring designs, maybe even superior mechanics than the giants who ultimately survived. They didn't fail because they couldn't build a better car, necessarily. They failed because they couldn't withstand the sheer financial weight of corporate America.
Okay, let's unpack this then and get right into the material. We've got 5 incredible brands to explore today. Each one represents a really distinct era and a different kind of market struggle. Packard, Studebaker, DeSoto, Duesenberg, and the ultimate defiant independent, AMC. We should probably start where everything was built without compromise, right?
Indeed. Yeah, let's begin right at the zenith of American luxury, an era of almost unrestrained opulence and technical achievement that honestly set global performance standards back then.
Right. When you talk about performance and exclusivity, Duesenberg has to be the first word. Founded 1913, Auburn, Indiana. They occupied a niche so small it was almost like exclusive to royalty, movie stars, industrial barons, that kind of thing. They felt less like a car manufacturer and more like a supplier of these custom-built roll-in chassis designed to be the absolute fastest, most luxurious things on the road.
Yeah, the Duesenberg brothers, Fred and Augie, they were steeped in racing. And that engineering background, it just defined everything they built, particularly the legendary Model J. And think about the lasting power of that phrase, it's a doozy.
Right.
Like you said, this wasn't just marketing spin. It was a linguistic shortcut for saying something was the absolute pinnacle, the best quality, the top performance. And they earned it through success on the track and just the sheer prestige of the car itself.
And the technical details really explain that prestige, don't they? We talk about engineering marvels, but let's be specific here. They were early adopters of the dual overhead cam, or DOHC, straight 8 engines. Now, maybe for the listener, why was DOHC so revolutionary back in the, 1920s and 30s?
Oh, that's a crucial technical point. Yeah.
Yeah.
At the time, most engines relied on, well, simpler designs, flat head or single overhead cam setups. And those limited valve size, valve timing, which basically capped the potential horsepower you could get. Duesenberg's DOHC setup, it allowed for much superior engine breathing, better cooling, and that dramatically increased efficiency and power output. This is how they achieved just phenomenal performance figures. I mean, sometimes pushing 265 horsepower naturally aspirated, that was simply staggering for the era.
That's basically race car technology in a luxury sedan. And they also adopted early hydraulic brakes, which must have been a massive safety advantage when their cars were already hitting speeds, well over 100 miles per hour?
Absolutely essential at those speeds. And for those who demanded the absolute ultimate, they produced the supercharged models, the SJ, and the incredibly rare short wheelbase SSJ.
Wow. Supercharged.
The supercharged engines, they pushed power towards 320 horsepower. I mean, they were literal rockets for the road. But, that brings us right to the fatal economic flaw. Their entire approach was fundamentally based on extremely low volume and incredibly high customization. Each car was essentially a bespoke project, costing the equivalent of, well, a dozen middle-class homes back then.
So was the fatal flaw the market itself drying up, or was it maybe Duesenberg's inability to, streamline production even slightly, to weather that inevitable downturn? Could they have pivoted, maybe to military or industrial engines like some other luxury makers did during wartime?
That really is the core tragedy, isn't it? The structure of the company, which was anchored by E.L. Cord Corporation, it just didn't allow for that kind of strategic pivot. They weren't set up for it. They were only ever focused on that ultra niche market. So when the Great Depression tightened its grip, that tiny market, didn't matter how loyal it was, it just evaporated. They couldn't liquidate inventory fast enough, couldn't pivot to a cheaper product line. Duesenberg just collapsed in 1937. It's stark proof that the best engineering in the world doesn't matter if your business model relies entirely on a perpetually booming economy.
But the legacy absolutely endures. I mean, today, Duesenbergs are the benchmark for 1930s opulence, right? They anchor major collector concours events like Pebble Beach. And when they appear at auction, they often set records. They really are the ghosts of the Gilded Age. Unattainable symbols of automotive perfection.
Absolutely. Now, if Duesenberg represented that uncompromising, almost impossible opulence, Packard was the standard of craftsmanship for the, let's say, the broader established elite. Founded earlier, 1899, Packard represented consistent quality, a sort of conservative luxury, and really advanced engineering out of Warren, Ohio.
Yeah, and their iconic advertising line captured their brand perfectly. Ask the man who owns one. That wasn't just a slogan, was it? It was like a testament to their quality control, their customer retention. People who bought Packards, apparently, rarely switched brands because the reliability and refinement were just that good. We're talking legendary models like the stately Packard 12 and the luxurious later Caribbean.
Oh, Packard was definitely an engineering powerhouse. They often led even in the crowded luxury segment. They were the first American manufacturer to offer a production V12 engine, which was a crucial advantage in delivering smooth, effortless power. And they pioneered comfort features, too, introducing early air conditioning as far back as 1940. Can you imagine? AC in a car in 1940.
Incredible. Post-war, though, they seem to be desperately trying to cling to that technological lead, especially against the mass-market scale of Cadillac and Lincoln.
They were, absolutely. In 1955, they rolled out the revolutionary torsion-level suspension. Now, this was an incredibly advanced self-leveling system designed to smooth the ride regardless of the load in the car. It was highly complex, incredibly expensive to manufacture, but it really demonstrated Packard's commitment to engineering superiority right to the end.
But Packard kind of proves that engineering brilliance can survive a depression, only to be killed later by maybe ambition and corporate mismanagement. What was the specific corporate ambition or misstep that proved fatal? This is where it gets really interesting, I think.
Well, the fatal flaw, or perhaps the beginning of the end, was their unwavering commitment to high quality. It sounds good, right?
Oh, right.
But it translated to very high post-war production costs. This made their pricing increasingly uncompetitive, especially against Cadillac, which benefited hugely from GM's massive economy of scale. And critically, the response to this pressure was the disastrous 1954 merger with Studebaker.
Right. The idea on paper was to combine Packard's prestige and engineering know-how with Studebaker's higher volume and dealer network to achieve the scale needed to fight the big three.
Makes sense, kind of.
That was the theory, yes. But in practice, the merger effectively destroyed Packard. See, Packard desperately needed cash to modernize its expensive manufacturing process, and Studebaker also needed cash for its own modernization. The merged entity, the Studebaker-Packard Corporation, had neither in sufficient quantity, so instead of gaining strength, the merger basically combined two financial weaknesses. And almost immediately, the association diluted the prestige of the Packard name, the very thing its customers were paying that premium for. So once that aura of exclusivity was gone, they were just another expensive car competing against giants.
Exactly. They couldn't shake that perception, that downdraft. And the financial drain was immediate and ultimately terminal. The last real Packard rolled off the line in 1958. Yet, surviving examples are still beloved today for that mechanical refinement, that timeless elegance. The story of Packard is really the story of a high-quality product that just couldn't adapt its production costs fast enough to survive the realities of the post-war industrial landscape.
Okay, moving from the sort of rarefied air of luxury collapse, let's look at the brands that really fought it out in the mainstream, trying to adapt, trying to survive. And Studebaker, wow, with its roots stretching way back to 1852 in horse-drawn wagons. That's one of the most unique narratives in American industry, isn't it?
It's a remarkable transition story.
Absolutely.
They managed to pivot from wagons to cars in 1902, basically mastering 2 centuries of transport technology. But their biggest fight, consistently, was against the sheer monolithic scale of Ford, GM, and Chrysler, the big 3. Studebaker had to rely heavily on, well, unique design and often ahead of its time safety and engineering just to carve out a niche for themselves.
And they definitely gave us some truly memorable, maybe polarizing aesthetics. I'm thinking immediately of that instantly recognizable bullet nose design from the late 40s, early 50s. I mean, whether you loved it or hated it, you knew it was a Studebaker. And this desire for distinctiveness drove models like the Champion, the Commander, and the Beautiful Hawk series later on.
And this commitment to flair, maybe even risk-taking in design, led to their greatest and perhaps final, really innovative gesture, the Avanti. When it was introduced in 1963, the Avanti was just a total shockwave. It was a true American grand tourer designed by the famous Raymond Loewy, and it featured a revolutionary, highly stylized fiberglass body.
Fiberglass. That must have been a huge risk for a major manufacturer back then. Wasn't it mostly associated with really niche sports cars, not mass production?
It absolutely was. And that risk extended to the technology inside, too. The Avanti was one of the very earliest American cars to use Bendix disc brakes on all 4 wheels as standard equipment. Studebaker was basically putting out a safety and performance manifesto with that car, trying to prove they could out-innovate Detroit, even on a smaller budget.
But despite the brilliance of the Avanti, I mean, it's an icon today, it didn't save them. So why did consistently great design, some real innovation, and, over a century of history fail to keep Studebaker afloat?
Well, this is almost a textbook example of corporate distress where external factors just became overwhelming in the end. Studebaker suffered from chronic financial instability. A lot of that stemmed from poor management decisions dating back to the late 50s, and of course the devastating financial consequences of that Packard merger we just talked about. They simply lacked the capital for necessary manufacturing upgrades to compete on cost. The big 3 could just outspend them massively on redesigns, on marketing, and most importantly on competitive pricing. They could afford price wars that Studebaker couldn't.
So they were constantly playing catch-up, and every little sales slump was probably a major crisis for them, whereas GM or Ford could just absorb those kinds of losses much more easily.
Precisely. They just couldn't sustain production against such powerful, entrenched competition. Studebaker finally ceased car production in 1966. However, the ghost, as you say, absolutely refuses to die. The Studebaker Drivers Club maintains an incredibly active following even today. And the Avanti design itself was so compelling that it continued to be produced, believe it or not, under various successor companies for decades after Studebaker itself closed its doors.
Wow. Now let's turn to DeSoto, which failed for a completely different reason, it seems. Studebaker fought as a sort of vulnerable independent. DeSoto feels more like a victim of corporate execution.
Yeah, DeSoto's story is a really chilling look at brand cannibalization from within a larger corporation. It was founded in 1928 under the Chrysler Corporation umbrella, and it was strategically positioned as a stylish, medium-priced car. It was meant to sit squarely between the budget Plymouth and Dodge lines and the high-end Chrysler and Imperial brands. It was supposed to fill a very lucrative gap in the market.
And in the post-war era, DeSoto benefited massively from that groundbreaking design language coming out of Chrysler, particularly under Virgil Exner, right?
Oh, that's vital context. Yes. Exner championed the forward-look design philosophy. introducing aggressive, sleek styling that just perfectly captured the mid-century modern jet age aesthetic. DeSoto's cars became really distinctive, known for their advanced styling, particularly those massive, flamboyant, toothy grills. Everyone remembers those.
Mm-hmm.
They fully embraced the dramatic jet age aesthetics of the late 1950s with high tail fins, streamlined bodies, models like the Fireflight and the Adventurer. They were real lookers that defined an era.
And they were benefiting from Chrysler technical contributions too, weren't they? Things that made them mechanically competitive, not just stylish.
Absolutely. DeSoto was often sort of a test bed for Chrysler innovations. It benefited from reliable, pretty advanced components like the smooth-shifting Powerflight automatic transmission. And as you said, the early adoption of those streamlined body designs, they were technically solid cars and visually very appealing.
So why the sudden, almost brutal end in 1961? They had the style, they had the technology, and they had a huge corporate parent behind them. What happened?
Well, the problem, ironically, was the corporate parent itself. As the big three automakers expanded their lineups in the 50s, brand overlap became rampant. Chrysler was simultaneously pushing its Dodge and Plymouth offerings further upmarket, right into the exact same medium-price territory that DeSoto occupied. This created intense internal competition. It essentially forced DeSoto to compete head-to-head against its own siblings within the Chrysler family.
That sounds like a structural weakness just waiting for an economic trigger.
And the trigger came, sharply, in the form of the crucial 1958 recession. Car sales plummeted across the board, and Chrysler, like Ford and GM, was forced to rationalize its lineup to cut costs. When the sales numbers came in and the strategic reviews were done, DeSoto was deemed redundant. It was seen as a luxurious expense, a niche that could be absorbed by expanding the Dodge and Plymouth lines, which already had better volume potential and stronger dealer networks.
So it was a cold, calculated decision based purely on market share consolidation and cost cutting. It really illustrates that even having a profitable niche isn't protection when you're part of a massive corporate structure making tough choices.
Precisely. The end was incredibly swift, announced late in 1960 for the 61 model year, which barely got started. But those late 50s models, particularly the forward-look cars, they are highly collectible today. They really embody that brief, flamboyant period of American styling. And they remain an integral piece of Mopar heritage. DeSoto's ghost is maybe a stark reminder that internal corporate politics can sometimes be deadlier than external competition.
Okay, now we come to maybe the most determined and certainly the longest-lasting independent challenger of them all, American Motors Corporation, or AMC. This is a story of just sheer grit, a lot of unconventionality, and seemingly endless resourcefulness against the odds.
Yeah, the birth of AMC in 1954 was itself a merger born entirely out of necessity, wasn't it? It was the union of two smaller, struggling, but actually quite innovative players, Nash Kelvinator and Hudson Motor Car Company. They basically realized they couldn't survive individually against the big three behemoths. So they pooled their resources, hoping for a collective stand for survival through scale. And their strategy, at least initially, was clear and, you could argue, brilliant, right? They immediately tried to carve out a distinct core niche, directly contrasting the established market paradigm of the time. Absolutely. While Detroit was still churning out these massive, chrome-laden gas guzzlers in the 50s, AMC, under its first CEO, George Romney, focused intensely on compact cars, efficiency, and economy. They became the original small car guys. Romney famously mocked the dinosaur cars of the big three, and this focus allowed their Rambler line to achieve real significant commercial success, especially during the recessionary period of the late 50s. People wanted smaller, cheaper cars then.
But the identity seemed to shift pretty dramatically over the decades, didn't it? Which led to some truly unique and, let's be honest, often criticized designs that really show their willingness to gamble, maybe out of desperation sometimes.
Yes, that's a fair point. Once Romney left for politics and the leadership shifted, AMC started trying to build cars that covered almost every market segment, which arguably led to a somewhat inconsistent brand identity. You had the high-performance muscle cars from their AMX and Javelin lines, which were pretty cool, sitting right alongside these highly unique, sometimes just plain offbeat creations like the wedge-shaped Gremlin and the famous Fishbowl Pacer.
Let's pause on the Pacer for a moment. It's often, laughed at today, made fun of in movies like Wayne's World, but wasn't the original concept for the Pacer actually incredibly forward-thinking?
Oh, it really was. The original Pacer concept, developed in the early 70s, was intended to be this compact, highly fuel-efficient car with huge windows for visibility, excellent maneuverability, basically designed to tackle crowded urban environments. The really unique feature, in concept, was its planned symmetrical door design. The passenger side door was meant to be much longer than the driver's side for easier rear seat access. Super innovative.
Yeah.
But ultimately, that specific feature was deemed too costly to produce in that exact form. It was fundamentally a stylistic and packaging response to a future demand for small, airy, practical city cars. But it arrived maybe at the wrong moment stylistically for a company already struggling to fund its ambitious design.
Right, but despite maybe some stylistic missteps like the Gremlin and the production pacer, their engineering gambles often proved prophetic, didn't they? Which of AMC's innovations really stand out as truly forward-thinking?
Well, they were widespread pioneers in the use of unibody construction. The idea of integrating the chassis and body into a single, welded structure. This improved rigidity, it reduced weight, and it was structurally more efficient than the traditional body-on-frame setup that the Detroit Giants clung to for decades, especially on larger cars. Their early and consistent focus on small car efficiency was also, prophetic, especially when the gas crises hit hard in the 1970s. Suddenly, everyone wanted what AMC had been building all along.
But the crowning achievement, the one that really defines their innovative spirit and maybe has the longest legacy today, it has to be the Eagle, doesn't it? If there's one piece of the AMC legacy that directly influences modern motoring, it's probably this car.
Oh, without a doubt. The AMC Eagle, launched in 1979, was a true pioneering innovation. There was nothing else quite like it. It basically married the comfort and body of a standard family station wagon or sedan or coupe even, with a sophisticated automatic full-time four-wheel drive system and increased ground clearance. It was the original true 4WD crossover vehicle. AMC was literally decades ahead of the curve. They identified that market desire for all-weather capability combined with car-like comfort long before every major manufacturer started flooding the market with SUVs and crossovers in the 1990s and 2000s.
So they saw the future, they built it, but they just didn't have the deep pockets to ride the massive wave when it finally hit mainstream popularity.
That's the fundamental tragedy of AMC, isn't it? They were constantly, perpetually fighting against being severely undercapitalized, especially when competing directly against the Big Three's vast resources. They lacked the funding for consistent, long-term redesigns. Quality controls sometimes suffered under the financial pressure, and they had to take enormous financial risks with every single new model launch, which the market simply punished if it wasn't an immediate home run. The pressure was just relentless.
And the end came, perhaps inevitably, when they were acquired by Chrysler in 1987. But that acquisition wasn't really about getting the Gremlin or the Pacer tooling, was it?
Oh, absolutely not. The acquisition was purely strategic for Chrysler, led by BWAR.CA at the time. Chrysler wanted two key things from AMC. First, AMC's surprisingly excellent domestic dealer network, which Chrysler felt it lacked in certain areas. And second, crucially, the crown jewel, the highly profitable and globally recognized Jeep brand, which AMC had acquired in 1970. Jeep's survival, its massive expansion, and its subsequent global success under Chrysler and now Stellantis is arguably AMC's greatest and most profound legacy to modern motoring. That said, the AMC cult following remains extremely dedicated today, and performance models like the AMX and the Javelin are now celebrated, highly collectible classics.
Okay, so we've looked at 5 completely different companies here. From Duesenberg's ultra-luxury niche to AMC's long war of attrition as an independent, we really need to synthesize this now. If we connect this all to the bigger picture, what are the sort of non-negotiable universal decline factors that seem to weave through all these stories? The things that prove that even brilliant engineering leadership often just isn't enough.
Yeah, if you look at the data, look at the timelines, the patterns become pretty unmistakable. There are, I think, 3 critical recurring themes that really kill these brands, almost regardless of the quality of their actual product. First, and maybe the cruelest killer, is economic downturns. Recessions consistently hit the non-giants, the independents, the hardest, simply because they lack the deep financial cushioning, the reserves, necessary to weather prolonged sales slumps. We saw it clearly with Duesenberg, wiped out entirely by the Great Depression in 1937. We saw DeSoto effectively killed by the relatively short but very sharp 1958 recession. For these smaller players, major market shocks weren't just temporary setbacks like they might be for GM, they were often fatal blows.
Right. They simply couldn't get a bridge loan or maybe afford the massive layoffs required to stay solvent long enough for the market to eventually recover.
Exactly. The second major theme is corporate mergers and conflicts. This was often tried as a desperate last-ditch attempt to gain scale, but it almost always seemed to backfire. We saw the failed, structurally unsound combination of Packard and Studebaker, which essentially dragged both down faster, leading to 2 deaths instead of potentially 1 survival. And just as damaging in a different way was that internal brand cannibalization we talked about, where the big three sometimes used internal competition or just strategic alignment to effectively destroy brands like DeSoto, which became redundant within the larger Mopar family structure. Mergers rarely created the intended strength. They often just combined liabilities or created internal conflict.
Okay. And the third factor, the elephant in the room, maybe.
And the third factor, the one that was always there, the ever-present shadow, was simply competition. The sheer overwhelming scale, the volume capability, the financial muscle of the Detroit Giants was, for the most part, insurmountable for the independents. Ford, GM, and Chrysler could spend astronomically more on advertising and marketing. They could manage production more efficiently through vast economies of scale and part sharing across brands. And they could absorb losses on specific models or in specific market segments, things that independents like Studebaker or AMC could never, ever afford to do. They were essentially fighting tank battles with pistols, financially speaking.
It's a really bitter lesson, isn't it? That innovation and beautiful design are merely the price of entry into the auto market. Financial stability and massive market scale seem to be the real tickets to long-term survival.
Absolutely, you hit it right there. These incredible cars, these innovative companies, they were often killed by bad balance sheets, aggressive competitor pricing, and ruthlessly rationalizing CEOs just as much as, or maybe even more than, by poor sales figures alone.
Okay, let's transition then to how these brands actually live on beyond their official closure date. Because it's not just passive history collecting dust, is it? It's an active, vibrant culture.
Oh, the living legacy is incredible. It really thrives through dedicated enthusiast clubs, like the fiercely loyal Studebaker Drivers Club we mentioned, which keeps not just the cars alive, but the mechanical knowledge, the history, the camaraderie alive too. And the modern restoration movement, fueled by passion and often significant investment, puts massive time and money into keeping these ghosts running, often going to extraordinary lengths to ensure period authenticity.
And technology, interestingly, is now becoming the ultimate savior for some of these defunct brands, right?
It is playing a crucial role.
Yeah.
For parts that have been completely obsolete for 50, 60, 70 years, new technology allows for incredibly detailed 3D scanning of original components. And then, parts reproduction using modern manufacturing, including things like 3D printing for complex or low-volume obsolete plastic or metal components. This ensures these cars can potentially run far longer than their original manufacturers ever intended or could have even imagined. It's like defying industrial death through digital preservation.
Okay, here's where it gets really evocative, I think. These aren't just mechanical stories, are they? They are genuine gasoline ghosts tied to specific myths, enduring urban legends, things that speak to the real drama of their demise.
Oh, definitely. The physical remnants often fuel the best legends. Take the Packard plant in Detroit. For decades, its massive decaying ruins became arguably the world's most famous urban exploration hotspot. That decaying industrial behemoth stood as this stark, incredibly dramatic monument to lost American manufacturing power, an architectural ghost embodying Packard's past commitment to quality and scale.
And what about the high-stakes treasure hunts for lost machinery, lost cars?
Oh, those stories are everywhere in the classic car world. You hear these tales of Duesenberg hunters rediscovering incredibly high-value ghost chassis, just the original frame and mechanicals, maybe an engine block found covered in dust in old barns or forgotten storage units.
Well,
Sometimes these finds can yield millions of dollars once they're authenticated and eventually restored. It's like the ultimate automotive treasure map fantasy.
I find the DeSoto shutdown story particularly chilling in its sudden finality.
Yeah, the story, or maybe the legend, surrounding DeSoto's shutdown in late 1960 for the 61 model year is a perfect visual metaphor for that kind of cold corporate execution. The story goes that the final order came down so suddenly, so unexpectedly to the line workers, that the final few production cars were simply left half-assembled right there on the assembly line. The tools were dropped, paint was still drying, trim wasn't installed, and an entire brand was just extinguished effectively in a matter of hours. It's a powerful image.
And the Studebaker engineers, they couldn't quite let go of their final innovations, could they?
Not at all. There are actually verified stories of Studebaker Avanti prototypes and maybe some early production bodies or parts being quietly spirited away by employees and hidden in storage for decades, only to be rediscovered years, sometimes many years, after the company officially shut down South Bend production. It really speaks to the passion of the engineers and designers who just couldn't bear to scrap their final brilliant creations. And AMC, even in death, it has its unique mysteries too. The most famous probably involves their exotic mid-engine prototype, the AMX-3 sports car. Only a tiny handful, maybe 6 or 7, were ever built in Italy by Bizzarini. And rumors persisted for years that most of them had been hidden away somewhere in Europe after the project was canceled. And indeed, several were eventually rediscovered, authenticated, and repatriated by collectors, mostly in the 2000s, keeping that dream of AMC building a true Italian-American exotic alive, sort of.
So putting this all together then, what does this all mean for you, the listener, today? Looking back at these incredible successes that ultimately became failures.
Well, I think the history of these lost brands really underscores a crucial and very modern lesson. Sustainable success in almost any industry requires not only technological excellence or brilliant design, but also massive financial resilience and sharp strategic foresight. You can build the most beautiful, most advanced car in the world, a Duesenberg, an Avanti, an Eagle, but if you lack the deep pockets to withstand the inevitable economic downturns and you can't compete with the massive economies of scale of your competitors, you eventually become a ghost. Their legacy is fundamentally defined by that constant tension between brilliance and bankruptcy.
Yeah, and that's why this kind of deep dive is so valuable, I think. When you see a classic car from one of these marquees at a show or even just driving down the street, remember that you're looking at more than just metal and rubber. You're looking at the results of incredible engineering gambles, moments of maybe corporate betrayal or miscalculation, and the brutal market wars that led to its existence or ultimately its subsequent corporate execution. It's history on wheels. Hashtag OPTRO, call to action and final thoughts.
Well, thank you so much for joining us for this deep dive into the fascinating and, yeah, sometimes heartbreaking world of lost American automotive history.
And maybe I can leave you, the listener, with one final thought to consider. Given AMC's incredible prescience with the early crossover concept, the Eagle, what other ghost brands might possibly have survived the 20th century if they had just managed to hold on to one truly revolutionary innovation long enough for the broader market to finally catch up? You know, if Studebaker had somehow focused solely on refining and marketing the Avanti concept earlier, or if DeSoto had managed to maintain a distinct technological or stylistic edge over Dodge within Chrysler, would they still exist today? It's a compelling what-if thought experiment, isn't it?
It really is, and we highly recommend you visit the BlueWaterAutoRestoration.com website. Check out the dedication and the skill that goes into keeping these amazing gasoline ghosts running today, preserving automotive history one meticulous repair at a time. Just a reminder, our deep dives are available on Spotify, Google Music, YouTube, Apple Podcast, Amazon Music, or SoundCloud. We'll see you next time. Welcome back to the deep dive. This deep dive is proudly presented by Bluewater Auto Restoration, your trusted partner in keeping your vehicle running and looking its best. We're in week 40 of the 2025 Bluewater Auto Restoration Deep Dive series. And as you know, we drop new deep dives every Saturday morning. Our mission, well, it's really to bring you the most important nuggets of knowledge, keep you well informed and ready for pretty much anything the road or life throws at you. Today, we're flipping the switch on a topic that, well, it literally lights up our lives on the road. We're talking about the incredibly fascinating and, yeah, often debated world of automotive headlights. Specifically, we're tackling the big showdown, LED versus halogen headlights. Okay, let's unpack this, because as our deep dive into the source material really shows, understanding your car's illumination isn't just about seeing, it's about safety, it's about driving comfort, and maybe even the personality of your vehicle.
Indeed. Yeah, our goal today really is to cut through all that marketing noise and just give you a solid, comprehensive understanding of these two dominant lighting technologies. We'll explore their fundamental differences, their unique strengths and weaknesses, and what each choice really means for your vehicle and maybe more importantly for your daily driving experience. We're aiming for those aha moments, right?
Yeah.
The ones that clarify not just what they are, but why their distinctions matter to you. And it's fascinating, isn't it, how these seemingly small tech shifts can lead to major implications for visibility, for costs, and even how cars are designed.
All right, let's dim the fancy lights for just a moment and maybe journey back a bit. Back to where much of modern automotive lighting really took hold. We're talking about the classic, right? The type many of us grew up with, and let's be honest, probably still have lighting our way in our daily drivers. So for anyone wondering, what exactly is a halogen headlight bulb? What's that familiar glow all about, at its very core?
It's a fantastic place to start. Because a halogen bulb, despite its age, it's still quite a marvel of engineering in its own way. It's a really sophisticated evolution of the very first electric light bulbs. At its heart, it's composed of three key things. You've got a tightly coiled tungsten filament. That's the bit that actually glows. And that's all encased within a sealed, heat-resistant quartz glass envelope. And here's the really clever part. Inside that quartz bulb, there's a small, very precise amount of a halogen gas, usually iodine or bromine. The magic happens when electric current passes through that tungsten filament, just like a traditional light bulb. This current heats the filament up to an incredibly high temperature, and that causes it to incandescent. That's just the technical term for glowing brightly from intense heat. Now, in a regular old incandescent bulb, that tungsten would slowly evaporate, right? You blacken the glass, and eventually the filament would just break. But this is where the halogen gas comes in. It's kind of like the unsung hero here. It facilitates what's known as the halogen cycle.
The halogen cycle, that sounds kind of high tech. How does this gas actually, perform its magic?
It's almost like this tiny perpetual motion machine inside the bulb, really. As tungsten atoms evaporate from the hot filament, they don't just drift away and stick to the glass. Instead, they react with the halogen gas. This forms a gaseous tungsten halogen compound. Then, when this compound drifts back and comes into contact with the superhot filament again, the intense heat breaks it down, and boom, it redeposits the tungsten right back onto the filament. The halogen gas is then freed up to go repeat the cycle. So this continuous recycling process, it dramatically prolongs the bulb's lifespan compared to standard incandescent bulbs, often like 2 to 3 times longer. And maybe more importantly, it allows the filament to operate at much higher temperatures without burning out too quickly, which is precisely what gives halogen bulbs their increased brightness and whiter light compared to their older, dimmer cousins. It's really just some ingenious, elegant engineering.
So it's definitely not just some relic of the past then. It's a technology that's genuinely evolved and, well, it continues to be practical, right? I mean, you still see them everywhere.
Absolutely. They've been the industry standard for such a long time that their prevalence is just undeniable. Even today, many vehicles rolling right off the assembly line, including incredibly popular models from manufacturers like Toyota, Honda, Ford, Chevrolet, they still come factory equipped with halogen lights. They've lit up our roads for decades, proving their reliability and effectiveness. And their continued use really speaks volumes about their enduring value, especially when you think about initial manufacturing costs for the automakers. Hashtag, tag, 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 tag 1.2 advantages of halogen headlights.
Okay, so given all the buzz around newer lighting tech, it's easy to just assume newer always means better, right? But halogens have been with us for decades. What are some of the maybe unexpected strengths or just the stubbornly practical reasons they're still so prevalent today? Are we maybe underestimating their appeal?
That's a perfect way to frame it, yeah. While LEDs definitely grab the headlines, halogens offer several really compelling practical advantages that keep them firmly in the market. The first, and you could argue the most significant for many drivers, is their lower upfront cost. Halogen bulbs are simply far less expensive to buy and replace. Our research shows a pair of replacement bulbs typically ranges, $35 to maybe $100, with an average price right around $50. So that makes them an incredibly budget-friendly option, not just when you buy the car, but for ongoing maintenance over its life. For many people, that accessibility is just huge. And beyond the price, there's a distinct characteristic in their light quality and weather penetration. Halogen bulbs emit that warmer, yellowish light, usually around 3000K to 4300K on the color temperature scale. Now, while some might see this as less modern than the bright white of LEDs, a lot of drivers actually prefer this warmer tone. They find it maybe less harsh, a bit gentler on the eyes of oncoming traffic, which is a significant point of courtesy, right?
But maybe more critically, this yellowish light often seems to offer superior penetration in bad weather conditions. Think heavy rain, dense fog, even light snow. That warmer wavelength can sometimes cut through moisture and atmospheric particles more effectively. It potentially reduces that glare that brighter white lights can create, maybe improving visibility when you really need it most. It's a surprising benefit that's often overlooked.
That makes a lot of sense, especially for drivers who, frequently encounter bad weather. I remember trying to change a halogen bulb once in my old car in a dark parking lot. Let's just say it was less easy DIY job and more, frustrating. So when you say easy installation, are we talking like swap out a battery easy or call your mechanic in tears easy?
Hopefully closer to the swap out a battery end of the spectrum for most. Easy installation is genuinely a major plus for halogens. For many, many vehicle models, changing a halogen bulb is a pretty straightforward DIY task. It doesn't usually require specialized tools or a deep dive into automotive electronics. You often just twist, pull, unplug, and plug in the new one. It's pretty simple. And this ease contributes directly to their lower overall replacement costs, because you might avoid paying a mechanic's labor charge. It's definitely a confidence booster for the average car owner to be able to handle this basic maintenance themselves. And their wide compatibility is another huge advantage. Because this technology has been around for so long, and its design uses that traditional bulb and reflector setup. Well, halogen bulbs are compatible with a vast range of vehicles. Their design traditionally uses those larger, robust reflector-style housings that are just standard across countless makes and models, especially older ones. This means finding a replacement bulb is rarely ever an issue, no matter what older car you might be driving. And finally, there's an interesting, maybe somewhat counterintuitive, heat benefit in cold climates. We often talk about the high heat emission of halogens as a drawback, right? It's wasted energy. It can degrade components over time. However, this intense heat, which can exceed 150 degrees Celsius, that's over 300 Fahrenheit, at the bulb's surface, can actually be quite helpful in very cold, snowy, or icy conditions. It really helps to melt snow and ice accumulation right on the headlight housing itself. This prevents your lights from getting obscured by frost or slush, ensuring you maintain visibility and safety, which is especially important for drivers in, say, northern regions or mountainous areas. So that waste heat actually finds a kind of practical purpose in certain environments.
So we've charted the reliable, warm glow of halogens, the workhorse of the automotive world for so long. But as the sun kind of sets on that era for many manufacturers, a new light has really dawned. It's fundamentally changing how we see and how we are seen on the road. So how do these modern LED headlights completely rewrite the rulebook on automotive illumination? It's a fundamentally different approach, isn't it?
It is indeed. It's a complete paradigm shift, really. Moving from a thermal process, heating something up, to an electronic one. LED stands for light-emitting diode, and as the name implies, it's a solid-state semiconductor device. It emits light when electrical current passes through it. There's no filament to heat up, no gas to cycle like in a halogen. The core component of an LED headlight system typically includes several tiny LED chips. Those are the actual light sources. Then you have a sophisticated heat sink to manage the thermal output. We'll talk more about that. There's also an electronic driver to regulate the electrical current, and often a precisely engineered lens or reflector to shape and direct the light. The way an LED works is through this process called electroluminescence. Think of it like an incredibly tiny, perfectly orchestrated dance within the chip. You'd send an electric current through this special semiconductor material, and in there, electrons, almost like tiny dancers, they pair up with holes, which are basically just empty spots where an electron should be. And when they connect, when they complete that tiny circuit, bang! Energy is released, but not primarily as heat, but directly as light, those photons we see. This direct conversion of electrical energy into light is just far more efficient than the thermal process of incandescence used by halogens. It's solid-state technology too. That means there are no fragile filaments to break, no gases to leak, which contributes to many of its significant advantages. It's essentially a microchip that glows.
And we are seeing these everywhere now, aren't we? It feels like it's becoming the standard for many premium vehicles, maybe even moving beyond just being an upgrade option. It's almost the expected level of illumination now. It signals a certain modernity too, doesn't it?
Absolutely. If you look at the automotive landscape today, LED lights are rapidly becoming the norm, not the exception.
Yeah.
They're commonly found as standard factory equipment in modern cars from luxury brands like Audi, BMW, Mercedes-Benz. Yes. But also from innovative companies like Tesla and increasingly on more mainstream models too. This widespread adoption really underscores their role in not just vastly improved visibility and energy efficiency, but also in defining the aesthetic and the technological prowess of contemporary vehicle design. They're quickly becoming the expectation, shaping how we perceive new cars. Hashtag Tech 2.2 advantages of LED headlights.
Okay, so beyond just being new and modern, what makes LEDs such an appealing and, well, increasingly popular choice for both drivers and automakers? What are the real tangible benefits that truly stand out when we, switch them on?
The benefits are quite profound, really. It's a significant leap forward in automotive lighting tech. The first, and maybe most impactful for the planet and your vehicle systems, is their high energy efficiency. This is a dramatic difference compared to halogens. LEDs are remarkably efficient. They convert over 80% of the electrical power they consume directly into light, which means less than 10% of that energy is wasted as heat. Compare that to halogens.
Which was, what, 90% heat?
Exactly. 90% heat, only 10% light. It's a massive difference. This efficiency not only conserves energy, leading to maybe a lighter load on your car's alternator, but it also translates to a smaller environmental footprint overall. And directly stemming from that efficiency is a significantly longer lifespan. This is a major selling point for LEDs. While traditional halogen bulbs typically last, 500 and maybe 1,000 hours, LED bulbs boast an incredible operational life, anywhere from 30,000 to 50,000 hours.
50,000 hours. That's incredible.
It really is. Think about that. A high-quality LED option could potentially last the entire lifespan of your vehicle, outliving it by a decade or more in some cases. That's often 5 to 10 times longer than halogens, maybe even more, which translates to far fewer replacements, less maintenance hassle, and, potentially significant long-term savings for the driver. Imagine not having to worry about changing a headlight bulb for years, maybe even over a decade.
That is a huge difference in longevity, but for a lot of drivers, the quality of light matters just as much, maybe more, than how long it lasts. Does that efficiency translate to a genuinely better view of the road, or is it just, more light?
Oh, it definitely translates to a genuinely better view. LEDs offer brighter and clearer illumination in a way that truly impacts safety. They produce a much higher light output. We're talking often ranging from 3,600 to an impressive 10,000 lumens, compared to halogens maybe 800, 1,200 lumens.
Yeah.
But it's not just the sheer brightness, right? They emit a crisp, bright white light with a higher color temperature, typically between 4,000 K and 6,500 K. This color is much closer to natural daylight, and that greatly enhances contrast. It makes it easier for your eyes to discern objects, road markings, potential hazards, especially at night.
So things just look sharper.
Exactly. Sharper, clearer. Think of it this way. With maybe poorly rated halogens, you might spot that deer just 100 feet ahead, giving you very little time to react, especially at highway speeds. But top-tier LEDs, our sources, including findings from safety groups like the IIHS, indicate they can push that visibility out by another 100 feet or even more.
Wow, another 100 feet.
Yeah, that's like adding an entire car length, maybe more, of crucial reaction time. It gives you a significant safety cushion. It's not just brighter light, it's more time to see and respond. Another practical benefit that really speaks to safety is their instant on-off capability. LEDs light up almost instantaneously. We're talking a warm-up time of just about 0.1 seconds. There's basically no delay, no slow fade-in like you might get with some older tech. This provides immediate full brightness the moment you turn them on, or, importantly, flash your high beams, which can be a crucial safety feature when you're reacting quickly to unexpected road conditions or trying to communicate with other drivers.
I've also noticed how sleek and, intricate the headlights on new cars look. They're almost like signature pieces now defining the front end. Does LED technology play a significant role in that design evolution? It feels like designers just have so much more freedom.
You've absolutely hit on a major point for automakers. The design flexibility of LEDs is immense. Their compact size allows manufacturers much greater creative freedom. That leads to the sophisticated, often slim and intricate headlight shapes we see on modern vehicles today. Unlike the bulkier halogen setups which need that big reflector bowl, individual LED chips can be arranged in complex patterns. This allows for unique light signatures and highly stylized designs that enhance a car's aesthetic appeal and, frankly, its brand identity. Furthermore, LEDs can be precisely paired with sophisticated projector lenses and advanced optical systems. These can create extremely sharp cutoff lines and intensely focused light distribution.
So less light scattering upwards into other drivers' eyes.
Exactly. That means not only better aesthetics, but also superior light control, minimizing glare for oncoming drivers while maximizing illumination exactly where you need it on the road ahead. And finally, just thinking from a broader societal perspective, they're considerably more environmentally friendly because of their high energy efficiency and their much, much longer lifespan. LEDs significantly reduce overall energy consumption over the vehicle's lifetime. This translates to a smaller carbon footprint from the vehicle's operation and, importantly, a drastic reduction in the frequency of bulb replacements, which means less waste, fewer old bulbs ending up in landfills. It's really a win for both your long-term wallet and, the planet.
Okay, now that we've really established the distinct identities and the individual strengths of both halogen and LED headlights, it's time to bring them together, isn't it? Let's truly compare these two champions of the night, spec for spec. Where do you see the most dramatic differences when we put them side by side? Really digging into how these differences impact our driving experience in specific measurable ways.
This is where the rubber meets the road, as they say, or maybe where the light meets the road. Let's start by looking at the raw numbers that directly affect brightness and how much power your vehicle needs to generate that light, because that's often the first thing people notice. Hashtag 3.1 power consumption and limit output.
Right. Let's talk about the raw power and brightness. When we say one is brighter or more efficient, what do the numbers actually tell us? What's the real output difference?
The numbers unequivocally highlight that efficiency gap we've been discussing. It's pretty stark. For halogens, you're typically looking at a power consumption somewhere between 55 watts and maybe 100 watts per bulb. And through that incandescent process, that produces a light output, or lumen count, of roughly 800 lumens up to maybe 1200 lumens. It just takes a significant amount of electrical energy to heat that tungsten filament hot enough, and most of that energy, as we know, is lost as heat. Now, in stark contrast, LEDs generally consume less power, typically ranging from 30 watts up to maybe 90 watts per bulb, depending on the design, yet they produce a significantly higher lumen output, anywhere from 3,600 lumens to an impressive 10,000 lumens per bulb in some high-performance units.
10,000 lumens, that's a lot of light.
It is, and this immediately illustrates their superior efficiency. LEDs achieve significantly higher illumination, often several times brighter than halogens, while consuming less or maybe comparable power. It's like getting way more horsepower with less fuel, You're getting dramatically more functional light for your energy input. And this difference impacts not just the perceived brightness, but also the load on your vehicle's electrical system. Hashtag tac 3.2 color temperature.
Okay, and the actual hue of the light they cast, that's not just about aesthetics, is it? It feels like it deeply impacts how we perceive the road, how comfortable our eyes are over time, and even how other drivers see us coming.
Precisely. Color temperature, which we measure in Kelvin's K, describes the color or the warmth of the light source. For halogens, you typically get that warmer, more yellowish light we talked about, ranging from about 3,000 K to 4,300 K. This warmer tone is often described as comforting, familiar. For some drivers, it can feel less fatiguing over long night drives. And crucially, as we touched on earlier, this specific color wavelength might actually interact with atmospheric conditions like fog, rain, and snow a bit differently. The thinking is it might scatter less off moisture particles, potentially giving you a slightly clearer view through really bad weather by reducing that white wall effect you can sometimes get with brighter, whiter lights.
Right, less glare bouncing back at you.
Potentially, yes. However, its overall intensity is lower, so while it might penetrate, the total illuminated area is less vast. LEDs, on the other hand, produce a much brighter, whiter, often described as cooler light. Their color temperature generally spans from 4,000 K up to 6,500 K. The upper end of this spectrum, around 6,000 K, 6,500 K, very closely mimics natural daylight. And this bright white light really enhances contrast, making colors and details on the road appear more vivid and defined, which can greatly improve your reaction time to obstacles, road signs, lane markings. It effectively turns night into a more illuminated day-like scene. However, and this is important, this intensity and whiter light can, if not properly aimed and diffused by the headlight housing, be perceived as harsher by oncoming traffic. It could potentially cause temporary discomfort or glare for others. So there's definitely a delicate balance to consider between maximizing your own visibility and maintaining courtesy and safety for other road users. Hashtag 3.3 energy efficiency, re-emphasis and impact.
When we talk about headlights, I think most people just think, can I see? Simple as that. But there's this whole other layer here, isn't there, about the energy they consume. What's the real impact of these technologies on, say, our fuel economy, maybe, or just the vehicle's overall electrical system? I'm interested in just how stark that efficiency difference truly is.
It's an absolutely fundamental difference, and it does have cascading impacts. It's worth reiterating because it's just so significant. The contrast in energy efficiency between these two is truly stark. LEDs are inherently highly efficient. They just excel at converting electrical power into useful light. Over 80% of the energy consumed directly contributes to light output. Less than 10% is wasted as heat. This directly translates to less load on your vehicle's alternator and electrical system, which could potentially offer a very minor, maybe indirect benefit to fuel economy by reducing that parasitic drag on the engine. But more broadly, especially as we see more electric vehicles, it aligns with this global push for more sustainable and energy-conscious design. Every watt counts. Halogens, by comparison, are quite inefficient from an energy conversion standpoint, just fundamentally. They operate on that principle of heating a filament until it glows red hot, basically. Because of this thermal process, a massive 90% of the energy they consume is converted straight into heat. Only about 10% actually becomes visible light.
90% heat, that's why they get so hot to the touch, right?
Exactly. That inefficiency means your vehicle's electrical system has to work harder just to power them, consuming more energy for a comparatively lower light output. So, while the immediate fuel economy impact might be small in a traditional gasoline car, over the lifetime of a vehicle, and particularly with the rise of EVs where range is everything, this efficiency difference becomes a really crucial factor. It's really about getting the most functional light out of every single watt you put in, and LEDs win hands down there. No contest. Hashtag 3.4 heat emission and management.
Okay, so we know halogens get hot, really hot, but there's a fascinating twist to LED heat, isn't there? It's not quite as simple as just saying LEDs don't get hot. This is an often misunderstood aspect that our sources really seem to clarify.
That's a critical distinction, yeah. And it's where a lot of misconception lies. For halogens, as we've discussed, that incandescence process causes the filament and the bulb surface to reach extremely high operating temperatures, often exceeding 150 degrees C over 300 degrees Fahrenheit. This high heat is, unfortunately, mostly just wasted energy, and over time this constant thermal stress can potentially cause damage or degradation to the headlight housing itself, the lenses, even surrounding wiring or plastic components. It's definitely a contributing factor to that hazing or yellowing of headlight lenses you see on older cars. However, as we noted earlier, this significant external heat can be inadvertently advantageous in really cold climates, helping to melt away snow and ice on the headlight assembly, keeping your beam clear. Now for LEDs, it's different. While they generate significantly less ambient heat overall compared to halogens, the housing doesn't get nearly as hot. They are actually highly sensitive to internal heat buildup right at their tiny semiconductor junctions. It's a very concentrated heat problem. If this internal heat isn't properly managed and dissipated away from those delicate LED chips, it can severely damage the diodes themselves. It degrades them. This damage leads to what's known as lumen depreciation. Basically, the bulb gradually loses its brightness over time.
Why does that happen? Just the heat breaking down the materials?
Exactly. The extreme internal heat right at those tiny semiconductor junctions can actually degrade the materials themselves over time, much like how a computer chip overheats, eventually fails or throttles its performance. It's kind of a silent killer for LED longevity if it's not managed properly. It can lead to premature failure even with those promised long lifespans.
That's a fantastic analogy, the computer chip overheating. So if internal heat is such a critical issue for LEDs, how do manufacturers actually combat this in their headlight designs?
That's precisely why you often see what looks like elaborate fins, or sometimes even small fans, attached to the base of LED bulbs or integrated into the headlight unit. The solution for LEDs, and a key reason why modern LED headlight units often look more complex than a simple halogen bulb, involves sophisticated active cooling methods. To combat this concentrated internal heat, most high-quality factory and aftermarket LED assemblies incorporate integrated cooling components. These often include substantial heat sinks, usually made of aluminum with lots of fins to maximize surface area, or even tiny electric fans. These components are absolutely essential. They actively work to dissipate heat from the base of the LED chips, drawing it away to keep those sensitive semiconductor components cool. This thermal management is just vital for ensuring the LEDs maintain their optimal brightness throughout their life and actually achieve that advertised longevity. Without proper cooling, even the most advanced LED could potentially fail much sooner than expected. Hashtag 3.5 warm-up time.
Okay, so switching gears slightly, how quickly do they actually light up when you flip the switch or, say, hit the high beams? Does that split second really matter?
It absolutely could, yeah. The difference in warm-up time is quite stark, and it's definitely noticeable in real-world driving. Halogen bulbs, because they need to heat that tungsten filament up to incandescence, they have a warm-up time of approximately 1 second, maybe a little less, to reach full brightness. While this isn't a huge delay, it's definitely a perceptible one. LEDs, on the other hand, are nearly instantaneous. Their warm-up time is incredibly fast, often around 0.1 seconds, or even less.
0.1 second, so basically immediate.
Pretty much immediate, yeah. This means you get full brightness the absolute moment you activate them. This instant illumination provides immediate full visibility, which can indeed be crucial in sudden critical situations. Imagine needing to quickly flash your high beams to warn an oncoming driver of an obstruction, or reacting instantaneously to an unexpected obstacle popping out in the dark. That immediate response time from LEDs significantly contributes to enhanced active safety. Hashtag 3.6 light assist.
Okay, this is a huge one for safety, maybe the biggest. How far ahead can we actually see with these different technologies? This really impacts our reaction time and just our overall confidence driving at night, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Light distance is paramount for driver safety. It directly correlates to how much time you have to perceive and react to something. And there's a very, very notable difference here that genuinely impacts real-world driving safety. Halogen headlights typically provide an effective lighting range of up to about 100 meters. That's roughly 328 feet. Which is sufficient for many driving scenarios, sure, especially at lower speeds or in urban well-lit areas where ambient light helps out. However, LEDs boast a significantly more impressive lighting range. They can reach up to 300 meters or nearly 1,000 feet in some cases.
300 meters, that's 3 times the distance.
It is 3 times farther down the road. And this isn't just some minor improvement. It's transformative for night driving. The significantly longer reach of LED bulbs allows drivers to see much farther ahead. It gives them crucial extra seconds to identify and react to potential hazards, whether that's wildlife crossing the road, a stalled vehicle way up ahead, or an unexpected sharp turn in the road. This extended visibility contributes immensely to increased safety and driver confidence, particularly when driving at higher speeds on highways or on those unlit rural roads or just in completely dark conditions. It's not just about brighter light close up. It's about the quality and focus of that light, enabling you to perceive danger much, much earlier. It fundamentally changes the safety envelope of night driving. Hashtag 3.7 lifespan and long-term cost effectiveness.
We've touched on lifespan quite a bit, but let's try and connect it directly to our wallets over the long haul. Does that higher upfront cost for LEDs really pay off in the end? Or are you just paying more for a newer technology that maybe offers only marginal benefits? Let's try and crunch some numbers.
This is absolutely where the long-term value proposition of LEDs truly shines, despite that higher initial price tag. Let's just recap the lifespan difference again, because it's so dramatic. Halogen bulbs typically last between 500 and 1,000 hours of operation. For the average driver, this usually means they need to be replaced about once a year or maybe every 18 months, depending on how much night driving you do. In stark contrast, LED headlight bulbs boast that incredible operational life of over 30,000 to 50,000 hours. Our sources suggest that high-quality LED options can easily last the entire lifespan of many vehicles, potentially 5 to 10 times longer than halogens, maybe even more. This immense longevity is the absolute key to their cost-effectiveness over time.
Okay, so if I'm replacing my halogens, say, once a year, and LEDs last for years and years, how does that actually balance out financially?
Let's break down the cost effectiveness with some tangible figures, roughly. The average cost for a pair of halogen replacement bulbs, we said, is around $50, though they can range from maybe $35 up to $100 depending on the brand and your specific vehicle. For LED headlights, the average upfront cost is significantly higher, yes. Around $150 per pair seems typical, with prices ranging from maybe $100 up to $300 or more for premium high-performance options. Now consider this. If you replace your halogen headlights, let's say, 8 times over the lifespan of your vehicle,
Which seems reasonable if they last about 1 to 1.5 years each over a 10-12-year ownership.
exactly. That's a cumulative cost of $400 just for the bulbs, right? Not even counting potential labor costs if you don't do it yourself every time. The LED at that initial $150 is likely still glowing strong, performing optimally, and requiring absolutely no further replacements during that entire period. So while LED headlights undeniably cost more upfront, their immense longevity means they become significantly more cost-effective over a long period of use. That initial investment in LEDs can lead to substantial savings and far, far fewer replacements over the vehicle's lifetime. Not to mention the invaluable save time, the hassle, and maybe the peace of mind of not having to constantly worry about swapping out burnt-out bulbs. It's really an investment that pays dividends over time if you keep the car. Hashtag tag 3.8 installation, beam pattern, and housing considerations. Critical upgrade warning.
Right. Now, both types are generally described as easy to install, especially if you're just replacing a like-for-like bulb, burnt halogen for new halogen. But there's a really important distinction, maybe even a critical warning, that our sources emphasize, especially if you're thinking about upgrading from factory halogen bulbs to aftermarket LEDs in the same housing. Can you tell us about that crucial nuance? Because this sounds like where easy can quickly become dangerous.
This is perhaps one of the most vital pieces of information for our listeners, considering any kind of headlight upgrade. And it's absolutely where the phrase easy installation can be incredibly misleading, even hazardous. For a direct like-for-like replacement, swapping a burned-out halogen for a new halogen or an old LED for a new LED, yes, both types are typically pretty straightforward to install in their original intended housing. However, the huge challenge arises when you try to mix and match these technologies. The beam pattern and how the light is actually distributed are fundamentally different, and that's because of the unique design of their respective headlight housings, the reflectors or projectors inside. Halogen headlights traditionally use those large reflector-style housings. These reflectors are meticulously shaped and faceted specifically to capture the omnidirectional light going in all directions, emitted by a tiny central halogen filament, and then project it forward in a relatively broad dispersed pattern. The resulting beam typically has softer edges, less defined cutoff lines, and often more diffused intensity overall. It's designed for a light source that glows like a tiny ball. LEDs, with their compact size and often unidirectional light-emitting properties, meaning light generally comes from one flat surface or multiple specific points, allow for much more precise control. Manufacturers often pair them with sophisticated projector lenses or highly specialized reflector designs that are engineered for LEDs.
These can create very sharp, distinct cutoff lines and intensely focused light distribution. This is part of why modern LED headlights look so good and perform so well. They create a very defined beam that illuminates the road exactly where needed without scattering light wastefully upwards or outwards.
Okay, so if I just take an aftermarket LED bulb, one of those ones you can buy online that says fix H11 socket or whatever, and I just shove it into my old halogen reflector housing, what's the real danger? Why can't I just get brighter lights easily?
This raises an absolutely critical safety issue, and I can't stress this enough for listeners considering a switch. Installing aftermarket LED bulbs into a headlight housing that was originally designed and engineered for halogens is almost universally problematic, and frankly, can be quite dangerous. That halogen reflector is designed to work with a very specific light source, that tiny omnidirectional filament at a precise focal point. An LED chip, being a completely different type of light source with distinct emission patterns, often multiple light points spread out, may be longer. It just won't interact with that reflector in the way it was designed to. The reflector simply cannot properly focus the LED light. It's physically impossible given the geometry. The result: the light from the LED bulb will scatter wildly and uncontrollably. Instead of a focused beam on the road where you need it, you'll get light spraying in all directions. This creates extreme and blinding glare for oncoming drivers, or even for drivers in front of you through their rear-view mirrors.
Yeah, I think we've all experienced that blinding light from an oncoming car. It's awful.
It really is. Imagine driving at night and suddenly being hit with this dazzling, unfocused blob of light. That's the experience you might be inflicting on others if you do an improper LED swap. This isn't just an annoyance, it's a significant safety hazard. It temporarily impairs other drivers' vision and dramatically increases the risk of accidents for everyone. And the risks here extend beyond just blinding others. Improperly installed aftermarket LEDs can actually perform worse than the original halogens for you, the driver, in terms of useful light on the road. While they might appear brighter right in front of the car, the light down the road could be scattered, unfocused, and unevenly distributed. It might fail to properly illuminate distant obstacles or the edges of your lane. The light might be bright, but it's uncontrolled and potentially ineffective where it truly counts for safe driving. To mitigate this, proper alignment and aiming of your headlights after such a conversion is absolutely crucial.
But can you even aim them properly if the reflector isn't designed for the bulb?
Often, it's impossible to do effectively with mismatched components. The beam pattern itself is just wrong. In many cases, for a truly proper and safe conversion to aftermarket LEDs, you might actually need a full headlight assembly replacement, swapping out the entire housing designed for halogens with one specifically engineered for LEDs. And that could be a much more involved and costly endeavor. Furthermore, there's a critical aspect of legality. The legality of aftermarket LED conversions is complex, and it varies significantly by region, by country, even within states or provinces. Many jurisdictions have specific regulations concerning headlight beam patterns, light sources, and modifications. Non-compliant or improperly installed LEDs that cause excessive glare can absolutely lead to fines, cause your vehicle to fail mandatory safety inspections, and most importantly, they create dangerously unsafe driving conditions for everyone on the road. So while the thought of getting brighter lights is definitely appealing, it's absolutely vital to do your extensive research, understand these serious implications, and prioritize safety and legality above all else before attempting such an upgrade. Consulting with a professional automotive lighting specialist is highly, highly recommended. Don't just buy a bulb online and stick it in.
Wow, that was an incredibly important warning and a fascinating dive into those technical nuances. Thank you. So after that deep dive into the technical details and the direct comparisons, looking at the bigger picture now, where is the automotive lighting market actually headed? Are we seeing a clear winner emerge in terms of future dominance?
Yeah, so connect all this to the bigger picture. The market trend is unequivocally shifting towards LED technology. There's really no question about that direction. While halogen lamps remain dominant for now, largely due to their historical prevalence, their lower manufacturing cost in older or entry-level vehicles, and just the vast existing infrastructure. LED headlamps are steadily gaining popularity and are widely expected to replace halogens as the primary lighting product in the coming years, perhaps within the next decade for most new cars. Automakers are increasingly adopting LEDs as standard equipment, even on the more affordable models. And that's driven by all the significant advantages we've discussed: efficiency, design flexibility, performance, long-term cost effectiveness. The trajectory is really clear. LED is the future of automotive lighting. It's simply too efficient and too versatile to ignore in the long run. Hashtag 4.2, which headlight is right for you?
Okay, so for our listener who's weighing these options right now, maybe trying to decide what's best for their specific vehicle and their driving habits, what's the ultimate takeaway from making their choice? Let's say our listener is at the auto parts store or browsing online, staring at two boxes, one halogen, one LED. What's the first thing they need to ask themselves? Beyond just the price tag, how do they navigate this decision effectively?
That really is the million-dollar question, isn't it? And the answer truly depends on your individual priorities, your driving circumstances, and yes, your budget. I would offer this clear guide, sort of a decision tree, to help you navigate that choice. Choose LED if you prioritize maximum visibility and safety above all else. That's the #1 reason. If you frequently drive at night, especially on unlit roads, or if you simply value the absolute highest level of active safety, clarity, and driver confidence, then LEDs are the superior choice. No question. You should definitely acknowledge that this comes with a higher upfront investment for the bulbs themselves. And potentially, as we just discussed, needing a full headlight assembly replacement if your car wasn't originally designed for LEDs. Do it safely and legally. However, the enhanced performance, the immense longevity, the superior energy efficiency, and the overall safety benefits are genuinely superior. And for many drivers, these benefits easily justify that initial cost over the vehicle's lifetime. Think of it as investing directly in your safety and your peace of mind on the road. Now, choose halogen if you are on a strict budget, or if cost is your absolute primary concern right now. If you just need a cheap, readily available, and easy-to-replace option for an existing vehicle, especially one where you don't do a huge amount of night driving on dark, unlit roads, then halogens are still a perfectly viable choice. They provide adequate lighting, particularly for city driving where ambient light often supplements your headlights anyway, and they perform exactly as intended in their original factory headlight assemblies. They are reliable, they are economical, and they are familiar. The key here is to be realistic about your actual driving needs, your budget constraints, and crucially, whether your current vehicle's housing is suitable for a safe and effective LED upgrade. Sometimes the most practical solution really is the one that was designed for your car from the start. Don't force an unsafe upgrade. Hashtag 4.3 examples of LED technology in action.
That's really helpful. Now, our sources also give us some concrete examples of specific LED technology in action, and these can really help illustrate the capabilities we've been discussing, kind of showing us what's truly possible with these modern lighting solutions beyond just the theoretical specs. What kinds of real-world specs are we talking about in some of these examples?
Indeed. These examples from the source material effectively highlight some of the advanced features and impressive performance metrics that make modern LEDs so compelling. They really demonstrate the range of innovation happening in this space. For instance, one example mentioned is the NAO Evo Saga Series LED headlight. This is presented as a prime example of high-performance LED capabilities. It boasts truly impressive figures, like a substantial 100 watts per bulb power rating, translating into an incredible 12,000 lumens per bulb in light output. That's huge, all while still offering a robust 30,000 hour lifespan. What's particularly illustrative in this specific example are the sophisticated design features that make this kind of performance possible. It details the use of 12 high-intensity flip chips. These are basically miniature but very powerful light sources on the LED itself. And these are stated to deliver an exceptional output that is something like 600% brighter than traditional halogen bulbs.
600%.
That's what the example claims, yeah. It clearly demonstrates how advancements in LED chip technology directly translate to vastly improved brightness and light quality on the road. And critically, it also highlights the sophisticated cooling technology that's vital for these high-power LEDs. It mentions an upgraded double copper heat pipe designed for efficient 40 watts of heat conduction. This just reinforces our earlier point about the critical importance of actively managing that internal heat generated by LEDs to ensure their longevity and sustained performance. You need good cooling for high power. The inclusion of an IP67 waterproof rating in the example also speaks to the durability designers are building into these products, ensuring they can withstand pretty extreme environmental conditions. Another example our sources provide is the NOO Evo Smart Series LA headlight. This seems to illustrate a slightly different, maybe more accessible option within the broader LED spectrum. It shows varied power and lumen outputs in this case, 35 watts per bulb and 3,800 lumens per bulb. Still very bright compared to halogen, but less extreme than the Saga series, while still maintaining that impressive 30,000 hour lifespan. So these examples together help you understand that there's really a wide range of LED products available in the market, from ultra-performance options designed for maximum output to more standard, highly efficient choices, all while offering significant advantages in longevity and usually brightness over traditional halogens. They just give some concrete figures to the concepts and benefits we've been discussing throughout this deep dive. #outro.
That was an incredibly detailed deep dive into the world of LED and halogen headlights. Really illuminating, you could say. It's clear that while halogens definitely still have a very valid place, especially offering that budget-friendly and reliable option, LED technology offers a compelling and, well, undeniably superior vision for the future of driving visibility and safety. The differences are really not just cosmetic. They impact everything from your actual view of the road and your safety to your wallet over the long term.
Indeed. The answer to that question, is an LED headlight worth it, is ultimately often yes, I think. Especially when you weigh those long-term benefits of enhanced driving visibility, superior energy efficiency, and that immense longevity. However, as we've deeply discussed, understanding the initial costs is important. And critically, understanding those specific installation considerations for safe and truly effective upgrades is absolutely key. It's definitely not a one-size-fits-all solution. It should be a thoughtful choice based on an informed understanding of your vehicle, your driving needs, and the importance of doing it right.
Absolutely. And as automotive lighting continues its rapid evolution, it really makes you wonder, doesn't it? What do you imagine are the next breakthroughs beyond just brighter, more efficient bulbs? How might future headlights not only illuminate the road, but maybe interact with our environment? Or enhance driver assistance systems in entirely new and unexpected ways, like maybe projecting navigation cues directly onto the road surface, or detecting pedestrians with integrated thermal sensors.
Or even dynamically adjusting beam patterns in real time based on traffic and weather conditions, making driving even safer and more intuitive, like adaptive matrix lighting, but maybe even smarter.
Yeah, it's a fascinating future to consider, where your headlights might become less of a passive tool and more of an intelligent co-pilot. Well, this deep dive into LED versus halogen headlights was proudly presented by Bluewater Auto Restoration. To learn more about keeping your vehicle in top condition from the lights to the engine, be sure to visit BlueWaterAutoRestoration.com. You can find this deep dive and all our previous deep dives available for listening on Spotify, Google Music, YouTube, Apple Podcast, Amazon Music, or SoundCloud. Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss our next exploration. Thank you so much for joining us on the deep dive, and we look forward to exploring another fascinating topic with you next time. Welcome back to the deep dive, everyone.
Great to be here.
This is week 41 of the 2025 Bluewater Auto Restoration Deep Dive. We're really glad you're joining us again.
And remember, we release new deep dives every Saturday morning.
Bringing you those stories behind the everyday things.
Absolutely. And this deep dive is proudly presented by Bluewater Auto Restoration.
Today, we're diving deep into something incredibly common. Something, well, many of you probably have sitting in your garage or under your sink right now.
That familiar blue and yellow can.
WD-40.
Exactly. For most of us, it's, just that quick fix for a squeaky door or a rusty bolt.
But there's so much more to it. It's really more than just a can of oil. It's a story of, well, unexpected innovation, a fascinating company culture, and leadership principles that apply far beyond industrial lubricants.
Mm-hmm. So our mission today is to really unpack the history, the science, and particularly the profound human element behind this iconic brand. It's a true shortcut to being well-informed about something you might think you already know inside out. Definitely a journey from missile protection to a household staple, all wrapped up with this remarkable leadership philosophy.
And before we get into the thick of it, remember to visit BlueWaterAutoRestoration.com for more.
Yeah, and you can find our deep dives on Spotify, Google Music, YouTube, Apple Podcast, Amazon Music, or SoundCloud. Makes it easy to catch up on any previous explorations.
Okay, let's unpack this then. The name itself, WD-40, that's a perfect place to start because it tells a story right away, doesn't it?
It really does.
Water displacement, 40th formula. It's so, well, literal, almost like a technical label.
It absolutely is, and it says a lot about where it came from. It was invented back in 1953 by this small company called the Rocket Chemical Company.
Rocket Chemical Company, okay? In San Diego, California.
That's the one. And the 40th formula, well, that's not just random. It hints at quite a bit of trial and error,
39 failures, basically.
Or perhaps 39 steps on the way to getting it right. Imagine the persistence needed before they landed on that specific chemical blend. It's a real testament to just sticking with it.
And its original purpose wasn't what most people think, right? Not for squeaky hinges at home.
Not at all. Initially, it was designed for a very specific high-stakes job for Convair, the aerospace company.
Convair, okay.
Yeah, specifically to protect the outer skin of the Atlas missile from rust and corrosion.
Wow, the Atlas missile, that's serious Cold War stuff, protecting a rocket.
Exactly. Think about it, a product that literally protected the delicate balloon tanks of an intercontinental ballistic missile. These tanks were incredibly thin, made of stainless steel, but needed constant protection against moisture and salt air, especially at coastal launch sites.
So what was so special about the Atlas tanks that needed this specific formula?
Well, they were unique because the missile's skin was the tank wall. They were incredibly thin, almost like a balloon, needing internal pressure to stay rigid. Any corrosion could be catastrophic.
Right.
So they needed something that would displace every last molecule of water and leave a protective barrier without damaging the metal or adding weight. That's where WD-40 came in.
And there's a bit of a story around who actually invented it, too.
Yeah, there's some debate. Some credit goes to Ivor Norman Lawson, who apparently came up with the initial water displacing mixture and sold it to the company for like $500.
Oh, $500.
Yeah. But others point to Norman B. Larson, who was the company president then. He definitely had the vision to see its potential beyond just conveyor. And importantly, he figured out how to package it in those convenient aerosol cans.
Which really made it accessible, right?
Absolutely. So it was probably a mix, Lawson's chemical insight and Larson's entrepreneurial drive to turn it into the product we recognize.
So we have this incredible origin missile protector, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around how something so specialized, so, niche, managed to make the leap from a rocket launch pad into practically every household and toolbox. That's a huge jump.
It really is a massive shift, and it speaks volumes about the product's almost accidental adaptability. What happened was, after it proved successful with the missiles, employees at Rocket Chemicals started, sneaking cans home.
Huh. Really?
Yeah, using it for their own little projects, fixing a rusty bike chain, maybe lubricating a stuck lock, silencing a squeaky wheel on a lawnmower. They discovered its versatility sort of organically.
Through personal use?
Exactly. It first became available to consumers just locally in San Diego around 1958. It gained some traction there, and then they commercialized it more broadly in 1961.
And it just took off.
Pretty much. It quickly went beyond its aerospace roots because people just kept finding new uses for it. It works as a lubricant, sure, but also a rust preventive, a penetrant to free stuck parts, and of course that original purpose, a moisture displacer.
That jack-of-all-trades quality.
That's precisely it. That's why it resonated so much.
Yeah.
It wasn't just one thing. It solved multiple common problems.
And the former CEO, Gary Ridge, he talked about this, didn't he? About not trying to box it in.
He did. He emphasized that they never positioned it as just one product. Is it for cars? Yes. Hardware? Yes. Boats? Yes. Around the house? Yes. Industrial uses? Tradespeople? Yes.
Right.
He pointed out you could find it in like 4 different departments at Walmart because it applies to so many different areas.
And it wasn't just homes either, right? Industries started using it too.
Oh, definitely. By the mid-60s, major airlines like Delta and United were using it for maintenance on their jets, DC-8s, 720s, for lubricating joints, protecting parts during overhauls.
So it stayed true to its aviation roots in a way.
In a sense, yeah. They even developed a slightly different version, WD-60, specifically for cleaning aircraft turbines and metal parts. And then at 69, they started selling it to farmers and mechanics over in England. So it just kept expanding, finding new niches because it was so broadly useful.
It really is everywhere. And those stats about how many homes have it are just mind-boggling.
They really are. It's not just versatile, it's truly ubiquitous. The numbers are striking. WD-40 is in 8 out of 10 households in the U.S.
8 out of 10.
Yeah. Now think about that. While you might not use a can up as fast as you drink a soda, that level of brand recognition, that sheer physical presence in homes, is actually higher than Coca-Cola.
That's incredible. More homes than Coke.
Believe it or not, yes. That level of penetration for what's essentially a maintenance product is astounding.
And the company's success reflects that.
Absolutely. You can see it in the financials. Steady growth in net income from around $27 million back in 2008 up to over $70 million in 2021. It shows enduring relevance.
And it even got recognition for its origins, right? The Hall of Fame mention.
Yeah, a nice nod to its history. It was inducted into the International Air and Space Hall of Fame in 2014, acknowledging its contribution to aerospace right from the start. The company itself went public way back in '73.
You know, it's easy to overlook the details on something so familiar, but you mentioned the nozzle earlier, that little red straw, or the newer ones. That wasn't just slapped on, was it?
Not at all. And this is fascinating because it shows their commitment to the user. That simple nozzle, which most of us probably don't think twice about, represented millions of dollars in investment.
Millions for a nozzle.
Yep. Think about the initial problem. Everyone lost that little red straw.
Guilty. Always losing it.
Exactly. So they invested heavily in R&D to solve that. First came the challenge of just keeping the straw attached, then making sure it sprayed consistently, didn't leak.
Leading to the smart straw.
Precisely.
Yeah.
That permanently attached, hinged straw. You could flip it up for a precise stream or down for a wider spray. Genius. And then they went even further with the flexible tube version.
The one that bends.
Yeah, inspired apparently by headset microphones. Allows you to get into really awkward, tight spots. It's that relentless focus on making it easier and better for the person using it. It shows that innovation isn't just about the core product. It's about the entire experience. Perfecting those small details builds huge loyalty.
Okay, so we've got the missile origins, the incredible versatility, even the multi-million-dollar nozzle. But the big question remains. What exactly is in this stuff? Given its success, you'd think competitors would have figured it out, but it's famously secret.
It is one of the world's most famous trade secrets, actually. And that was a very deliberate choice right from the beginning, back in 1953.
They chose not to patent it.
Correct. It wasn't an accident. A patent gives you protection, sure, but only for about 20 years, and you have to completely disclose your formula. By keeping it a trade secret, they could protect it forever, as long as they kept it secret.
And they've managed that for nearly 70 years now.
Exactly. That window for patenting closed a long, long time ago. So now, its protection relies on secrecy, on vigilance. They take it very seriously. In 2018, they even moved the original written formula to a secure bank vault in San Diego.
Like it's the crown jewels.
For the WD-40 company, it pretty much is. It's their core asset, protected by commercial law and internal security, not a time-limited patent.
Right. So while we don't have the exact recipe, those safety data sheets, the MSDS documents, they give us some clues, right? We can get a general idea.
We can. Without giving away the secret sauce, the MSDS tells us it's basically a carefully balanced mix of different petroleum-based liquids. Hydrocarbons, mostly.
Hydrocarbons, okay, like what?
Well, according to the U.S. sheets, a big chunk, maybe 45–50%, is what they call low vapor pressure aliphatic hydrocarbon. Think of that as the lighter solvent-like part. It helps it penetrate, clean things up, evaporate relatively quickly.
The stuff that loosens rust.
Yeah, that helps with that. Then there's less than 35% petroleum base oil. That's the heavier stuff, more viscous. That provides lubrication, leaves that protective film.
Okay.
And then there's a smaller bit, less than 25% of other aliphatic hydrocarbons, just different oil molecule structures that contribute to its overall properties. And finally, about 2–3% is carbon dioxide.
Which isn't part of the magic liquid, but just pushes it out of the can?
Exactly. That's the propellant. It just provides the pressure for the spray.
And is it pretty much the same stuff sold elsewhere, like in Europe or Australia?
Largely, yes.
Yeah.
The safety sheets might use slightly different chemical classifications. You'll see things like C9, C11, N-alkanes, isoalkanes, cyclics, but these are just more technical ways of describing similar types of hydrocarbons. The core components are consistent.
And always with the CO2 propellant.
Always CO2 for the spray, yeah. There was actually a Wired magazine article back in 2009 where they used some pretty sophisticated lab techniques, gas chromatography, and mass spectrometry.
Trying to crack the code.
Basically, yeah. And they confirmed the main ingredients are indeed various alkanes, those C9 to C14 chains, and mineral oil. It's this specific blend that gives WD-40 its unique multitasking ability, acting as a solvent, a lubricant, and displacing water all at once. That combination is key.
It's fascinating stuff, but, the deep dive isn't just about the product itself. It's about the people, the ideas behind it. And the WD-40 story, especially its unique company culture, is really tied to its former CEO, Gary Ridge.
Absolutely. Gary Ridge is central to understanding modern WD-40. He's an Australian, led the company as CEO for 25 years, though he was with them for 35 in total.
Quite a tenure.
A long time. He grew up in Sydney. Even joked he might have been named after a pub there, the Gary Ellen. But he's more than just a CEO. He's really a business philosopher.
He wrote that book, right, with the provocative title.
Yeah, he did. Any dumbass can do it. Which sounds flippant, but it actually reflects his deep belief that business isn't just about profit. It has a real responsibility and a huge opportunity to make a positive difference in the world. His whole philosophy was built around the idea that it's really about the people. That core belief drove the distinctive culture at WD-40, setting it apart.
And he drew inspiration from some surprising places, didn't he? Even ancient philosophers.
He did, which is pretty unusual in the corporate world. He often quoted Aristotle.
Aristotle. What did Aristotle say about WD-40?
Well, not about WD-40 specifically, but Ridge loved the quote, "Pleasure in the job puts perfection in the work."
Pleasure in the job puts perfection in the work. Okay.
For Ridge, this wasn't just a nice saying. He saw it as a fundamental principle for leaders. Build cultures where people genuinely go home happy at the end of the day.
And he saw that having a wider impact.
A huge ripple effect. His vision was quite clear. Happy people lead to happy families build happy communities, and happy communities contribute to a happier world. It all starts, in his view, right there in the workplace. Create that pleasure in the job, and the perfection, the great results, will follow.
So this very human-focused approach,
Yeah.
how does that stack up against, well, the reality for a lot of workers today? Because the statistics on employee engagement aren't always great.
No, they're often quite sobering. And Ridge's philosophy really stands in stark contrast to what seems to be a widespread problem. You look at Gallup research, even from just this January.
What did it show?
Only about 31% of people in the U.S. feel genuinely engaged at work. That means a massive 69% are basically just punching the clock, or worse, actively disengaged.
Wow, nearly 70%.
Yeah, it's staggering. And what's really worrying is that the biggest chunk of those disengaged folks are young people under 35. It points to a serious issue with, frankly, toxic cultures being created by a lot of leaders.
Ridge even had a name for that type of leader in his book, right?
He did. He created this character, Alec, the soul-sucking CEO.
Ah, subtle.
Not very, but it vividly illustrates the kind of leadership that drains energy and enthusiasm, rather than fostering it. Ridge firmly believed we don't have to accept that kind of environment.
So what did he see as the key ingredients for real engagement to avoid creating more Alex?
He boiled it down to 3 essentials. First, do people feel like they truly belong? Are they treated as insiders, as part of the tribe?
Okay, belonging.
Second, do they feel like they matter? Does their contribution count? Are they valued as individuals?
Yeah, I agree.
And third, are they allowed to make choices? Do they have some autonomy? Is their work seen as genuinely valuable? If you don't have those 3, belonging, mattering, and agency,
Yeah.
you inevitably get disengagement. People feel unsafe, disconnected.
And WD-40 actively worked on those.
Consciously, they built their culture around nurturing those pillars, creating an environment where people felt safe, valued, and empowered.
Which leads to a very different story than those Gallup numbers suggest.
An incredibly different story. It's almost hard to believe, but at WD-40, consistently, around 98% of employees say they love telling people they work there.
98%, that's unheard of.
It really is. Especially, as Ridge himself liked to say, for a company that makes oil in a can. That level of pride and passion is truly remarkable. It shows a culture that's deeply resonant.
But he also said building that culture takes time, right? It's not instant.
Definitely not. He always emphasized it's not a microwavable event. You can't just zap it into existence. It requires, he said, a crock-pot approach.
Slow cooking.
Exactly. Slow, steady, consistent effort over time. He figured it usually takes 3 to 5 years for a great culture to really take root and gain momentum. It requires patience and persistence.
And this commitment to people, it went beyond just engagement scores, right? It extended to job security, too, which is rare these days.
Extremely rare. In a world where layoffs often seem like the first resort, WD-40 had this almost radical policy under Ridge.
Oh.
They never laid anyone off in his entire 25 years as CEO.
Never. Through recessions and everything.
Never. Think about the psychological safety that creates. The trust, the loyalty. They genuinely believed their people were the core asset, not just lines on a spreadsheet. It was the will of the people, their commitment that drove the strategy.
That's a powerful message.
It really is. And it ties into that idea of authenticity he stressed. He noticed moving to the U.S. how sometimes a casual, insincere, have a nice day can actually feel hollow, even damaging.
Right.
At WD-40, the goal was genuine care. Taking the time to actually connect, understand people, maybe even show some vulnerability as a leader, rather than just focusing solely on hitting target. That authenticity was foundational.
So how do you actually build a workforce like that 98%? Does it start with hiring?
It absolutely does. It's a very deliberate strategy right from the recruitment phase. WD-40 actively screens potential hires for alignment with their core values.
They put the values right out there.
Right on their careers page. They list things like, we value doing the right thing, we value making it better than it is today, and crucially, we value creating positive, lasting memories in all our relationships.
And they tell people not to apply if they don't align.
Explicitly.
Yeah.
It's not about forcing people to fit in later. It's about finding people who genuinely resonate with that human-centric approach from the start. It's about cultural fit, not assimilation.
Ensuring that connection from day one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that commitment had to be lived every day. Ridge would ask things like, if the person at the front desk isn't welcoming, are we creating a positive, lasting memory? It has to permeate everything.
It requires active effort, like tending a garden.
That's a great analogy. He talked about needing brave leadership leaders, willing to reward the good ingredients that nourish the culture, but also courageous enough to identify and deal with the toxins in the organizational petri dish, as he put it. It's constant cultivation.
And Ridge himself went through a transformation as a leader, didn't he? He didn't start out focused solely on culture.
That's right. When he first became CEO in 1997, he was already very successful at building the brand globally. He significantly expanded WD-40's international footprint.
He got it selling everywhere.
Pretty much. He took it from being 85% a U.S. business to 65% international. Opened offices all over the world, joked he wanted the sun never set on that can of WD-40.
Ha!
But even with that success, he realized something more was needed, especially to manage that global scale effectively. He didn't want people in, say, Barcelona or Beijing constantly having to quack up the hierarchy, his phrase.
Claiming escalate every little thing back to HQ.
Exactly. Just to get answers or decisions. He needed a way to foster real autonomy and consistent engagement across all those different cultures and locations. He knew the leadership approach had to evolve.
And that evolution was sparked by some specific moments of insight.
It seems so. One key moment he often described happened in 1998. He was on a long flight, L.A. to Sydney.
Qantas 747, apparently?
That's the detail. He was reading, and he came across a quote attributed to the Dalai Lama.
What was the quote?
Our purpose in life is to make people happy. If we can't make them happy, at least don't hurt them.
Simple, but profound.
It really struck him. That, combined with the Aristotle quote about pleasure and perfection, got him thinking deeply. Wow, he thought, that's powerful. But how do you actually build that in a company? He didn't have the answer right then, but it planted a crucial seed.
So how did he figure out the how? What was the next step from that inspiration?
This is where his commitment to learning really stands out. Here he is, CEO of a global company, and he decides to go back to school.
As CEO?
Yep. He enrolled in a master's program in leadership at the University of San Diego.
That takes some humility.
It really does. And it was there he studied under Dr. Ken Blanchard.
The one-minute manager guy.
The very same. And that experience, learning from Blanchard, is where Ridge really absorbed and formalized the principles of servant leadership.
And they even wrote a book together later.
They did. Helping people win at work. And the byline is key. Don't mark my paper, help me get an A.
Meaning the leader's job is to help people succeed, not just evaluate them.
Precisely. Blanchard taught him that so much leadership focuses on appealing to logic, getting people in the head. But truly effective leadership, Blanchard argued, needs to connect emotionally, to get people in the heart. That became absolutely central to the WD-40 way.
Getting people in the heart, that must have sounded a bit unconventional in some boardrooms.
Oh, absolutely. Ridge admitted that early on, when you talk about Aristotle or getting people in the heart, some board members would literally roll their eyes.
Thinking he'd gone soft.
Yeah, thinking he was drinking too much of Ken Blanchard's Kool-Aid, as he put it. There was definitely some initial skepticism. But he stuck with it, believing it wasn't about being soft, it was about unlocking potential. It was about understanding that this human focus wasn't a distraction from business results, it was the driver of long-term sustainable results.
And one of the most tangible changes reflecting this servant leadership idea was changing titles, right? Getting rid of manager.
Yes, that was a huge symbolic and practical shift. They replaced the title manager with coach throughout the company.
Why coach? What was wrong with manager?
Ridge felt the word manager often implies control, manipulation, just overseeing tasks. Whereas a great coach, he argued, doesn't try to play the game themselves.
They empower the team.
Exactly. They empower the team to play their best game. They offer guidance, maybe redirect things sometimes, but they trust the players to execute. He contrasted this sharply with bad leaders who micromanage, always want the ball, take all the credit, and spread the blame.
And he used that stinky locker room metaphor, too. What did that represent?
Ah, yes. The stinky locker room. It's brilliant. Great coaches, he said, spend significant time there. It's not the glamorous part. It's where the real work of team building happens.
Building trust.
Building trust and psychological safety. That feeling that you can speak up, take risks, even fail without fear. It's about leaders getting to know their people on a human level, supporting them through challenges, being vulnerable themselves. It's that deep, often unglamorous work that builds incredible respect.
leading to that 97% respect figure for coaches.
Exactly. And when they asked why people respected their coach, the answer wasn't about targets hit. It was because they helped me step into the best version of myself. That's the outcome of servant leadership in action.
Of course, the ultimate test for any culture is a crisis, and COVID-19 was about as big a test as you can get.
It truly was an unprecedented global stress test, and it really revealed the difference between robust cultures and fragile ones. While so many companies saw engagement plummet.
Some into single digits, you mentioned?
Yeah. Or struggling to stay above 30%, WD-40 remarkably maintained their incredibly high levels, around 93% initially, even climbing to 97% later in the pandemic.
And Ridge attributed that to the long-term work, the crock pot.
Absolutely. He was clear. It wasn't magic, no fairy dust.
Yeah.
They maintained those high levels because they went into the crisis with a strong, engaged culture already established. It was the payoff for years of consistent patient investment in their people. That resilience was baked in.
But they didn't just assume everything was fine, did they? They checked in.
No, they were proactive. They knew even a strong culture could be strained. So in January 2021, about a year into it all, they did a big pulse survey.
Across many countries.
Yeah, 16 countries, hundreds of people in leadership and execution roles. The specific goal was to check their cultural equity, had the stress drained that bank of goodwill and trust.
And the results.
The results were incredibly positive. Engagement levels had held steady, pretty much equal to pre-pandemic. It was a huge validation for Ridge and the whole team. Showed their approach worked even under extreme pressure.
So how did they actively keep people connected and feeling supported when everyone was suddenly remote and isolated?
They got creative. They knew maintaining connection beyond just work calls was vital. So they organized virtual events. They hired a virtual comedian for some laughs.
Nice.
The French team did virtual cooking classes for the whole global company, which sounds amazing.
Sharing culture through food.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they held regular virtual happy hours on Fridays, just informal chances to connect. Ridge admitted it wasn't the same as being together, obviously, but it showed a consistent effort. It sent the message, we still care, we're still a community.
And that survey revealed something truly surprising, didn't it? About how people felt about the future.
It really did. This was the number that blew Ridge away. 97% of their people said they felt excited about their place in the company and its future. That was actually higher than before the pandemic.
Higher during a global crisis. How?
When they dug into the why, the answer that came back over and over was incredibly simple and powerful. I feel safe.
Safe. Wow.
It wasn't just physical safety from the virus. It was psychological safety, job security, feeling cared for. WD-40 was living its just cause, which they'd explicitly defined as a group of people that come together to protect and feed each other.
Protect and feed each other.
That commitment was real. Their top 3 objectives during COVID were crystal clear. Number 1, the safety and well-being of their people. Number 2, servicing their customers and end users. And number 3, preserving the business so it could thrive long-term.
And what's missing from that list?
No explicit mention of the product itself, which perfectly illustrates Ridge's belief. The culture is not the product. The culture is the people. The product is an outcome of a healthy culture. He also made that insightful point about the pandemic triggering not just a great resignation, but for many, a great escape.
Escaping toxic cultures.
Exactly. Which just highlights how critical it is to build that safe, engaging environment, especially when times get tough. People didn't just leave for more money. They left to find places where they felt valued and safe.
This brings up a really important point then. If the culture is truly about the people, not the product, what is the fundamental purpose of a company like WD-40? It can't just be selling cans.
No, and Ridge was adamant about this. The purpose isn't just stopping a squeak or loosening a bolt. That's what the product does. The company's deeper why, their purpose statement was, we existed to create positive, lasting memories, solving problems in factories, homes, and workshops around the world.
Creating positive, lasting memories. That's unexpected for an industrial product.
It is, isn't it? And it was reinforced by their second core value. We exist to create positive, lasting memories. That question, what positive, lasting memory did that behavior create, was apparently asked constantly about everything.
Applying it to product design, customer service, community work.
All of it, from how they designed a new nozzle to how they interacted with suppliers or supported local charities. It was a filter for decision-making. They saw themselves in the memories business, not just the lubricant business.
And that value, creating positive, lasting memories, it wasn't just an internal thing, it extended to customers too.
Oh, absolutely. It flowed right through. Remember that 2,000 uses project they did around the year 2000?
Vaguely, yeah, they asked people how they used WD-40.
Exactly. They ran a sweepstakes to find the 2,000 most popular uses, inviting people to share their tips and stories. It was brilliant. It generated this huge wave of engagement, led to a fan club with something like 130,000 members.
Wow. A fan club for WD-40.
Right. Over 200,000 entries sharing uses, some practical, some probably quite strange, but it connected them deeply with their users and highlighted the product's incredible versatility in ways they might not have even thought of.
And that feedback loop fed back into innovation, like the flexible straw.
Precisely. The idea for that easy-reach flexible tube came directly from listening to end users talk about the challenges of getting the product into tight spaces. It shows that deep connection listening to people, whether employees or customers, fuels innovation and strengthens the brand. It all comes back to that human focus.
So, in a tough market, does this people-first, purpose-driven approach actually help them compete? Or does it make them slower, less aggressive than purely profit-focused rivals?
Ridge argued strongly that it actually sharpens their competitive edge. He didn't just see competitors as enemies, he liked Simon Sinek's concept of worthy rivals.
Worthy rivals, meaning?
Meaning competitors who push you to be better, who challenge you to stay innovative and improve, like iron sharpens iron. It keeps you on your toes, focused on being your best, not just reacting defensively.
And he saw people and strategy working together.
Absolutely. It wasn't either people or strategy, he was both hand. He had this formula. The will of the people times the strategy equals success. The engagement, the commitment of the people multiplies the effectiveness of the strategy.
And their competitive advantage comes
From being, as he put it, an honest product that does what it says on the tin, basically, and crucially, being easily available. That relentless focus on distribution was key.
making sure it was everywhere.
Everywhere. They didn't want to be confined to just auto shops or hardware stores. Remember, they started selling it out of the back of cars. They got it into hardware, sporting goods, supermarkets. Making it ubiquitous was a core part of the strategy, reinforcing its solution for everything image. That wide availability, combined with the trust built over decades, is a massive advantage.
So bringing this all together, what does this deep dive into WD-40 mean for you, listening right now? The story offers these incredible insights that go way beyond just lubricants and chemicals.
It really does. Gary Ridge's core beliefs, distilled from his experience in his book, are powerful life lessons. That servant leadership fosters longevity. That success, while simple in principle, requires real discipline. And that culture, how you treat people, is arguably your greatest competitive advantage in business and in life. These are principles for leading with meaning.
And Ridge often used that challenging question he learned from a friend.
Ah, yes, the killer question. What would you do if you weren't afraid?
It really makes you stop and think, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Fear holds us back so often.
It really does. It paralyzes us. Ridge also talked about those thieves of anger and greed, emotions or motivations that can pull us off our true path into the metaphorical bush, as he called it.
Getting sidetracked from our real goals.
Exactly. So the discipline is to constantly ask yourself,
Right.
am I being the person I want to be right now? And importantly, who is that person? You owe your best self to the situation, to the people around you, not your leftover self from some previous frustration. And maybe most importantly, you owe it to yourself.
And leadership, whether it's leading a team or just leading your own life, it requires that balance he talked about.
That perfect description. Needing a heart of gold and a backbone of steel. Tough-minded, yes, but also tender-hearted.
Not too much of either.
Right. Lean too far one way, you become ineffective. Too tough, you alienate people, the soul-sucking CEO. Too tender, you avoid necessary conflict or difficult conversations, protecting yourself instead of helping others grow.
So the goal is to approach interactions with that mantra.
I mean you no harm. I'm here to help you step into the best version of yourself. That intention, consistently applied, builds immense trust. And thinking about the long game, Ridge embraced Marshall Goldsmith's idea of choosing to refire, not just retire.
Finding new purpose, staying engaged.
Exactly. Not just fading away, but finding new ways to contribute and make a difference.
So what's the final thought we can take away from this truly inspiring deep dive?
I think it comes back to that perspective Ridge learned from Ken Blanchard. Remember that 80 or 90-year-old version of you looking back. Who will remember you, and what will they remember you for? Life is this incredible gift. Don't send it back enwrapped. Maybe just try to be a little kinder, a little gentler. Cultivate that heart of gold and that backbone of steel, and focus on making those positive, lasting memories in whatever you do.
What an incredible journey. From protecting Cold War missiles to becoming a global household name, driven by this deeply human leadership philosophy, there really is so much more to WD-40 than meets the eye.
Absolutely. That focus on people, psychological safety, creating positive memories, leading with heart and steel, these aren't just business lessons, they're life lessons.
We want to give another huge thank you to our sponsor, Bluewater Auto Restoration. Please do visit bluewaterautorestoration.com for more information.
And as you reflect on this, what stands out to you? How might you apply some of these ideas, servant leadership, the crock-pot approach to building something valuable in your own world?
Definitely something to think about. And remember, you can find the deep dive wherever you get your audio: Spotify, Google Music, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, SoundCloud. We're pretty much everywhere.
Until next time, keep learning, keep exploring, keep making those positive, lasting memories.
Thank you so much for joining us for this deep dive. We'll be back next Saturday with another fascinating exploration.
Goodbye for now.